Hello and welcome, everybody, to the grand finals of the Winter 2021 NUEL broadcast. And today you've got me, Dan Takura Gourmet, and I'm joined by the amazing Callum Melvin Isle Isles today. How are you doing?
I'm extremely pleased to be here. It has been quite a while since I have seen the light of a NUEL finals, and my favourite part is today, I can't lose. I'm on the desk. There's no losing for me today. We just get winning games.
Absolutely, and hopefully we'll find out who wins today between Lowhampton and the Bristol Warriors. Now, we have a revenge match today as these two teams have met before in the playoffs run, and last time the win went to Lowhampton.
I feel like we should start off by talking about how these teams actually got here, because it's one thing to say we're in the finals, everybody. We've got a best of five coming at you today. We're on patch 11.24, everything brand new. It's going to be fun. But let's talk about how the teams got here. Do you want to kick us off with Bristol, first of all?
Absolutely, these two teams had a very similar run through the regular season. Bristol placing fifth, 11-3 record with roughly a 66% opponent win rate, and they had a pretty stellar journey through playoffs, honestly, beating Deus Ex, then UOM, obviously losing to Lowhampton, but managing to 2-0 DMU in the losers bracket, which is quite a feat.
And that 2-0 will be important because if we hop on over to how Lowhampton got here, similar journey, like you said, same win rate, barely lower opponent match win percentage. Then, once we get into playoffs, they have that 1-0 against DMU. They have a 2-1 battle against the Stags, but then they only go 2-1 again against the Bristol Warriors. Now, after watching back through some of the tape, we'll talk a bit more about how that series went as it starts to become relevant, but what we just saw there was Bristol is the only one of these two teams who have had a clean 2-0 sweep of anybody in the playoffs so far.
And just to put it back there, it was DMU. It wasn't just any team. Now, let's put it this way. Bristol didn't have the cleanest games versus Lowhampton last time that they played each other. And sweeping DMU 2-0, maybe we might see a different Bristol coming today.
And when we're talking to some of the players and getting the feedback from how they thought of their matches, that kind of thing, it wasn't the expected finals for Lowhampton. They were not expected to see Bristol coming back after their previous matchup. We went back and looked through the VODs. They were pretty stompy games, but then even in the one where Bristol ended up winning, it was extremely competitive throughout the majority of the game. So from all we've seen, all the tape we have, this should be Lowhampton taking the series quite decisively. But, like you say there, Bristol coming in and having that 2-0 means that they have clearly found themselves a bit coming into today.
And at the end of the day, Bristol did take one game from Lowhampton. So, it was a close game, but if they play at that caliber, maybe a little bit improvement. Look at those mistakes, adapt on that. We should be up for a relatively competitive series today, I'd hope.
And part of the reason why those games were so stompy to watch was because Lowhampton's style is hyper aggressive. They will fight everywhere all the time if they get the chance, and they have the champions, the players to facilitate that. Across the board, all of them have super snowbally picks ready to go, and then their keystone player in the top lane is that player Jojo, who just holds down the fort, exists on the weak side, so all the attention could just go straight on down to bot lane.
And it's going to be Bristol seeing if they can weather that storm that is Lowhampton here, as they do want to play for the macro, they want to play for the map. Maybe not prioritize the early game as much, but see if they can scale up and beat them when the champions get online, as I think we should be going as champs select right now.
So I suppose we should mention some of the pivotal picks from that previous matchup. First one that has got to be noted is the Zoe. Banned 3 games out of 3 away from Savagery. Need to find out if that will be let through here. Jojo specifically said that his Tahm Kench should be feared, and that is why that one's getting banned away first. We're expecting to see main priority on the bot lanes from both teams in these picks. What kind of champions do we need to be looking out for Bristol?
Bristol really wants to play for the side lanes, either the bot or the top, depending on there's that Zoe we're talking about. And it's more to do with maybe supportive mids facilitating jungles that allow Bristol to be able to weather that storm early on and play through the side lanes, as we see the Uni ban for Bristol.
and that is why the Thresh is a very important one we need to see if it manages to get picked up here in the first rotation. If it's not banned, I imagine it has to be taken by one of these teams. Both of the supports love to play their Thresh. Something I'm hesitantly thinking about is maybe Hookboy down in the bottom lane for Lowhampton might be ready to pull out some of their spice. They have things like the Pike, like the Blitzcrank, as their name would indicate. They like hook champions, right? It's kind of what you would expect from a name like that. But now, we get the Skarner banned away. We have the Sandra and the Yuumi currently removed. Both of these champions help a lot with either roaming to the side lanes or just being a very stalwart, hard to get rid of bot lane. Silas now taken away, Thresh open. We still got a lot of other prominent picks on the table. All the OPs like Yone is still out. What are we going to get first?
Well, I mean, lethal tempo is going to be any champion that can abuse that rune right now will be contested. It has had a slight nerf on those melee champions, about 12% less attack speed than last patch, and it has been buffed for those range champs. And there's that Thresh, B1, right off the bat.
So, you knew this was coming. There's absolutely no way that we have Bristol Warriors get through to this part of the draft and not have that Thresh pickup. So, Lowhampton have a plan. Is it going to be something like the Aphelios Brom to just blow open the lane and get super dominant early game? Will they potentially take away the Jinx, another prominent pick that both of these ADCs share, and then look to try and match themselves? No? Hovering that Ashe? Okay. Alright. Bit of context for that one. We saw in their game last week, in their best of 3, we did have Ashe plus Xerath bottom lane in answer to, I believe it was a Thresh Jinx lane. So that is something that is now on the table that we need to keep an eye open for.
And in response, I mean, we have a Talon with that Ashe in combination. Now, Talon, both teams really seem to like this champion, maybe abusing that first strike rune currently. You jump in with all your abilities, you make a bunch of money, maybe get a kill, and jump out. As we see a Xin maybe able to match that early game pressure that Deskaro might be attempting to put off onto Bristol.
Covering that Jinx would be going for the run back from last time. And with that Xin's out, it's been one of the picks that has liked playing against things like the Talon, like the Kiana, when they were both very, very popular at Worlds. He can knock them back away, has the point and click knock up, can follow them over walls as well. The only thing is, Talon is a bit too tricksy. If they get a free levels 1 through 4, the Invade potential to just jump over a wall, steal your camp, leap away is far too oppressive for any jungler to actually handle.
We do get that Ashe Xerath synergy for Lowhampton today. Having that incredible poke bot lane, able to combine that with the Talon. Hopefully we'll see how that plays out in due course as we are onto the second round of bans, and we have both of Teddy Bear Chills' signature AP top laners banned out.
Okay, so I was quickly just trying to find our records of what they actually drafted around when we had the Ashe Xerath, and it was the Pantheon mid lane and the Zed jungle coming out. They have the Talon this time, so they've already got part of that formality, but now we need to find out what Savagery is actually going to look towards. The reason Pantheon works so well with this, very early game champion, very good at roaming to the bottom lane, and when you have an Ashe Xerath who constantly pokes down a Jinx and a Thresh who can't answer them, all you need after that is the tools to dive. Pantheon loves diving, so what does Savagery have left in the bank? They've still got the Yone as something that could come out. Other champions that we could end up seeing if they want to take more of a scaling route, potentially the Kayle is something. They've already got a good foundation for the early game, and it would give them a bit of a fallback system. But I expect Lowhampton are coming into this very confident and are going to pick a lot of early game base champs coming in here.
Absolutely, and do not forget that JoJo has that red 5 counter pick. They are on the red side, they get to counter pick that top lane matchup, and I think we should be expecting that in due course, as we're still waiting for the last hover before that R5 comes into play.
So I'm noticing something here, and it starts with Ornn. I haven't seen...
Ooh.
Okay, well that's a Heimerdinger pick. That's a Heimerdinger pick. That's a Heimerdinger pick.
That could be a proxy pick. Proxy
It
picks
could be.
are in play here, so
Cho'Gath.
until
It's Cho'Gath.
I hear otherwise, it's a Cho'Gath.
Okay.
Okay. Interesting. Now, unless that's a Cho mid, which is very possible,
Could be.
it is more likely to be piloted by JoJo here.
And that's what I was going to say about the Ornn, because when you have this ban away of Gwen plus Camille, that's just saying, all right, you massive super scalers percentage max health champions, get out of here. Fiora, one of the remaining ones still open. Not actually sure if she is a lethal tempo enjoyer or could go to that buff conqueror. They have options now at this point, both of them being in a pretty okay state, but I think that based on what you say there, probably going to be the tempo then.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of lethal tempo abuse from Fiora myself, at least.
Ooh.
Okay, that's going in the mid lane, piloted by Racial, most likely. Interesting pick. Does, of course, offer that scaling potential through his stacks, as we'll see what the final pick to round off this composition for Lowhampton will be.
I really like that Vigar. It stops Ashe getting into fights because you have to walk through the wall. Talon, when they jump in, usually they are taking something like the Ignite plus Smite, so if you put the wall around yourself and Zhonya's, Talon will come out of his invis in that zone and just be left to the wolves, or in this case the Jinx. And then for the Cho'Gath, who is just walking towards you like a monster, he can't dodge the wall if he wanted to, so this Vigar, a very good pick, with that Amumu proxy being an Akali by the end of it.
Ollie, interesting. Continuing with that theme of dive, of course, Vigar will be able to put out some pressure with the cage within the team fights. But the real question here is, do you think that they can handle the early game?
I think that Vigar has actually been a bit of a predator enjoyer, using that rune quite well to roam to side lanes. Gonna be kind of similar. What we had from I'm Biracial on the Lissandra in the previous matchup between these teams is what I'm seeing come in. That's what I'm expecting. I could be wrong with that, but it would make a lot of sense based on how this team wants to play, and especially when you have, looking at your side lanes, the Jinx down there. You don't realistically want anything happening over there. You want that lane to be safe as best as possible and then counter gank it, so the Vigar can predator downriver and have a great time. And then for top, you have a Fiora into Cho'Gath. That's free real estate. This is such a good pick here, IMO.
Yep, definitely has potential to weather a storm, but Fiora, now, famously, very hard champion to execute on mechanically.
Yep.
And I think this game, I think your parry's going to need to be on point to be able to weather that storm.
Most definitely will need to be, otherwise you find yourself silenced, interrupted, and then just killed outright with the Talon potentially leaping up there with Fog of War on their side. This is going to be a big responsibility to Teddy Bear Chill, who, when we were talking, was one of the players that Lowhampton said, this is the person we're kind of scared of as far as it goes. Yeah, they were very confident with how they won their games, but this was the person we needed to keep an eye out for. Having them on a Fiora, on, for my money, your best early game champion in this draft next to the Xin Zhao, it's going to be a real test to see if they can actually carry this series. Remember, it is a best of 5, so you need the momentum to go in your favor at the start.
It is indeed, and then the adaptations all come off the back of that one. Now, we know that Bristol likes to play for side lanes, and it does look like it will be that top focus, of course. So, another question is, how much priority do you think this bot lane is going to get? Do you think they're just going to be left alone there, just play for that top side, or will there actually be some focus?
I think that it needs to almost be a double jungle kind of game for Bristol, where you send the Vigar to one side and the Xin to the other, so Xin's making the proactive plays, and then Vigar is punishing an overextension. When you have somebody like the Talon, who we'll see which summoners they have in a bit, but is likely going to be running something along the lines of the Ignite Smite, that's quite punishable. When you have the Thresh, when you have the Flame Chompers, these are tools that you can use that if they do not execute perfectly on the side of Lowhampton, if a Vigar shows up behind, Ashe Xerath do not have a way out from that. So this is going to be really important, and I think that means that while Teddy Bear Chill is going to be the primary carry for this team in this game, it's going to be a lot on the Vigar to actually get them to a point where Fiora can play the game.
And a lot of pressure being put on that veteran player, I'm Biracial, in the mid lane. Of course, Soren and I'm Biracial being the only 2 veterans on this Bristol squad. Some of the members from Bristol Whipped, of course, having been on the Bristol Mandem roster that we would have seen last week. So Teddy Bear Chill, Killmasters 4, and Suntails, they're all new.
New faces coming into a finals. It's not exactly an easy environment, and it's going to be a big test, especially when you're coming in with that chip on your shoulder of, yeah, we kind of lost to this team last week. So you don't even have that much time to kind of prepare. But clearly, based on the way that we've had Bristol draft, they were very conscious of how they're doing this. But, that's a big one, Lowhampton haven't actually gone all in on early game. I would not look at this draft and say, yeah, this team falls off late game. This team can't play after 20 minutes like you would with some of their other ones. Looking at these champions, the Akali, massive side lane potential. Vigard does not really want to be matching that as the game goes on. They're just going to be wave clearing as safely as possible. Cho'Gath, yeah, okay, that one can be kind of scary, but I think the Fiora's probably going to have a bit of a time with that lane. So, this game, I'm actually favouring Bristol so far.
You think there's ever going to be a lane swap for Kali Cho'Gath? No? Maybe?
You say it? No, I can't imagine that's good enough for Akali for them to actually go for it, especially unless they went for the AP Cho'Gath, actually. Yeah. That would be the one case where if they go full AP Cho'Gath and send it mid, we did just have Frostfire nerfed on this patch, so that's actually gonna be really annoying for JoJo. I'd be curious to see if they do actually go for the Everfrost regardless of which mythic item they end up which build, the AP or the full tank build that they go down. Because when you're against the Fiora, being able to just keep them as far away from you, away from stacking that lethal tempo for as long as possible, that's basically your win con as the Cho'Gath, because you do not get to win those straight up fights.
You really do not. The amount of attack speed Fiora gets between lethal tempo, between her blade work, and then proccing vitals off the back of that, it's really oppressive in lane. Really oppressive.
Yeah, it's upsetting to watch. It really does. It's not fun. I'm sure everybody who has been playing the game on this current patch understands that Yone is not a fun champion and should make their way to the top of the screen every single game. But, with that said, we've got about 20 seconds left. We're just getting ready for the countdown. How are you feeling? This is my first finals, your first finals.
Absolutely.
Both of these teams' first finals. New day. It's a new day.
And a hell of a day. Hopefully it'll be a banger. I mean, there's a lot resting on everyone's shoulders today, and I think we're all excited to see exactly how things will play out. And of course, as always, we always have to give a beautiful shout out to the sponsors that make everything happen. Intel 12th Gen with their amazing CPUs, and of course SteelSeries, the award-winning gaming gear provider with a Amazon Prime student discount. Be sure to check them out indeed, as we should be loading onto Summoner's Rift shortly.
What these teams are competing for, a pretty sweet prize financially, but I would say more importantly, it's going to be that University Esports Masters slot. That's what they're realistically here for. That's what you're competing for. Yeah, money is cool. We're students, you know, that's obviously very nice. And the only people who need money more than students are people who have just finished being students and haven't got a job yet. So I would also like that money, but I don't get to win today. I'm just getting to be on the broadcast, which I'm very pleased about. As we are getting ready to load the game, I'm going to confirm it is Smite Ignite Talon.
It is indeed, and it is also a grasp that the Fiora decides to opt for, perhaps, obviously seeing as this Cho has a lot of health. I don't know, maybe percent damage off that. A little bit more sustain in these fights. Definitely not what I would have expected coming into this game, though.
And as we are taking a look through, we are on to Summoner's Rift. I want to be picking which lane we're going to look at first. Now, in our pre-game talks, bot lane was the only lane we're talking about. However, I feel like Bristol have kind of thrown us through a bit of a loop here and said, you really do need to be paying attention to top lane, as even now, just from the the 5-person stack happening here, both teams are just waiting for shenanigans.
Oh, if you poke your head out the side of that wall, something might end up happening.
3v5, you definitely don't win those, especially against a Cho'Gath level 1 Rupture.
I'm not sure. Okay, we will get that Rupture going down, and Killmonster being forced to flash away, but it's not enough as YB and Everlow again secures the first blood for Lowhampton.
Really, really good start coming out here from Lowhampton. That was a great fish for that pick right there. Is going to put them already starting off the game with a lead. And it's going to be Ashe picking up the kill. So, just a second longsword. Not going to be a massive swing for the lane.
no,
Oh, they actually swap it for boots.
Okay, goes for boots control ward.
I think that's better.
Yeah.
Because when you have the lethal tempo on this Ashe, just buffed 4 ranged champions on this patch, you just want to be able to close the gap and then continue to get those auto attacks. Works very well with the Ashe Q, just being able to get that ranger's focus stacked up quickly, and then you become a really scary early game threat, especially when you have a Xerath just doing non-stop poke for you on the side.
Absolutely, and Ashe's passive, I mean, you don't need crit to get that extra damage, you just need another auto. Ashe is actually one of the few ranged abusers of lethal tempo, and we have seen it in patches before this one, so I think YB Nevelo again should be looking at some pretty favourable early trades for them.
And I would say we shouldn't be expecting a massive amount of early scrapping. I was going to say it's really waiting for I'm Biracial to pick up those boots before we start to get plays to the side lanes, because especially after dying at that level 1, yes, the Killmaster did not actually lose out on any speed for their jungle clear, but they are still going to be walking around with basically perfect knowledge on them at this point. We'll see if they are able to get anything done top, but you can see Jojo on this Cho'Gath letting the wave come into them up here. Not going to be a real easy gank window, and I would not be diving a Cho'Gath if I were them.
Absolutely not, as we do see both Killmaster and Deskro just going for the full clears at the moment into the crabs, and I expect that will remain exactly the same. Bot lane getting pushed in, top lane getting pushed in on the side of Bristol, so Jojo getting pushed in, and the bot lane of Bristol getting pushed in.
First dragon. It's a Hextech one. Now, another change that happened on this patch was kind of a soft revert, where basically the Hextech and the Chemtech rifts were doubled in likelihood.
Oh, to Nevelo again, having to burn some summoners here, but I'm not sure if you can secure that kill, as both Soren and Nevelo again do get low.
It's very aggressive. I know you had the level lead, but that was precariously close to the turret. That could have backfired massively, and we do see, even without the shoes, I'm Biracial is down here, and they may actually be about to get jumped by the Talon. They have come over the wall now.
That's definitely come over the wall. Akali diving back in on mid lane. I don't think you win this one. Cage her in. I think you should be able to secure this kill. Shroud, unfortunately, proving to be a bit problematic as Deskro gets the kill with the Ignite.
And it was the Zinzan not having the flash after the level 1. They couldn't follow the play, otherwise that would have been it. Oh my goodness. Okay, this is kind of what we were expecting to a point. And in this top lane, other than a minus the
hook again. Suntail showing her mastery on this. However, Flash is getting burnt all over the place as both bot lanes fall precariously low yet again.
My lord, it's only ADC flashes available. Teddy Bear Shield taking a heavy trade, but is in the enemy minion wave, so Jojo is going to be happy with this.
Yep, and I mean, this is stacking wave in mid. I do feel like Teddy Bear really wants this crash, but Talon's at the top lane. We might be seeing something happen there. Killmaster coming in here. Nope, just underway.
You don't have flash, and you're not coming from Fog of War. It's really hard to actually get onto the Ashe Xerath lane, especially when you don't have something like the Nautilus, like a Leona that can engage for you. The Thresh really does need to be landing a hook, and if Suntails isn't getting it, then realistically the ganks just can't happen down here. The amount of slows, the amount of CC that they have, it really is all on Suntails for her to be able to actually get this bot lane snowballing, which, to be fair, looking at the CS, isn't a necessity as of yet.
Teddy Bear Chill getting a lot of damage, but it might just be the bait as the Talon comes tumbling in. Teddy Bear Chill having to force their flash.
Talon does not have Ignite at the moment, so curious to see if they will come back to the tower. Carefully.
Should get the farm.
Riposte.
Zen now in the mid lane. Savagery might be in a bit of trouble. Popping the Shroud again. Can he get out of here? I don't think so this time. Try to go for the kill on Vigo.
No,
maybe. No way. He lives.
Oh no, but now Desk is on the backside, and they have got the ability to stack
Talon.
combo.
I think he just has enough damage to blow you up. Zin with the trade back, knock up. Vigor Cage coming through. Flash forward, but not enough damage as that W goes completely awry.
Oh, but
Still on the
Teddy Bear
chase.
didn't have a
TP
ward.
coming in.
You never catch Talon at the end of the day. That was just a TP to get back to lane and maybe cancel a base on the way. As once again, Lowhampton get away with robbery at this point, 6 minutes into the game, and while there hasn't been a massive amount of just action happening across the map, every single time there is, Lowhampton seem to be just getting away by the barest margins.
That is a 1.3k gold lead 6 minutes into the game. Of course, right now, it might not be a huge amount, but still a sizable advantage for this time into the game, as we do see Talon picking up a little bit of lethality in the serrated Dirk.
And when you take a look at some of the just armor numbers across the enemy team, I think the Jinx is actually up there with one of the highest armors on the squad right now. Yeah, it's not far
43.
off the Zhao, yeah. It's gonna be kind of tough for this town to get, well, stopped, realistically.
Everyone converging in bot lane. Suntail's getting stunned up. Cage, Predator, Vigar. This actually should just get popped. Manages to flash away. Suntail's getting low. Not enough damage for NBA hopefully to pop the kill. And that is an amazing trade for Bristol. 2 kills to none.
And the fact that she manages to get out on basically single-digit HP on the Thresh is so important, because you don't get the return kill, gold equalized at this point, and you manage to get over there and secure that first dragon. I don't think there's any way to steal it, and all that you're realistically going to, well, I say lose, you're not actually losing anything. You even get a tower plate on the top lane, so this is just winning for Bristol, especially with the scaling comp. I say that with air quotes. I think the better scaling comp, to an extent, they're going to be very, very happy with this.
Yeah, and Talon just going for the next clear. We'll note that that Rift Herald is spawning very soon, so it's quite likely that Lowhampton will try and make a play in the top side as you see those pings coming down. I do think this Talon wants to go for this teddy bear that is currently chilling in the top lane, but no, invading instead.
Spotted out by a ward, there's not much point sticking around. You know that the enemy jungler isn't there to respond right now, so you might as well do what you can, take some camps. As your bot lane is getting a lot of pressure here. They do have defensive vision, so I don't expect Lowhampton's bot lane dying at all in this play. Unless we get something short of a miracle flash hook onto Ashe, it has to be, because Zeraf has got the flash of their own. Then it should be completely fine. But as you see right here, Bristol being very conservative with the wave, just keeping it close to them and trying to force Lowhampton forwards.
I think something worth noting here is where the CS differences currently are. We talked about Bristol really wants to play for side lanes, and the side lanes are the lanes that are currently winning, as we do get a bit of a trade in the mid lane. I think Savagery shouldn't be able to get this kill. Nope. I'm just going out there. Suntail's getting very low, though. Good poke from Xerath.
I think she was walking forwards to try and get that hook and bait, as if Killmaster was still in range. Ooh.
No, you're going for it. Perfect execution back. Not quite enough damage. Biracial living on a sliver of HP.
Good attempt. Isn't going to lose anything. Trading the ultimates at that point. I believe the Akali one is going to be a fair bit longer for that perfect execution to be back up, but they're not going to be complaining. As we once again pan over to see the Discovery channel of the wild Jojo farming up, eating his minion snacks delivered nicely by the teddy bear zookeeper.
Indeed, indeed. CS, I mean, doing pretty well for a challenge. Fiora is, of course, getting those plates, but I think you're sitting pretty. You get your minions, you get fed well. You're not really dying out here. You're not starving. I think he's fine.
Attempted right of the arcane to cancel out recalls is going to be saved by the Guardian, though. No Ashe Arrow that is invested in that series of play as well. We do have Desk on the way. Teleport is up for Jojo, and nearly up for Savagery. This will be quite a while that they have TP advantage.
I'll still get stunned. Crescent God away, and I think that's enough to dissuade the play from Lowhampton. Still looking for... Oh my word! That is a hook out of nowhere, but I think it might have backfired. Okay, not quite. You don't get 2 kills off of it, but you do trade 1.
That's really good by Teddy Bear Chill right there. Cancelling the recall means that Jojo cannot teleport down and look for a potential dive after that play. Is going to be just a basic reset coming out now. Coming back up to the top lane. Bristol putting on quite the competition so far for a series that we are expecting to be a bit stompy, potentially. Bristol very truthful, saying that they were not feeling up to it on the day. They weren't in the right, they weren't playing their best game. Today, they're playing a much better game for us.
They've come out to play indeed, as this gold total is basically dead even. And Bristol have that Drake advantage, it's 3-3, but maybe there's a play in the mid lane. Looks like I'm Biracial is able to flash out of everything here, returning a stun onto the Talon. But I don't really think you want to go any further. Surely, Killmaster diving in, but trading a lot of damage. Back away on half health.
At Vigar Event Horizon, saving himself and then getting to save their jungler on the back end of that play. Very close to going wrong, as we do have now the Rift Herald making its way to bot lane. Jinx is far up on their own. Ash Arrow is up. Soren dead.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow, right? I mean, Talon, it's a bit too much damage for a poor little Jinx to be able to power through.
Yeah, there's not much that's really going to save you from that situation. Suntail's clearing some vision, that gives the it's ready to go time. As now, we actually do have Killmaster looking for Jojo in the top lane, but they were making their way down to mid, so not a complaint in the world. Only issue is Teddy Bear Chill is trying to freeze the wave on the tower. We need to see if that's actually going to work. But on the other side of the map, I think they're more than happy getting first blood turret for losing a couple minions to a freeze.
That is first tower. That's a lot of gold injected into Lowhampton. Killmaster might be a bit out of position. Crescent Guard able to back them away. Savagery flash in, 5-point strike auto, and that's the kill.
And Akali is one of those members that they have passively just been able to pick up gold, not fell this game. And it is going to be somebody that is really difficult to deal with, because the Vigar, point and click based for managing to get that ultimate down. Akali kind of makes that difficult to get away with. Take a look around the rest of them. Even the Fiora wants to be right-clicking you and getting those cues of auto attacks, but if you're invisible, it just does nothing. And I think that's part of the reason why we see the Divine Sunderer itemization just going for the full side lane against Cho'Gath instead of looking for something like the Gore Drinker to maybe fight in actual team fights. This is just going to be our win con is kill Jojo in the tower and then destroy all the side lane towers.
And I think that's why we see this grasp rune selection instead of that lethal tempo. Me thinking, okay, I need to be a bit more survival. We'll just go for those side lane plays rather than going for the team fight autos and being able to dish out a lot of damage in those spots. I mean, back to Fiora and, of course, the bot lane. Pretty decent CS lead, got the plates. Jinx has the farm lead, a little bit more gold, of course, that Ash did gain off that Rift Herald play. Overall lead to Lowhampton, however.
You have Talon up here. Will we see Teddy Bear Chill get away with the 2v1?
Dropped a really nice parry right of the Arcane Bombards coming right through, but Teddy Bear Chill putting on the moves right now, flashing back forward, almost gets the kill, but it's not quite enough.
Very, very close right there. That was nearly a pretty stupid play, to say the least. Like, stupid is in the good way, but we're getting another one bot.
Okay, Akali going in. I'm biracial, very low. Savagery using the second cast. I do think you can pick up this kill. Knocked up, not enough damage. I'm biracial lives and picks up the kill.
That was really, really good by Biracial. They stayed very close to Savagery, so they could just confuse and walk to either side. It meant that landing the 5-point strike was just a matter of trying to follow them. So they managed to dip behind as the animation was coming out, doesn't get hit by that, dies to the Xin Zhao, and is now going to be left safe. Bristol putting on a bit of the works here, but still not ahead in the kills.
Might not be ahead in the kills, but I mean, it's only a minor gold deficit. It's 15 minutes in the game. You have a little bit more scaling than Lowhampton do. I think you're sitting pretty. I think you should be happy. This is a really neutral game state, to be honest. And there's a lot to play for as this second Herald starts spawning.
I would say, unless it was Suntails dying, you're going to be happy if the Xin Zhao being the one that's falling behind this game, so to speak. Because in these fights, their biggest utility will be pressing the art to disengage the Talon, disengage the Akali, and then jumping on whichever one of them shows themselves first. Just to buy that space for Jinx, buy that space for I'm Biracial to put up that event horizon over and over again.
Oh, and Shine Crystal Arrow going wide. The Suntails does get stunned up. Flame Chompers coming down, and the TP to force Talon to back out of that one. Both teams really want the second Herald, it looks like.
It's going to be really important because Teddy Bear Chill could absolutely put on the works in side lanes if given the opportunity to shut down a Herald. It's Fiora, the ability to Q towers, and with auto attack resets and kit. Wears off just in time. Barely.
Barely. Suntails take a lot of damage, I think. Bristol might have to back away from this one. Just trying to defend the mid turret at the moment, but there is a Jojo, big dinosaur in the back. Just puts down the Rupture and dips.
Feels bad. That's a feels bad right there. You're just kind of waiting around because you cannot walk that far into the side lane against Fiora. The thing is, when you're a tank in a long lane against Fiora, she will kill you if you give her enough space. So Jojo has to be over here working with the team, because if they just try and stand far down in the bottom lane, it really doesn't take the Vigar Predator to actually be able to kill them at this point.
I think this Rift Tower contested a little bit too late. Lowhampton secures that very cleanly. Crescent Guard coming out. Wow, the Lantern, okay. That was some distance. Gets out.
I feel like Jojo may be in a bit of a precarious position.
Suntail's landing a massive hook there, but I don't think you have enough damage as follow-up. NBA hook play getting the kill onto Suntail. Soren getting very low. Okay, flashing out of the Ash there. If there was another auto, that would have been a 2 for none, but it will just be the 1 kill to Lowhampton.
Now we have Teddy Bear Chill running up the bot river, gonna try and mitigate some of this play. Looks like they're gonna just go for the 1 Rift Herald.
Okay, I don't know about this one. I think you just died, but I guess Gordringer healing's a decent amount. Teddy Bear Chill will be able to pick up that kill, though. Now he's on his own. Savagery coming in. Jojo the Dinosaur getting slowed down. Super Mega Death Rocket in the back. I didn't even know the voice was there. Comes in immediately. Savagery now looking for Jojo next, but your health bars aren't quite as high as those red health bars. As I think you're forced to back off. Yep, both teams will back off. That is 2 kills for Bristol, 1 kill for Lowhampton.
And it's that Race Car Vigar coming in to clean up a little bit at the end. They will lose the mid tier 1 tower though, and that's really important because when you're against the Talon on this Infernal Rift, it's a very open map. So when you are trying to actually hold space, you are going to need to be walking quite far up. We do have Jojo here with Feast, but no Smite right here from Bristol. They're just trying to buy space until the jungler gets there. You can't finish it because you're against double Smite effectively with the Cho'Gath and the actual Smite, so it's just going to be a waiting game as it resets.
Both teams drawing the battle lines, but Suntail's landing the hook onto Jojo. Biracial picking up on that one. Killmaster getting very low, but is it the sacrifice that Bristol needed to win the fight? We will see shortly. 1 down on both teams, but Bristol doesn't have the Smite.
You're now down again. It was 2-0. Now it is 1-0 for the Smites.
Mage Hook Boy just gets deleted. Talent in the back. Beautiful flay from Suntail's. Flash Hook not quite aimed correctly, but now you're 2 members further down. I think you just have to leave.
You have both ultimates available though. I can see a miracle.
Arrow.
Savagery is looking. They will not be able to get in though, as it will just be the first Infernal Dragon that fight was for. Ultimately is going to be going in Bristol's favor, but goddamn did they have to fight for it. Extended skirmish back and forth. There's going to be a lot of casualties for both sides, but that is the shutdown picked up against Deska on this Talon. Go check who that went to. It did go over to Jinx, most importantly.
Yeah, we've been talking about side lanes. I mean, what is this mid lane? I'm biracial looking massive this game with this Predator Vigar roaming to these side lanes, deleting NBA Hookboy as soon as he steps out, and the Cage.
Cage? It's a really good ability. There was a reason that Lissandra was banned against them, because the ability to just Predator roam to side lanes and enable these kind of plays is something that kind of mitigates what Lowhampton are really good at, and that's just winning off of lane and then running around the map and being very dominant. They didn't opt to go for that kind of style this game, outside of realistically the bot lane, so now this is kind of uncharted waters for us at this point. We know Lowhampton are very, very good at the start of the game. Can they actually finish it in a dragged out kind of match where it's very even and it's gonna start getting towards those side laning abilities?
Absolutely. I mean, you do have the scaling. When we take a look at Mythics, Cho does pick up the Frostfire Gauntlet, despite the nerfs on this patch, will make him a very, very tanky champion. But I think I'm Biracial suffers his first death this game as he gets shut down with the Assassin on the enemy team.
And that is part of the reason why Vigar struggles to be on the side lane. They cannot walk away from their tower, and if the event horizon is ever down, well, they can't do anything. You're against double assassins. We have the Everfrost invested to deny Akali, but after that, Talon is just laughing over the wall, and there is really no counterplay to that point.
Not really. I think it does a little bit too much damage at this point in the game. Oh, not quite able to sidestep that one. 4 members of the Ashe, and Jojo picking up a revenge kill on this Fiora.
And I'm liking this from Lowhampton, attacking the actual side laners. This is really good. It's what we were a little worried about.
It's a nice hook,
yourself.
But I think you might have played yourself. Oh, no. That lives.
No,
lives.
no.
What? Okay, that's straight back. I don't even know what to say. I'm speechless. That was
Aaron's up. Okay, so we just have the very, very long overextension Suntails plus the heal buying so much time. It means that Hookboy and Never Low again walk really far forward, overextending. As it looks like they're not going to go for the Baron, but they will pick up this tier 1 mid lane tower and potentially look to go onto the Ashe under tower. As this Jinx is kind of disgusting at this point in the game. I'm curious to see what item they're going to be opting for next. Whether they will just go for the IE or if they're going to look for an attack speed item. Because when you have the Kraken Slayer, that kind of compensates for your lack of attack speed, considering you have the lethal tempo as well.
I mean, you're currently 60 farm up on Ashe. You have items. You have quite a lot of gold in your back pocket. And unless Lowhampton can dive onto her, she's going to be doing a lot of damage.
You have a support. You have a support Guardian. You have a support who's very good. As we've seen, Suntails has been a big performer this game so far. And considering she has Locket as well, I'm starting to worry. I'm not that worried though, considering everybody... Oh, no. Ooh. They're dead.
Flash away. I mean, you got the Q on the Talon Killmaster coming in here with a few autos and knocking him up. I think he actually wins the one. No, he doesn't win the 1v1.
No.
I'll take that back. It looked promising.
It did look promising, but then the actual effect of its Talon at this point, the R reactivates and it all goes down.
Suntails able to get the boss code. What a hook from Suntails. However, this assassin odds. Okay, Soren able to live for the time being. Rapid fire from the Ashe. However, Suntails will get slain eventually, but damn, that was a hell of a hook.
It'll be 2 for 1 though. And it means that now with the dragon spawning in 40 seconds, this does give Lowhampton position to try and get some vision down. Both top laners invest TP, so keep an eye on where Teddy Bear Chill is actually going to go, if they're just going to try and keep this bot lane pushed in or not, because if potentially Lowhampton want to just say, we're fine going to Soul Point, you can have it, we'll go take the Baron, it's an option at this point that they can look to play for.
Definitely, I mean, Soul Point, gold lead to even, you're getting the vision set up. Has a big fight boiling down right now. I mean, we got to be looking at this Jinx for Bristol, and I think we're going to be looking at this Talon, especially for Lowhampton. However, this Drake, I think, is just dead.
Drake is gone, but we have Josh in the Baron pit, and they are still going to be chipped down. They finally put down a control wall, but when you have the double smite, gonna be pretty much unstealable. It's just if you get the contest after, which it looks like the fight will happen.
4,000 HP, Suntails lands another massive hook. Ashe gets annihilated immediately. Can they get the steal? Nope. The Chomp will, the Feast even will be a bit too much. Teddy Bear Chill, flash over Q. Exhausted, but I think you are just a support. Xerath, okay, flash over the wall. Able to get out of distance, but this Fiora is just running Lowhampton down.
Maybe that was the overextension right there from Lowhampton. They get 3 Baron buffs, but you've left a Jinx alone in mid lane. You can't come back and attack her now because you just used all of your flashes to get out of the pit. So you can't even get on top of Soren now. They're going to have the easiest time of their life just getting to play with realistically no threat onto them outside this Xerath.
Oh, TP! Oh, no way, this Akali gets us. Okay, stunned up by Fresh, stunned up again. Does manage to perfectly execute onto the ADC. The Vigar overextended as well, so that's a 2 for 1.
It's going to be one of the Baron buffs removed, though, and it will now be Cho'Gath and Xerath. The thing is, you wanted Savagery to have it because the Akali is more than happy to sit in side lane and actually push aggressively. Now, you need to get something done off of this here. By giving up the Soul Point, yes, the Baron Gold is quite good, but if you are not potentially breaking the base on this push, your Baroned up Xerath is not going to be that significant in the fight.
Nope, but You should be able to lay down a lot of poke. I mean, we talked about this bot lane able to definitely put out some pressure when you have something like a Cho in front of it. Should be able to push these lanes down very well, but it looks like Lowhampton want to play it a little bit safe. There are some threats on the side of Bristol. Take the game slow and don't throw the game.
And I love that we are getting such a competitive first game as the Veigar is coming in, and this is a dead ADC.
Right in, and yeah, definitely dead. A play on the other end by Rachel going to half HP. Teddy Bear Chill really looking for this dinosaur. Wants a little bit of that Cho'Gath. I think he's a bit too deep here. Yep, shut down by the Veigar. Alright. Gold getting evened, but Bristol has Soul Point.
Alright, I'm gonna get you to guess something for me right now. How much AP after this base does Veigar have? Don't spoil yourself.
With the Rabadons.
With Rabadons.
We're gonna go on the higher end. We're gonna go 760.
721.
Okay,
Considering
I wasn't too far off.
It's only 2 completed items. I just want to throw that out there. That's the part that I was looking at and impressed with. 200 stacks on the Phenomenal Evil, getting a lot of bonus AP coming into this one. I'm actually going to check once they hit the level 16 mark what the ultimate changes to, but right now it is doing a wicked 794 base damage up to potential 1600 execute. So, you know, the Akali is going to have a really scary time diving in because you have to get that literal perfect execution, or I'm biracial will just one-shot you on the way out.
Yep. Seems to have unlocked the control, alt, and delete buttons.
Like that. I like that a lot.
You are now just waiting for this dragon spawn. Both sides drawing their formations, getting that vision control. Yeah, you really don't want that Infernal Soul to come through. This Veigar's going to get even more AP. And I think they might have found what they needed. Xin forced to flash out. Rupture landing on biracial. If you can kill this Veigar before a fight... Oh, I mean, you killed them. Going for the Xin as well. And I think Talon does win this, but it's just going to play it safe. Backing off. Soren getting very low. Going golden here. Dumbed up. And I think you're dead. That is 2 incredibly important picks before this objective.
And we even have on the side, Teddy Bear Chill will be getting something done. They break open the top lane inhib, and this will give the potential to look for a game end if they are left alone. Do have top lane TPs up now, but both the mid laner ones will be down heading into this dragon. And the thing is, those picks were actually a little bit too early. Because if you look at the respawn, Veigar with the Predator will most definitely be able to get involved again. The Jinx, not necessarily, but they'll be able to throw out an ult at the very least. So there is actually still the window where Bristol end up getting to contest this dragon. They have Fiora pulled away from top to come down right now. So if Cho'Gath TPs, which we see Jojo doing now, there is always the option where they just look to stall and send Teddy Bear up to the top lane.
I don't think they want to stall. Forcing Xin stopwatch immediately will be able to take the lantern out here, but Lowhampton do have all the vision control at the moment surrounding the Baron.
He's coming.
He's going in with it. Can he execute? Yes, he does. Veigar gets cleaned up immediately, and that's that AP threat out of the game. Enchanted Crystal Arrow onto Teddy Bear Chill means that he is also shut down, and I think they might be able to go for the rest of the team. Keeping on going, Killmaster getting very low right now. Starex Gauge proccing, going for the turret dive. You have a lot of HP on this Cho'Gath. You could definitely go further forward, but maybe you go back, get that Drake, play it safe.
Just deny the soul. That's all you care about right here. You still have an open inhib top that's going to have 2 supers crashing down. So you can't actually push for much more. I expect Lowhampton are going to be just happy with this course of play base and then set up for the Baron. Because when you have that top inhib down, it's really annoying when you're dealing with Dragon. But when you're dealing with Baron, not so much. Because you already go to fix that wave as just a part of playing up there.
Feels like Bristol's kind of faltering a little bit. These last 2 fights have been a little bit sketchy. Biracial getting caught out a lot. What do you think that Bristol really need to do right now to make sure this doesn't happen again? Because I think if Lowhampton get another fight like that, that's just curtains.
They need to be clearing out their side lane, so the mid lane and the top lane right now. Top lane's going to be done for them because of the super minions, but they need mid priority to avoid getting flanked by this Akali, flanked by the Talon, and then just using the Veigar to buy space. But the issue is, They've not leveled up in a while. You remember when I asked for the AP check, they were still level 14 then. They have not been able to get XP because they're constantly just getting killed in these fights. We need to see I'm Biracial standing forward, getting aggressive horizons down to try and stop this engage.
Throwing out these long-range ults, forcing Bristol to back off this objective.
That's good.
Bristol
Okay.
do a vision.
They can look for it. Fiora is going to push on the bottom lane. They're not going to commit to coming over here. You just need to buy time right now.
Stop the bases, delay the Baron, but I think you might have gone a little bit deep. Biracial also dying. I mean, that's a massive amount of damage coming out of that Primordial Burst, but unfortunately, I think it's a little bit late. Fiora is in the side lane, but they get the Baron, they can channel the backs, they can stop the push.
I don't think Fiora's going to be able to break open this last turret before then. So they are going to be left wandering. Clear out the mid lane, but that Baron buff pretty much carries you over to the next Infernal Dragon if you don't manage to end on it here. So, we have got Lowhampton coming back into this game, showing that they do have the chops to play through the mid to late game. I imagine that they're going to be able to end on this push, but when you're walking into a Veigar, there is always the potential for a pick. I just don't think that we're going to get it, though. I feel like that Lowhampton just haven't seemed to falter for quite a few minutes now.
They're looking very, very clean right now. Mechanics on point, positioning their team play very, very tight. But at the end of the day, it does come down to execution. You've executed amazingly for the last few minutes, but you still have to close out the game. There are still structures to be destroyed. I mean, I don't know if Killmaster going in here is what you want for Bristol, as he just gets nommed by Jojo. Very, very fat dinosaur in the front, as Teddy Bear is currently 3v1ing in the backline. GA will be procced. A slight delay. He gets the kill onto Ashe, but I will fall in return. That is currently a 2-for-1 in favor of Lowhampton. Health bars dropping very low on Bristol. This right of the Arcane able to facilitate this pressure forwards. And I think that's the ace. That's the game.
That will be it. Knock down Lowhampton, coming back decisively after a shaky early game. Of all things, I was not expecting to be saying that heading into the finals, but we get to see almost an inversion of their typical playstyle, using the picks that they would normally do, but attacking the game from a completely different way. Very nicely done from Lowhampton to take the first game lead in the series now.
Yeah, definitely both teams really showing that this should be a competitive series. Very close between the two of them. Rocking back and forth, you know, we had some moments where we have Bristol with this large advantage on Soul Point, but Lowhampton really showing that they can execute even in tight situations.
But my favourite part about this game, we got a competitive series. What I was worried about was not having answers from Bristol. I was worried that they were going to come in, have their things like Lissandra banned away, not be able to actually contest with Lowhampton, and then just get a basic 3-0. Right now, I am confident to say that Bristol, with that Veigar pick, and I'm hoping with other things they have in the pocket, do have what it takes to beat Lowhampton. They have got the material. It's just crafting it into something coherent now.
Have you looked at the damage graphs?
I'm gonna look now. I see.
That Xerath did by far the most amount of damage, almost
Yeah.
doubling that enemy Jinx
First strike, by the
as
way.
the highest. First strike, get making gold off the back of that. I mean, not maybe the most impressive in lane, but those rights of the Arcane, that was a lot of pressure.
Okay, so as we are looking into this next one, we have Bristol choosing red side. They're going to try and get themselves counter pick to try and look to see if that was the main issue coming into the next game. Don't know if it necessarily was. I think that it was mainly execution based because there were plenty of times where that game looked winnable. But now, any last words before we hop to a break before the next game?
I think the Killmaster needs to have a little bit of a look at where he went wrong with that jungle matchup, because
Rename from the
bit
Deathmaster,
of
I
a
see.
jungle gap. Yeah, maybe. I think that might be a bit more apt for this series, but we'll be back with you shortly as we get everything set up for the next game. Hopefully, it shouldn't be too long. We're back. We're ready. We're going into Game 2 now. Winter NUEL 2021 Grand Finals. Lowhampton versus Bristol. Lowhampton taking the first game, but it should be a very competitive series as we start seeing these adaptations coming in the second draft.
Our expectations were very quickly quashed of getting a quick 3-0 as Bristol put up a hell of a fight heading into the early game despite starting on the back foot with Lowhampton's cheesy first blood working to fruition, picking off the enemy jungler and getting that first kill over to their Ashe. Even then, Bristol was still able to have a very strong early to mid game. They stayed competitive the whole way through. They had the soul point threatened and had the side lane pressure from the Fiora. Like, all the material, it was all there. It was so close. It just wasn't enough, though.
Yeah. Both teams, they had it at one point. I mean, props to Lowhampton for bringing that lead back, but we'll be looking at some matchups coming in. And, I mean, this is a best of 5. Nerves and mental is something you have to remember. You're coming into Game 2. There aren't many players that have really been playing at this level yet.
It's realistically, Jojo is the one person in this series who has got actual long-time competitive experience. He's played a lot of UKEL on different teams. He is very experienced in those aspects. So having that rock up in the top lane and having him actually play champions that epitomize that, these weak side tank top lanes, and then being able to potentially shot call or at very least calm your team down when things are going wrong, is invaluable in a best of 5 environment.
Who knows, we might even see the rock coming out from Jojo later today in the draft if it's a good angle, but it is the right side that Bristol have chosen with that side selection, so now they get the choice of that R5 counter pick, as we see Yuumi and Tahm Kench, Jojo's Tahm Kench, again, getting banned out.
We have to say that the Yone was completely ignored last game. I wonder if that will be the case again, or if we might see it start to show its face. Do have the Lissandra once again taken away, and this is something that in the downtime we're saying, hey, even though you've swapped sides, why would Lowhampton actually change anything up? They were completely fine with the fact they were able to play out that game. They knew how that champ select was going to go. Oh yeah, we leave Thresh open, Bristol prioritize Thresh, we get the jungle advantage because the Talon is realistically the only shared champion between these teams, and then they were golden.
Absolutely, Biracial really showing that he can put out pressure on these side lanes with the picks like the Sandra and the Vigar that we saw last game, as Savagery's Zoe is getting banned out again. I don't think this pick's ever going to see the light of day.
I can't expect it happening. Like, there's going to need to be something absolutely disgusting coming out from Lowhampton to actually necessitate that Zoe ban being removed, because the Tahm Kench performance from Jojo last week was very, very good, but the Zoe is something that you don't even want to see from Savagery, considering it unlocks their champion pool so much, with their main priority being this kind of melee assassin bruiser player. Savagery, like their namesake, likes to get up in your face, likes to brawl with you, and then the fact they can also play Zoe makes it so awkward because drafts go way, way differently when you have to consider that. And speaking of, we do now have the Xerath being the different ban this time. Removing that away gets rid of that Ashe Xerath duo we've seen beat down on Bristol twice now.
Yep, and it will be the Jinx stolen away from Sora in this game. Another lethal tempo abuser, of course, and that will be the B1 pick for Lowhampton. This Jinx has been prioritized by both teams. I think both teams do value this pick at the moment, and Killmaster wants a taste of that talent.
Yeah, it is the contested champion between them, and there's a good reason for it. It's still very strong. The first strike is something that can get a lot of work done, but the Conqueror being picked up in the previous game made it very, very irritating in extended fights, especially with the buffs on this patch to it, giving a bit extra duration and a bit more of that AD that got removed back into it.
What are you sort of expecting on adaptations now? I mean, we've got the Jinx, we've got the Talon, stealing that away. How do you think the rest of this draft's going to go? Do you think they're just going to go the same idea?
I was waiting to see if the Thresh was locked in there, because
there it is.
Realistically, Suntel, she had a very good Thresh game. There's no reason to not pick it up here, but you don't have the Jinx now. So the question is, what's getting paired with it? Because next one that's most obvious is the Aphelios, but now you've opened yourself up to potential Jinx Brom, something that can just stonewall you quite hard, having this Skarner, that's something that I'm a bit curious to see. It does well into the Talon because he jumps in and then you hit him with the Impale and laugh in their face as you just run him in a circle for Jinx to kill. As we'll have to see if they even care that much actually about picking up the support in this rotation.
Yeah, as we see that Cassiopeia, Hover, and the Vel'Koz are these AP champions. Not too bad of a choice, as we have Braum coming in to pair with the Jinx. A little bit more of that. Okay, we could play a bit back, a bit of disengage and protect for this champion.
I like the mixed style that they've got going on right here. The Skarner just holds you still, and then the Braum stacks up that passive. It's a very cut and dry strategy that we have from Lowhampton. And now, the question is, what do Bristol Warriors want to take in response? It will be that Caitlyn. I believe we did actually see the Thresh Caitlyn lane come out from them in the game that they won.
Correct.
So that is something we need to keep an eye on. In that game, it was Lissandra, Tryndamere, and Graves heading off their top side. This time already different with the Talon picked up and Lissandra banned away. So I'm curious to see if they can get away with that, because you have counterpick now for your top lane. So Jojo becomes a decent bit less scary without counter as we get Missban.
Yeah, that might have just been a mistake there, I would imagine. But we'll see if any more of Biracial's champ pool does get banned out, as we've already seen 2 bans targeted towards him, and he has not picked that mid laner yet. So it is possible that he might be forced to play something that isn't. Oh.
Apparently it was a Pantheon ban that didn't go through, so I'm sure it's been communicated between the teams. And I'm expecting to see the Camille ban now potentially might be swapped out with the Fiora. Exact same second rotation if it is the Camille from Lowhampton coming out here. And that's just to set Jojo up for playing a blind pick tank top lane, which, you know what? If it's Ornn, if it's Cho'Gath, Sion, I think it's going to be fine all the same.
Alright, we have that Akali. Akali, honestly, being a bit of a menace in the late game, able to dive in very deep, pick up those kills onto that enemy Veigar, and blow open team fights, honestly. We'll see if Veigar gets banned. Yep, it does get banned as well.
And I'm glad that that's when you started talking about, because I was worried. I was saying, okay, maybe they might actually let this one through, and that would be a bit of a mistake in my opinion if they had gone through with it, because the Veigar provided a massive value being able to use the Predator and match the early game pressure. So now, what does Biracial have left to blind pick? I'm not seeing many champions that work well for blind pick for them. The Orianna, if they do actually commit to that lock-in, which they have now, is not something we actually associate with this player.
Not really, haven't seen it coming out that much, but you do have a Talon that could go in, you do have a Thresh. It's not too bad. Scaling control mage, we expect this slower game from Bristol. I don't really see Orianna as this champion that can put out that same side lane pressure with the Predator.
Exactly. The Predator isn't exactly what Orianna likes to be going. Normally it is the phase rush, especially against the Skarner. Having phase rush is very important, because if you get smited or if you get hit by potentially the Skarner's slow from over a wall, you need to be able to run away from them, because if you do get ultimated, you die. Skarner will just insta-give anybody that they pull away, because the rest of the team will be able to provide enough damage. We get Jojo actually taking their signature set blind pick up in the top lane, and now a proxy pick last.
Proxy pick again with a Mumu. Yep, there's, we'll see what exactly comes out of that in course. Mumu is Diana, so that is going to Savagery. Diana in the mid lane, most likely. What's the R5? Any guesses?
Against the set? I mean, Vladimir is fine if they want to go for it. I mean, Yone is still open once again, but it will be ignored, as it looks like Teddy Bear Chill is just going to take a heavy scaling option up into that top lane, which I think works with what the team was doing. It's kind of what they did last time, going for less tower destruction and more of just being able to exist and have a massive team fight impact, kind of shifting their priority from the side laner to the team fighter.
And it is definitely worth noting that Vladimir synergizes amazingly with some of the new items. Of course, Crown getting nerfed a little bit this match, although he doesn't really build that. It's more to do with the Cosmic Drive and that Demonic Embrace scaling with his Blood Pact as well. does a lot of damage now and scales up a little bit quicker than he used to.
Vladimir very, very happy to see the preseason, so we'll have to find out if Teddy Bear Chill can pilot that one to fruition. And I'm trying to think, as we do this Champ Select remake, if Lowhampton have what it take to actually handle that Vladimir, because I don't think they have a massive amount of point-and-click CC outside the Skarner, and if the Skarner's ulting the Vladimir, then the Talon gets to roam free.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Outside of that, I mean, Vlad still has a W. That should probably end up picking a Zonya's. It's gonna be quite hard to lock down. We'll
they never need to get in melee range either, so...
Definitely looking at this top. We'll see this continuation though. Teddy Bear Chill was prioritizing Fiora last game, and yet again, we're putting him on a Vlad. We're gonna see if he has the chops here to put some pressure onto Lowhampton and maybe carry the game.
Player that Lowhampton said, if there was somebody we fear, it is that Teddy Bear up there in the top lane. Hopefully they will not have a Teddy Bear-like performance on the Vladimir this game, as I feel like we should probably address the Diana in that mid lane. Very aggressive pick, especially post 6, but is super susceptible in the lane phase, which kind of matches up with Skarner, meaning if we can get Bristol playing a very strong early first 5 levels in the mid 2v2, that could actually give them quite the avenue to actually get advantages on these side lanes.
And Talon is definitely a champion that is capable of facilitating that. The thing is, whilst we did see Bristol, putting up quite a good fight in the early game, and yes, there was that late invade, but I don't know, it's just a bit uncharacteristic of Bristol to really go for those proactive plays early. They said they don't like coin flips. This might not be as much of a coin flip, but early pressure always has a bit of risk to it.
So, I'm taking a look at these two comps now, and I've stopped trying to just say which comp I favour, and I like to kind of work through the process out loud, because I think that helps a lot more, and also helps for viewers listening to understand why certain comps should be favoured. Because if you look over at Bristol Warriors on the red side, they have got a pretty dirty wombo combo with the ultimates from Orianna, Talon and Vladimir in team fights. The thing is, you need a target when you go for a wombo combo, and the only solitary backliner is actually that Jinx. Everybody else is a bruisery, frontline kind of mid-range champion. Skarner doesn't mind if he's at the front, Brom doesn't mind if he's at the front. Diana, Savagery will mind a little bit, but if they're flanking from the side, them and Jojo are going to be completely fine getting hit a little bit before they engage. So, taking a look, I think that overall, I quite like what Lowhampton have going here, with their main weakness being that mid-jungle in the first 5 levels, which, historically, Bristol should not be able to punish.
Might be the read that Lowhampton have, given the way that last game played out. They think, okay, well, here's the thing. Bristol's early game has been alright, but it's not stellar. We think maybe we could just pick these champions that don't quite have as much pressure and just get away with it.
I think that is probably the mindset they're going for, and when you come off of the first game win like that, you're allowed to be a little bit cocky, you're allowed to be confident. Especially, one of the main things that I want to really just stress for everybody watching is that so many of these players are new to not only best of 5s, this is probably the first best of 5 for most of the people playing this game right now, but also you're in a finals environment, you're fighting for a University Esports Masters spot right now, and you are playing a team game, right? You need to be not the person that falls apart. You need to be a stalwart member of your squad to keep it coherent, and that is why I think that the Killmaster getting their Talon will be the most defining factor for this series. If they have a great Talon game and absolutely monster on this Skarner, dive the bottom lane on repeat, make Jojo feel sad in the top lane, then this becomes a real series. But if they get shut down early, if we have another level 1 first blood from a really good read from Lowhampton followed by an overextension from Bristol, then the series starts to get a bit bleak for Bristol's potential.
Absolutely, and just have to remember that 3 members of this Bristol roster, Stuntails, Killmaster, and even the Teddy Bear at the top, they are new. It's only Soren and I'm biracial that have been on this roster before, so that comfort pick in the Talon may be helping to ameliorate that mental that you gotta keep that intact throughout the entire series. And once again, gotta shout out our amazing sponsors, Intel 12th generation with their CPUs and SteelSeries for making this all possible, of course, as it shouldn't be too much longer before we get ourselves into Summoner's Rift, hopefully.
How are you feeling?
Good. I mean, I mean, I don't even know what to say. Just amazed to be here. Good series. I mean, we got two competitive teams, some adaptations. Feeling good.
Yeah, I'm glad because it's not every day you get to do a finals, and this is a fun experience through and through. Obviously, thank you to all the NUEL teams that took part this split, and now we get to finally see the creme de la creme of these two rosters. When you have two teams that fight off in winners bracket and then get the reset coming through, Bristol Warriors fighting their way past DMU to make it back here, we know that these are the two strongest teams right now. They must be. They proved it twice.
And the thing is, I mean, DMU and Grey Warwick, these teams, I mean, they both beat those teams got knocked out. I mean, there were some really hard-hitting names that came in earlier. I mean, they've made a hell of a run. It's not something we expected.
And as we are getting ready to hop onto the Rift, we've got our last few bits of preamble as we do once again get that Smite Ignite Talon.
Absolutely. Most of the runes still seem the same. I mean, Spellbook on the Vladimir is not something I always see every day. However, it's not entirely uncommon, but be interested to see exactly how Teddy Bear manipulates that rune to his advantage this game.
The main alternate ones being that Predator, mainly for the mid lane, for roaming to river fights in the side lane, and then Phase Rush. I read that at least as Teddy Bear saying, hey, we don't realistically need to have Phase Rush because I'm just going to be poking down Jojo and he's not going to be getting engages onto me. I can't die to Skarner in this lane. I'm very confident. And then the Predator, I suppose it makes sense because we're talking about them not having people to dive on into the backline. You have Jinx and that's it. And if you want to kill Jinx, you have two people to do it. So the real issue is work on the front line and then make your way to the back.
Absolutely. Much like last game, we do see Bristol showing a little bit of restraint, not going for that late invade in this case, and just playing it safe. Don't want to get caught out by this bush that Lowhampton have set up once again.
Let us know who you're supporting in the chat coming into this one. Let's see with the late invade actually coming through now. No first blood going to result from it though, with Suntail seeing this one. But the buff will almost definitely be stolen unless we get a very hearty contest.
Alright, so there might be some different jungle pathings here as we do see Jojo warding up the top side. Soren and Suntails here trying to contest a little bit. Not entirely sure about this level 1. Playback, bone plating, aftershock coming through. Both teams will back off.
And I'm currently staring at the bottom lane because, drumroll, they did manage to deny the first 3 minions worth of XP over to Lowhampton's bottom lane. So while you can't play aggressive because you know the enemy jungler is quite literally around the corner, you at very least will have the XP lead for these first 2 levels to compensate.
Absolutely. However, you do still have to remember, play a little bit safer. You don't have the pressure there. As we will see Talon invading the top side, and that will be spotted out by that ward placed by Jojo earlier.
Nicely done. We'll give all the information they need, and it looks like we'll just get some vertical clears from both of them. As actually, I tell a lie, it's a gank onto biracial.
However, one biracial in a bit of trouble, forced to burn their flash very early on. Nice play from Deskaro to recognize that.
And this is really rough for the Caitlyn being on the weak side part of the split
Lovely
map.
hook through the minion, but I don't think you can get anything more past that Unbreakable.
Imagine to get some chip damage, but it's really not much. Jinx is going to have a great time just basing here, actually, knowing that they are no longer going to be the strong side of the map once Skarner finishes this clear. So, as we take a look through, relatively passive compared to the previous game. We didn't have any First Bloods happening level 1. We didn't have anything going horribly wrong for either of these teams. And like we were saying, that means it goes in the favour of Lowhampton, because it needs to be their mid-jungle getting put down early, and they got the first successful gank off.
Exactly. I mean, you have the talent. This is a Skarner and a Diana. They don't have the early game it's sort of on about, and it does look like Lowhampton are getting away with it at the moment.
And one of the things I was talking about earlier was having the dive potential onto the Jinx. You got two people that want to kill Jinx, okay. But then, if you look at the other side, Diana can actually scrap with the Talon, can scrap with the Vladimir, and has good dive targets in the Orianna Caitlyn. So Savagery has the potential to near on 1v9 this game with a bit of support from the team.
Eventually, we'll just have to see how these lane phases end up playing out in the early stages of the game. Of course, Savagery, as expected, is losing a little bit of farm to this Orianna, who has the wave on their side at the moment. The Skrull will get spotted out by that ward, and nothing will come from it. That's just early lane phases playing out as usual.
And this is nicely done from Lowhampton to just take away a lot of the potential pressure that a Caitlyn can otherwise have. Not able to leverage that range, and with the rocket form, Jinx is actually even able to put out the same degree of pressure. So this is just a good performance from the team we expected to be coming in here as the favourites.
Absolutely. Not much going on, honestly. Just get your stuff set up. Okay, I mean, you trade a little bit. You don't get this kill, you never get this kill, it's a Vlad. Dragon is spawning, though.
Yeah, that's something. We got a mountain. That's gonna at least mean something for both of these teams, considering the potential soft wombo combos. Having a mountain dragon helps to mitigate that at very least a little bit. You know, you won't be getting the soul, unfortunately, so that's going to be Orianna, Caitlyn, and Jinx all crying into their palms as they're waiting for the Infernal Rift and the infinite engages that will come after it.
Who knows? Maybe we get one of the new souls. Spawn rates have decreased, but, you know, Chemtech Dragon. That could cause some chaos.
I think it only causes chaos. I've not seen a game go completely unaffected by the Chemtech Soul, and that's just because those zones are in such annoying positions for defending, as we do get a bit of offense coming out.
Lantern in, flash play, really nice. Immediately flashed away by YB Neverlow as Braum is forced to burn his flash as well. Very nice proactive play coming out from Killmaster, burning some resources as we pan over to the mid lane, and I'm Biracial's in trouble. Drops the Shockwave, getting very low, able to run away with that phase rush, and that will just be no kills to either side, just summons.
That was a really, really good shockwave from I'm Biracial, because they actually position backwards, so it throws both Skarner and Diana away, basically acting as a glorified Singed flip right there, proccing the phase rush, they get to scoot on out to safety. And that's really big, because Diana not having ult removes so much of the pressure that this champion actually has on you. Yeah, it's not the longest cooldown in the game, but at least you're going to have a few minutes of respite, as Killmaster needs to catch up on XP quick.
Absolutely, just making sure that his Orianna gets to shoved. Good bit of, like, you know, jungle mid duo synergy there. Little bit of love. We don't see that as much nowadays from jungle and mid. We always have like the duo Q bot dynamic going on. I feel like jungle mid should get some more appreciation.
I feel like now the latest generation of jungle mid is oi, mid laner, take Predator, come help me in the jungle. That's basically what it's turned into at this point.
Yeah, I mean, with the rune, it got a bit of a nerf this patch, but it's still running rampant.
Yeah,
go to side
it's
lanes.
pretty silly.
Yeah.
Which, as a jungler, not complaining, it's nice to have the mid laners at your beck and call every time you walk away. If only it was that case in solo queue, but unfortunately not.
Solo queue is an environment, one that is
very different.
A little bit chaotic.
And I think that...
Okay, alright then.
Yeah, no, it looked like something, but when Skarner doesn't have the Predator, just showing up on the screen isn't enough to be like, hey, yeah, the ganks happen now.
Yeah, it doesn't have the ult either.
Yeah, level 5 Skarner is relatively pitiful compared to the mighty level 6, who is potentially going to get collapsed on here, but will not, as this mid-jungle duo that we were predicting to be the main force of aggression.
Oh no, Flash Moonfall, you're dead. That's first blood to Savagery. Killmaster getting caught out in his own jungle, definitely showcasing that maybe he should change his tag to the Deathmaster at the moment.
So, you know, like the whole thing of show don't tell, I suppose that clearly Lowhampton were knowing the kind of trek I was going with that point, and just decide to demonstrate the fact that their mid jungle is really scary, even when they have no right to be.
So there will be some plates secured in the bot lane
no.
for Bristol, however, I don't think you can get this. You don't have the ultimate. Orianna trading back. Why do you go back in? Shockwave, tower shot. I think you trade. Yes, you do. But I think that's more worth for the Diana.
Removing the red buff, though, is at least going to be something that you're not too upset about. But the thing is, Jojo is mid to push this wave in. So yeah, it is going to be massively in the Diana's favor now. Even though you are going to be losing out on the dragon, we'll have to see which next one will be denied from the soul. See, one of the things I like to do after the first dragon died was like, okay, now we got the 50-50 of souls. Will it be this one that's really good for the team, or this one that's really bad? But now there's 4 options, so I just can't do that anymore.
Hextech Drake and Chemtech Drake really adding to the pool. Not so much predictability now. I mean...
It's a Hextech, by the way, for this next one.
Okay, well, at least we eliminated that one. So what we got? We got Cloud, Infernal, and Chemtech.
What's the other one? Ocean. Ocean's the other one. I was like,
yeah, I forgot about Ocean.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, Ocean was really the hotness at the start of last season, but since then, even with the Soul, it's not been the scariest thing in the world. Mountain has, funnily enough, been at the top of the mountain up until this preseason. We do have Talon over the wall.
Savagery going in with all of his kit. However, the Killmaster is here, and he is looking for a kill. Shadow Assault in. Byros having to flash away. Savagery making the turn. Ignite goes down. I think the Killmaster's Q should be in range. Yep, he secures the kill, but really good from Savagery to be able to secure that. Suntail Soren getting very low here. Skarner running up. Nope.
Oh, Rift Herald. They're not going to get the gank off here, but they will at least be able to exert the pressure and potentially look for this first blood tower. And if you do defend it, then you will just get Skarner yeeted and killed, because Suntails, they have the flash, but she's not exactly the healthiest right now. So now, if you see, that's a lot of pressure just being eaten up on this bot side where Teddy Bear Chill is not able to get anything done to counter it.
I mean, this is 10 minutes into the game. This is a lot of gold this early on. I mean, right now the lead 16.3, but hasn't dropped the Herald yet. Kind of waiting. Okay, I spoke too soon.
2 tower plates is when the Herald will just kill it outright, as it looks like they are just going to walk away from this one.
I'm also looking for play on the top lane. Showstopper goes down, might be able to get into safety. Jogo not quite able to pick up the return kill. Very nice play to get out of that though.
Jojo, very good on this set. One of their signature champions, especially for their weak side king. They are able to still make proactive things happen, nearly getting that one. And when your weak side's getting that much done, it's rough.
That's the Impale. That's the Moonfall. Not used just yet, but the Crescent Strike flash forward. Nice. It's a 1-for-1.
That's good. They tagged with the slow at the very end, so they will be able to pick up the return. And unfortunately for Biracial, despite them being the one that has received a lot of this Skarner's attention so far, their bot lane still ends up losing the first blood tower to this Jinx. So the Jinx seems to be the real scariest pick of this series so far from what I'm gathering.
Yeah, Jinx having gotten advantages in lane both times, which is quite interesting because Caitlyn normally is able to get that early push and advantage with the attack range here. But maybe it's that threat of the early Skarner and the invade that might have dissuaded that one.
It was the vertical jungle that really ruined it. Caitlyn can't push up because, well, if you try to and Skarner comes over the wall, then you lose all of your lead. So going for the defensive route, Caitlyn on weak side just isn't something that should be allowed, let alone encouraged.
Absolutely not quite what the champion identity is there. Can be quite safe. You have range, but not... well, you get the ward.
But on the subject of wards, look at this vision coverage right here from Lowhampton. It means that Killmaster on this Talon can't even walk up safely right here.
And there might be another death. No, able to lantern himself out of safety. Moonfall onto Soren, taking a massive amount of damage. You are 3 levels down. You have no chance in hell that you're winning that one. Glacial Fissure zap and zapped again by this Jinx as she picks up her first kill of the game.
And this is more of what we were expecting coming into this series. Lowhampton finding a relatively early lead, dominating through lane, and then smashing the game open. The fact that they have finally managed to find their footing after a bit of a weaker first game, it's scary if you're Bristol, because very rarely, 11-3 in regular season, only dropping 2 games throughout the playoffs, very rarely do Lowhampton actually lose when they get these game states.
Alright, Impale, Shockwave traded out, but that's 3-1, and I think you're just dead. Another kill over to that Jinx 2-0-0 right now.
It's cut and dry. That's literally the thing I said in Champion Select. Skarner drags into Flame Chompers and Bromstun, you die. It's that easy. When you have the phase rush and Skarner can proc it as he's pulling you, they can basically get you half a screen away before the Impale's done.
So you know how we're talking about the fact that this Diana and this Skarner might be a weak point in the early game? Well, we're 14 minutes through and Lowhampton have a 5.3k gold lead.
Yeah, it's not good. Not good at all. Not good for Bristol right here, as their shining light of this Vladimir has first item, but is only a first item Vladimir. So that kind of duality that we have going. We do get the Ocean Rift, the one we've forgotten. The Forgotten Soul returns to us now.
Bringing life to Summoner's Rift right now as the second Herald starts spawning. Lowhampton setting up for that, pushing out that mid-wave. See if Bristol decides to contest this. It is second Herald. It isn't the most important objective in the game. Do you really want to give more turret pressure to the enemy?
The fact you've managed to hold the first tier mid for this long is enough of a reason to want to contest the Herald. The issue is you just don't have the tools to do it, because your Vladimir and your Orianna are the main wombo combo proponents. Your Vladimir is still a one-item Vladimir, and does not realistically want to be doing that. So I would say you have to give it, because this backfires very quickly if it goes even slightly in the favour of Lowhampton. And you see, that's why Killmaster doesn't even try and look over the wall.
Savagery waiting on the wings. They're almost a sixth sense. He knows this Diana's here, but playing on the edge of that one. I mean, I suppose you do have your Orianna there to support you. It's a 2v1 supposedly, but lack of vision.
Supposedly? Sorry, I really like that of apparently it's a 1v1. They say it is, but you don't really get that support, do you, now when Diana jumps on you?
Blue lane not one going through, and I mean, I don't think you can finish the kill. You're going to trade a bunch of tower shots, but nice play from Savagery to put some pressure there. Okay, Suntails lanterning in Teddy Bear onto the Braum, and I think NBA Hook Boy is going to go down, and it will be the sniper picking up that kill.
Not going to be a shutdown, but it at least will give some degree of pressure. Thing is, Jojo on this set will have a fine time pushing out the bottom lane. And I'm going to pan over quickly to see. It looks like they are going to be able to basically kill this turret. If they don't get here, it will go down to a sliver of HP, as that will be a lot of money going back into Jojo's favour. Unfortunately for Bristol, more than you got for the kill.
Yep, absolutely. These mythics starting to come online for the entire map right now. We're seeing this Rocket Belt and the Chem Tank coming in for this mid-jungle on the side of Lowhampton. That move speed allowing you to access the members of Bristol.
And adding a tiny bit more burst to the Turbo Chem Tank, as it had that little fundamental change coming into the preseason. No longer has that basic Immolate passive. It just does a slight, basically an enhanced Deadman's Plate auto attack when it does get on top of you now. As we do have Rift Herald place mid, like you say, will be going to knock down this mid tier 1, and I feel
he's going for it again. Moonfall in, Shockwave does land again, but unfortunately this Diana is a bit too big right now. Yep, another charge.
Another charge, another game.
Oh, Suntails does land the hook onto the Skarner trap, and the ultimate should allow them to secure that one. Megadeth Rocket isn't quite enough with the heal. Can Bristol make anything more out of this? I'm not sure about that one.
Suntails!
However, Suntails does land it. NBA Hook Boy going down. Suntails ticking with the Ignite. Jinx getting excited. Can she make the play? Gonna get shut down by the Killmaster. Finally living up to his name as Bristol sweep up some kills for themselves.
And it's all off of the back of Suntails when it is looking like you're going 0-2 in the series. When it is going dark, she gets consecutive hooks, pulling Skarner under tower and then committing their flash. and she managed to get another. Starting off that play, this could be the potential comeback from Bristol. It's at very least what they needed to get some breathing room in the series.
Bit of gold into your pocket. You are 2 Drakes up, remember this. It is an Ocean Soul, and honestly, it's not too bad for this team. However, Teddy Bear might be caught out here, forced to flash over the wall. Savagery with the chase. Lantern. Suntails is always there for this team.
She is watching over the squad and simultaneously watching over the opposition. Nicely done. This Thresh, there is a reason that every time it has been available, she has picked up. And you can see why. She's really good at the champion. Like, I've got no critiques so far for the Thresh play.
Thresh play has been very, very clean so far. We'll see maybe in the next series whether Lowhampton decides to adapt this as proving to be quite problematic. This Lantern being able to spot this Braum here, and then the hook. He might just be able to die. He's just dead.
Okay, it's a 5v4 coming into the Dragon, and take a look at the top of your screen. It is an Ocean Soul point. Yes, it's been a little while since we've said that as the critical game-defining factor, but when you have a Vladimir, there is the potential for this to just be super, super oppressive as the game goes on. Will Skarner attempt to jump in to get the Smite steal? I don't think so. I mean, he's got to die for it if they commit.
I'm not sure if Soul Point is worth giving away that gold. Yep, and they will just secure the Drake. Both teams back away. Lowhampton saying, okay, well, we got a bit of gold in our pocket. We can use that to advantage. We have structures. We don't need to blow it all right now.
I actually like that Bristol waited and pulled the Dragon out of the pit there, because it means that if Skarner wants to jump in, then it kind of puts Lowhampton in that position where if the team isn't truly coordinated, somebody might walk in to try and save them, then you might get 2 for 1 even if the Smite goes the enemy's way. And the Baron was 30 seconds away from respawning, so you needed to get this Dragon because there was no counter-attack play to go and trade it for a Baron just because he killed the enemy jungler after the fact.
Yeah, and speaking of Baron, we do see Suntails fishing out a little bit of vision for Bristol. However, there is a Scorpion in that bush, and I think that Scorpion's sting might have found its victim as Suntails goes down to the Jinx.
Instant TP coming out right now. There is no Thresh to secure you vision. There is a ward on the Baron, though. I see 1 control ward, and it's in JoJo's inventory. Skarner has the red trinket, but they haven't used it yet, so they are knowingly
JoJo looking for this kill on the Killmaster, and I think a kill he might get. Forced to Shadow Assault away. Resources expended. Neverlow again does die. Moonfall onto 2. Glacial Fissure coming down, but Diana might have went a bit too deep. JoJo's finally here, able to get that flash auto onto the Caitlyn. Now it's just Teddy Chill alive. Fresh will be coming back soon. Can he 1v3? Will get the 1 kill. It does stop the Baron, however, and that's what Bristol needed.
And that was the hard committal right there from Biracial, trying to get the Jinx off of the objective. Does manage to get the kill with the help of a Baron auto attack following through the air. And while that play overall kill-wise is going to go Lowhampton's favor, denying that Baron when your jungler was getting picked at the start of the play is going to be so good. Because now you could continue to just run it back. You could get vision down and decisively just play from a distance. The Orianna can buy you so much space. Now that Skarner doesn't have flash available, the ability to just dissonance at them and flay them away will give you enough time to be safe.
Whilst Lowhampton do still have 5,000 gold ahead of their opponents in Bristol right now. Hopefully we'll see them being able to leverage that before the next objective spawns, as that's what Bristol's exactly waiting for here. Seeing that slow macro gameplay coming through, playing for objectives.
Oh no, oh.
Another Impale should be going into Savagery here. A bit of a flop on the Shockwave. I think you're dead. Braum picks it up. Not exactly who you want the gold on, but it is a kill nonetheless. And the Baron gets started up once more.
I do a little bit of caster cursing if you don't know. It's actually my second job right here. I start off by casting and then I curse people by throwing out phrases like that. Baron down to 3.5k. Talon in range, won't be able to get in though.
Blue team has slain Baron Nashor. That is what we see here. And the red team, Bristol, they get a turret. They get a turret in the bot. They get a turret in the mid. But that's more gold over to Lowhampton.
Oh, Teddy Bear's gonna die
Oh
here.
no.
There's no TP up. They're gonna have to commit flash
You
over
have
the
the
wall or
Sanguine
die.
Paw, but the Scorpion is here. He's got the CC. Can he make it out of this? At the moment, it looks like he might. A huge amount of healing coming out of this champion. Concussive blows not able to proc yet. Showstopper coming in. Beautiful flash away. Can they make this play work? 4 members, never low again, going onto Soren. That is the kill. Jinx getting excited by Rachel on the back with TP. This play is going on everywhere. What the hell is going on?
You have Killmaster on the back line, but they don't really want to go in here. It's not great.
Getting very low. Can he get to that lantern? Not quite. Maybe Sanguine Paw. He gets out with it.
Okay, but now you've got two
no,
people.
the Moonfall. That's 2 kills, though. There's no way Deskuro gets out this. Okay, Killmaster getting shut down. In the end, I mean, you get 3 kills. I mean, that was all over the place, honestly.
There's 2 reasons you can talk about that. The first, most important part, is that the dragon is up in 37.65 seconds. If you take a look at those respawns, Killmaster will be trailing out of the base. Biracial invested their TP to get there, so we're going to need to see if they can try and get any kind of vision down, any kind of priority, because if we take a look at the minimap right now, because of how extended that play was, Lowhampton were able to get a lot of wards down in the enemy jungle and the river in front of it. Looks like forfeit.
I think you do just have to give it away. We take a look at those items. Set 2.5. Garner 2.5. Diana has 3, working towards 4. You're just kind of out-walleted here. They kind of got the more money, and you don't really want to fight them when they have more money, because generally that doesn't work in your favor.
I mean, Diana with more money can usually win a game on their own, so this is a pretty dire spot for Soren here. They're doing a lot on the Caitlyn with what they have available, but
Untail's landing a beautiful hook onto Hookboy. Hookboy might need to show up, might need to just play a hook champion next game. I don't know. Kind of getting shown up right now. I'm not really living up to that user to me.
I mean, they're called a hook boy. That doesn't mean that they throw the hooks. They could just be the recipient of a lot of them. And to be fair, on the Brom, that is your job.
Yeah. I've definitely received a lot of hooks from Suntails. Suntails with the precision this game, but I'm not sure if you wanted to precisely go into that bush at this moment as you get killed by Skarner again.
Lowhampton have used the Baron buff currently to get that Ocean Dragon, deny the soul, and now it's going to be used for a little bit more. They're able to crack open this top lane tier 1, and they are going to be able to secure the bottom lane inhibitor turret. Base is broken. Caitlyn and Orianna cannot protect you forever anymore. There is so much free dive real estate right here. I feel like if Lowhampton want to take this game safe, they're just going to chill out and farm. Lowhampton typically don't play like that though, so I expect a lot of vision cleared out in the topside jungle, and then just an excessive amount of diving and Skarner pickery.
You are 8 and a bit K gold behind. I might have spoke too soon, as I think you might be a bit further behind. Okay, maybe not. Oh well, Savagery goes gold and does pick up the kill onto the Killmaster, going back onto I'm Biracial. Does Savagery get the 2v1? Yes, he does, and that's a double kill. And that could potentially seal the game, honestly.
Oh, the Caitlyn ultimate not able to get at the ace of the hole, denied by the shield. Diana so oppressive went ahead, and now Teddy Bear, last line of defense.
Able to get the lantern with those 2 wards pushed down. Nice there, but that is 5 members of Lowhampton that are going to start laying waste your base in a short period of time.
Able to clear out this minion wave though. The longer they can get away with this, the better. Vladimir working their way towards that Rabadons. If Teddy Bear Chill gets level 16 plus Rabadons, there is a very real world where Diana and Jinx don't get to play the fight, but the reason I specify those two is because there's double force of nature from the top side of Lowhampton, and double point and click abilities with the Set ultimate and Skarner ultimate to disengage them. So, it's realistically going to be Vlad versus those two in the upcoming fights.
Vlad versus the world. Killmaster going on a bit of a goose chase over here. Not sure what you're doing with that. I guess you bought some time.
If you're the goose that's getting chased, is it a goose chase or a goose run?
I guess it's a goose run.
Okay, so we have Killmaster going on a goose run. They're currently picking up a Krog camp on the side. At least they're getting gold. Like, that is something that needs to be, you're getting an income, because when you're pushed in as the jungler, you're the big sufferer. You do not get to clear these waves. That is the laner's jobs. So you basically just get 0 income from that point onwards. So anything Killmaster could get is worth it.
There's no way they fall for this bush again.
Please, God, no. Suntails has the lantern, has hook. You can't keep getting away with this. Oh, Killmaster, no. No.
He lacks critical information and he's just going down. And that might be the game. Can Bristol do it? Showstopper might be stopping the show. Who kills the Lowhampton? Will Jojo live this? Yep, it gets blocked. I can't believe it happened.
I'm upset. I'm a little upset that one was... Okay, that's a touch egregious.
Oh, no. Okay, Moonfall coming through. Yeah, Hook Boy receiving another hook. Health bar's getting very low, unable to secure any kills off of this, but you can still go for the barrel.
That's a TP right there, and I don't think they know, chat. Okay, it's just Jojo coming to clear the inhib. Don't worry, guys, it's fine. Okay, so we're in almost an identical spot as we were 6 minutes ago, where Lowhampton are going to secure this Baron buff, and they're likely going to be able to walk on over and deny Soul Point once again, with basically no easy counter-attack from Bristol. Teddy Bear Chill has their components for Rabadons. Toggling over to the gold, they are still a good 700 away from completing that item. So will not be at Power Spike for this objective. Will not be level 16. They are very, very close to it, but not there yet. As it looks like, as we take a look through, it just looks worse and worse.
Yep, massive goal difference right now. I mean, it's 11k. What do you think Bristol need to be able to get back in this game potentially right now?
They need, the bush play that keeps happening?
Yeah.
For a shockwave to go in the bush next time. That's what they need, as the bot lane inhib is getting sieged up, and unfortunately for Bristol, there's no bushes over here. They can't pull this on you again. Caitlyn's getting to clear mid. Their hard commit tool of Diana isn't in range. Skarner doesn't have flash, so it should just be the inhib and the rotate.
Yep, 1 inhib out of 3 down. It does look like Lowhampton will probably be looking to push out their mid wave and get that top wave coming in.
He has hat.
Does have hat.
Is it gonna be enough? Probably not. But that means that Bristol are gonna need a different kind of hat. They're thinking caps to see what they can do to deal with this early game issue that they had this game.
Yeah, it does look very dire situation now. It might be time to, keep your mantle strong, think about adaptations. Of course, it isn't over yet, but it does feel like it is over.
I'm very scared with the Diana that's just hovering above the Orianna and the Caitlyn. Like, I'm getting nervous on their behalf. That's a level 8 savagery who has just procced the Banshees.
I mean, that is an obscene amount of damage Savagery just did.
He's not even half.
I mean, what is that? That's a 9-3. It's a 9-3 and 5 Diana. That's what it is. But that's a lot of damage.
This is what it looks like when all 5 members of your team, including the even Shroud Brom, have a shutdown on them.
Yep. I mean, this is just Lowhampton. They throw some buttons at Bristol, and with the amount of gold they have, they just win. That's what happened there. Now they win the game. Baron minions. Lowhampton 2, Bristol 0.
Oh my goodness, at the very last point of that play, the only thing I could watch was Teddy on the Vladimir getting set ulted away after going for the 5-person level 16 Rabadon's 5 billion AP one-shot wombo combo. They get set ulted away, and mid-set ult, the Skarner ults them, so as soon as it ends, they just get pulled right out of there, like the old Kane from cartoons back in the day. Oh my, okay, so, Bristol, they're 0-2 down right now. It's not looking good.
No. You gotta start thinking about the next game. You took the talent away this game, and you still got out-jungled by a Skarner in the first 5 minutes of the game.
So, my fundamental issue with this matchup so far, in both the games, I've put down to a succinct sentence, it's the level 1 jungle. It has just been, both games in a row, Deska has had the winning plays. In the first game, they got first blood with the group up in the bush. And then in the second game, it is splitting the map so that Jojo is alone on this top side, completely fine as the set. You do not want to dive them, regardless of who you are. And then on the other end, you're putting your Caitlyn on weak side because the Skarner's invaded with the late invade, and I think that that's the real thing. Lowhampton's level 1s have been winning them games just from the amount of map pressure it gets from that point on, and that is what we need to see change. We need to see Bristol do something to counteract it and get ahead of the schedule if they are to come back and look for that reverse sweep.
Just before we go into another short break, 2 points to leave you all on. I think Bristol need to put on their thinking caps, as you say, think about these adaptations, and you got to look at this jungle and make sure you keep your mental strong, because we're going into the third game, and if you lose this one, it's all over. See you shortly. Everyone, to the third game of today's NUEL Winter 21 finals. The Lowhampton picked up another win. This is Bristol's last stand right now. They need to get this win, or else it's lights out and Lowhampton will claim the title, and that money can't buy a prize of that University Esports Masters spot.
It's got to be a tough position. Bristol, they've chosen red side now. This could be their last hurrah for the winter split right here. Competing for what you just said there, amazing prize potential. That reputation of being able to go to UEM is just something that you cannot quantify. And coming into this game right here, the real thing that needs to change is just the level 1. That's all they need to work on, is finding the right mix of scouting information ahead of time and not overextending. But for me, the most important part is mentality for the teams.
Absolutely. You're looking at your last game potentially for Bristol right now. You gotta make sure that your mental stays tight, because if your mental boom this game, it's over. And you don't want that to happen. You're really fighting for these prizes now. And on the other end of the spectrum, well, I mean, Lowhampton right now, sitting pretty.
They're very confident. Both of their games, while the first one was a lot more hard fought than expected, the fact that Bristol showed up, the Warriors came in triumphantly with their Predator Veigar coming in, being very impactful, but didn't win the game because of not being able to close out in the mid to late, means that now Lowhampton have, so far, what looks to be all the information. We haven't seen anything new coming out from the Bristol Warriors. Last game they showed the Vladimir top lane, but they weren't able to scale that far because of the bot lane getting collapsed with the Rift Herald, the Skarner having way too much impact in the mid lane to handle. As we are into this champion select, the Tahm Kench is banned again. Will we see the Zoe hit the bans for the third time in a row?
It does seem likely, as these repeat bans keep coming through. It seems like both teams like, yeah, we're quite happy with our bans. Let's maybe mix it up in the picks. We'll see that in the time to come. As our biracial's champ pool still keeps getting banning out, this Lissandra banned out for the third game, and Suntails is Yumi.
This is a long hover. It's starting to make me think maybe not, but they will still get rid of it. That has to have been a very important discussion happening in the team comms right there. Getting these potential final bans right is essential. And it's one of those things that when you look at it, you go, why don't they ban X, or why don't they change it to Y? Well, the thing is, it has to be what the team is comfortable playing against, and it's always pick your poison. You never get to play against nothing that's broken or nothing that's really good. As we actually get the Jinx banned first so they can take the Talon away. Oh, this is so brutal from Lowhampton, actually banning away one of their own preferred champs just to keep the Killmaster off of Comfort. This is very painful to watch.
Absolutely, and Comfort is the name of the game here. This is game 3, elimination point, getting rid of that Xerath, that Zoe, and likewise on the other end, the Jinx and Lissandra. As, I mean, it's gonna get locked in, there's no way.
Yeah, Desk had an amazing game on it in the first one. They were a bit of a monster, and the thing is, when you have a really strong level 1, it's always the enemy jungler that looks worse because of it. Because when you have a strong level 1, usually that means you either got a first blood for an ally, so they're going to be able to get you priority, which means the enemy jungler can't do as much, or you kill the jungler, or you get to do some kind of shenanigans like we saw last game of splitting the map, and that just makes it all go kaput as well. With this Aphelios Thresh, I'm not even going to pretend like Suntails is picking anything else. That does give a potential avenue to contest the early game.
Yep, with the Moon Boy coming through in the hands of Sorin, another scaling ADC and one that he is comfortable on. Seeing the Xin coming back in, hopefully it won't be as disastrous as game 1 for the Killmaster.
As now, it is the question of what do you pick for your bottom lane. You ban the Jinx away yourself. There are some aggressive routes, things like the Tristana, who also has a good time with the newly buffed ranged version of Lethal Tempo. Potentially could look towards something else like the Draven if they wanted to lane Kingdom. We get a proxy pick, so we'll give you a moment. It is Draven.
Oh,
let's go. Oh no.
Ooh. That is a spicy bot lane matchup. Draven, Aphelios. Aphelios' early game is actually surprisingly good with his base stats, but into a Draven? Not so much.
Yeah, it can backfire quite far, as we do actually get what I expect to be Jojo just picking up the set blind here, so they get to keep that support counter pick. Normally, when you see the Aphelios, their main pairings are the Holy Trinity. You got the Thresh, the Braum, and the Lulu. Suntails has been doing great work on the Thresh so far this series, but I think the fact that they have left the potential to swap towards the Braum or something else here just gives a little bit of extra breathing room to say now we can ban away supports like the Leona, things along that kind of vein that allow the Draven to just dominate through lane, because you want to at least be able to guarantee some degree of priority in that lane that you really do want as your focus for Bristol.
Comfort, comfort, comfort. Aphelios, Xin, Thresh, 3 champions that these players love and adore. They have played them time and time again, and it's just resorting to this to make sure you keep that mental stable in this final match as we see that Braum ban coming out.
So the question is, do we see the standard Gwen ban coming out? We do get the Veigar removed now. Biracial has been the main focus of the second rotation ban. Removing that Veigar has really hurt their champion pool. I will say, despite the KDA not necessarily reflecting it, considering the amount of pressure the Orianna was under all game, they did pretty well for the amount they survived. Yes, they had a couple embarrassing face checks that lost a Baron and whatnot, but they were able to escape way too many of those plays where a Skarner should have just killed you in the first place. As we do get the Akali taken away, right now it's looking like we're going to get a mid saved for last pick right here, considering you've already seen the set.
So yeah, I'm biracial. Props to him for being able to get himself out of those sketchy situations last game. Fancy feet on the Orianna, the Shockwave, and the Phase Rush. Last ban shall be locked in shortly, and it will be that Galio. I'm biracial's champion pool permanently pinched this series.
And I have to see what they actually opt towards when we get to that last pick. I would be surprised if they pick them up something like the Orianna here, because unless you get that set being flexed down to support, which by all means is possible, just not expected, but it is possible, then you should be just looking to take a top lane counter here.
Oh.
Okay.
On.
Ornn. We like Ornn. We like Ornn. Okay, I'm a fan of that. That gives them the continued scaling, and they should realistically be able to outscale basically any champions you pick right here. So what I want is to see a 5th pick that really does secure their early game, because that's what they need. They need something that can roam to side lanes and keep the action. Oh god in heaven, no. That's...
Well,
I mean, it's in the name.
This is why the Thresh was open.
Yeah,
Hook
you leave it open because you have an
might
answer.
Show his proficiency with those hooks this game, as he is finally on a hook-based champion, as we have a Corki Hover.
I'm gonna wait until that one comes in because I don't want to commit to anything on that one. What will the blind mid be for Savagery? We're just about to get our proxy pick result. Drum roll. Cassiopeia.
Cassiopeia. Okay, high AP damage coming in. Definitely able to burn through that Ornn on the few champions that can do so. I'm expecting this Anivia to also be proxy.
Might not be, honestly.
might
I
not
think the the Anivia into Cassiopeia is really unplayable for that one. Okay, wait. So Anivia is Annie.
Oh.
Because Annie was being used as a proxy pick for elsewhere. Okay, I was actually soft thinking we might get the Cryon treatment from Worlds, where the roaming mid is essentially all Line Biracial needs to do. They just need to pick Predator, roam to side lane. And the Annie was actually picked at Worlds twice and banned away in, I believe it was the quarterfinals for RNG versus EDG. And it actually won a game. Annie has won a game at Worlds in the past year. That is something that we all need to remember, and now I'm Biracial is looking to put on their role model Cryon shoes and be able to take a game off of Lowhampton and pull themselves back into this series.
Although, hopefully, maybe not role-playing Cryon quite exactly as he made.
Just the pull.
I mean, I would say the mechanics, some of those tibbers, some of the flashes, the running into the bot river. I'm not sure if the Cryon cosplay is like the angle here, because I feel like that's a bad thing for Bristol.
Yeah, you don't see many people like renaming their accounts to like EU Cryon. You get like Showmaker, Faker, these kind of players, but you don't ever see the Cryons of the world.
Yeah.
Until now.
Well, maybe. I mean, he's not RNG anymore, that's for sure. Apparently, off-season going on, he has left that team. We'll see whether Xiaohu decides to stay top or go back to mid, maybe RNG pick up a new mid laner, but that is not the discussion that we should be having right now, but more so how this Annie matches up into Roehampton's team.
See, Annie into Cassiopeia, I can firmly say I haven't seen that matchup for a while, but when you have the Annie plus the Xin Zhao, that is always going to be good into an immobile mage, because all Annie needs to do is run forward with the speed boost, throw that point and click Q, the stun will eventually land, Xin Zhao can jump in, get the follow-up knock-up, the Tibbers Disintegrate combo comes through, and that target dies. Itemization should be amazing for Cassiopeia right now. Shattered Queen is an item that can reduce a lot of incoming damage if that's what we see. Cosmic Drive, even though it was nerfed, is still good for Cassio. Even Archangel's getting 400 gold chipped off of its price tag on this patch.
Really cheap.
It's really cheap.
Really cheap.
It's like close to support item kind of income right there. It's disgusting, as it's all kind of things we'll have to be keeping an eye on as we come into this game. Alright, we've got the Annie Cassiopeia kind of out the way. The Cassio can 1v9, theoretically, but I think that when you're against point-and-click CC and an Ornn, they really won't be this game. Savagery will be a nuisance in a side lane, but in a team fight, if they're focused out, they shouldn't get to play the game.
Yeah, definitely not. Like, Cassio still needs time to get those items online to the point where she is enabled in these fights, of course. Now, I think we should pan back to the bot lane a little bit. Draven Aphelios with this Blitzcrank Fresh. Blitzcrank, of course, being the counterpick into this Fresh, able to get those hooks on those lanterns, perhaps. That seems like a ticking time bomb to me.
Oh, this has to be the lane that we're watching. Like, sorry, Jojo and Teddy. I know that you've both been performing very well in your own duties this series, but the Ornn set lane is going to be a relative snooze fest compared to this bottom. Level 1 should go over to the Draven Blitzcrank, considering Aphelios doesn't get abilities. So anybody that gets hooked there is going to be in a really dire spot. After that, though, Aphelios can actually start to fight back, and it becomes very dependent on the guns and the lane state, so I'm not going to go too far into it. But it is going to basically be whichever support is landing more hooks wins lane.
Hook Boy and Suntel. Suntel's landing some phenomenal hooks these last few series, and Hook Boy on the receiving end of that, living up to maybe that definition of the name. We'll see in the time to come whether he lives up to the other definition of Hook Boy, whether those hooks are on point this game, of course. And Talon's in. Now, the Killmaster has been a bit of a point of contention, hasn't he?
They haven't been able to really have the impact on this series that he wants to. First game, it was rough. They got caught out by the First Blood, and while they weren't too far behind, the Talon got a lot of breathing room. They were able to get up to level 6, and then after that, it just meant that every play, it went even for Bristol, but the Killmaster was the one dying because it was going even. So for whatever reason you want to talk about it, even in the second game when they get to play their Talon, they still don't get to have a massive impact because the map gets split. You're suddenly looking with a Vladimir at a set under tower, and that is much more difficult to dive than looking down at potentially a Jinx Brom, which even in itself isn't that easy to dive, like, at the end of the day. So this time, we have got very easy gank setup across the board. Annie, we talked about. On pre-6, they still have a lot of gank setup. Post-6, it's almost like the easiest to gank lane in the world because he is chocked full of CC. It is all the man has. But I think more likely, we're going to see Teddy Bear Chill TPing to the bottom lane because Gravitum for Aphelios, these hooks coming out from Suntails, this is where you need to swing it. Both of these teams need their bot lane ahead because if their bot lane falls behind, they will likely get completely blown out of the water.
This is what we spoke about in the pre-game of the first game today. These bot laners and these supports are what you might be watching, as both teams have fairly stellar players in this regard, but Bristol has yet to execute, and we'll see whether they can execute in that. At least it seems to me that Bristol have the ease of execution on their side this game, but we'll see exactly how that plays out, as there are a lot of variables, including the mental, of course. And speaking of that, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I am hoping that we see a miracle comeback from Bristol and we get the full 5-game series, but I also know whenever I've wanted a 5-game series, I get a 3-0 stomp, and whenever I need to be done quickly and want a quick 3-0, it's always 5 games. So unfortunately, I feel like my own hopefulness has almost cast a cursed us coming into this one. We'll have to see, but I could be hopeful. Bristol
Yeah.
have put up a good fight, and Lowhampton have been rightfully the scariest competition we've seen coming into this split.
Absolutely. Just to put it back there again, some very, very scary opponents having been taken down throughout the course of this prize playoffs run for Lowhampton in particular. Really, really beautiful run. Just obviously, again, kudos to the performance of the entire team of Lowhampton, making it through this far, making it to finals, and boy, they are performing at the moment.
And when I take a look down at these players' ranks and just general like histories that we have available from what we've been able to research, ask, and all that kind of thing, for Lowhampton, it's only JoJo with experience. Everybody else has only ever played NUEL, NSE, and even some of them haven't before. So taking a look across the board, this is really impressive to have a team that has only got one actually experienced member managing to perform so well. And it just goes to show that having solid team cohesion is realistically all you need with the, be able to click good.
Absolutely, it's all about that gameplay. As of course, yet again, we have to thank our brilliant sponsors, Intel 12th Gen and SteelSeries. 12th Gen CPUs powering these PCs today, of course, and also SteelSeries being that award-winning gaming gear company with that Amazon Prime student discount.
It's level 1. Shenanigans are afoot. I don't know how to feel about this. You're against a Blitzcrank, and the biggest problem for Bristol this entire series is level 1. If this is not like the biggest fear factor you could put into a team, I don't know what is. They're 5 stacking in a bush, but there's still a very real world where Hookboy gets the first blood just off of finding a single target here.
Yep, they are
How
currently
hard
in
is
the
the
jungle.
read?
They clear out the wards. They do know, but it's a tense one. Game
Okay.
3. A lot on the
No
line.
vision. All wards denied, and the thing is that Jojo is waiting on the side because they can either collapse to this if it becomes an extended fight, or if they do run into the Bristol squad and force flashes, or even just get them to scatter, then he could have run in, got a ward down on the red buff. Since that wasn't the case though, relatively blind start from both junglers. That ward that was placed down by Lowhampton doesn't necessarily spot the blue.
See exactly how both teams decide to react with these jungle palvings, and definitely worth keeping an eye on for the first few minutes. There is some vision, of course, in the bot side from both teams, so we'll spot out either jungle if they ever decide to path down here, but Something I just noticed. This Annie does not have the Predator.
Oh, they have the Electrocute, which means their one-shot combo will be, well, killer, funnily enough.
Yeah.
But as far as it goes for roaming to the side lanes, it's going to be a bit lacking. They're going to need to be looking for a lot more sneaky routes. And I think maybe part of that is because they don't care about top lane, and he isn't going to be able to one-shot the set through his W shield. So, when you come to bot, Suntails already has Lantern, and you're the best target for it. So I guess it makes sense, but I feel like Annie kind of really needs that Predator rune to get a lot done in the early game.
Yeah, so then with Ivory biracial sort of, I mean, especially in the first game, we saw him keep covering these side lanes with the power of the roam that Predator rune brings, as Teddy Chill is getting a significant advantage early on into this top lane matchup.
And this is important. Jojo rocking the rebuffed Conqueror on the set. If you aren't able to get a heavy lead on the Ornn early, just in these first two levels, then set does this to you.
And I might have spoken too soon, as Jojo does get that level 3 and pushes it back into Teddy Bear's face. However, the Killmaster is here, and will he be able to masterfully get this kill? We see the TP from Savagery come in, and that is going to force him to back away.
I think that's very, very worth, honestly. We have I'm Biracial actually holding the wave just in front of tower. In the meantime, there's no real need to push it out. You have the TP advantage. And while your Talon is getting an invade, the thing is your Cassio needs an escort back the lane. Jojo needs to come with him, otherwise they get one shot by the Annie plus Xin Zhao.
Indeed they do, and I think the bot lane of Bristol are kind of just chilling right now. They get this slow push through, a little bit of CS advantage from beforehand. They should be matched momentarily, but I think we need to watch this Blitzcrank and this Talon in the back.
Yeah, Hook Boy is lurking, and Hook champions are like the scariest in the game to go into Fog of War. There's not many champions that realistically exert as much pressure by being in a bush than Blitzcrank. I know historically there was always the, Garen in a bush kind of meme happening where he could be in any bush on the map. Doombots even made it a feature, but Blitzcrank really does hold the crown for being the scariest person to not actually be seeing.
Absolutely, Descarol, they really want to make sure they get this crash. It could end up resulting in a 3v3. Boy gets the hook onto Sora and Lantern out. Ignite is ticking down, however, and Flash auto catches a first blood for Nevelo again. Can they get another? Probably not, but that is huge for this Draven 4 minutes in the game.
Oh, they avoid the early game shenanigans at level 1, but still going down. What a beautiful hook from their namesake on the Blitzcrank, managing to secure that and getting a ton of gold for this Draven. Let's see how much they're spending on the first base. They got 1,400 in inventory, picking up a Dirk and shoes.
That's a lot of damage.
It's a lot of damage, and the worst part was Soren actually taking the exhaust to handle things like the Talon later on, and even the Draven as the game develops, means no heal, no ability to save yourself when the Draven goes for that flash auto at the end of it.
Absolutely not, and I just think, you didn't quite shove that wave quickly enough. You went for the slow push, but you had to get your jungler down here, and you still didn't get it in. So, a little bit too slow on the slow push there, in my opinion. But they will get this dragon secured. That is the Tech down. There will not be any chaos coming from that soul. And still some more souls left in the pool.
Has been buffed on this patch, the single Chemtech Dragon. Now it's the actual 6% bonus damage when you're at lower HP. Wow, I know, it's a massive buff. But in all seriousness, it's still going to be something extra in their favor and will get them working towards whatever soul it ends up being this game.
Look promising there for a dive onto the Ornn there, but unfortunately, it's that control ward, that stacked wave could not be abused, and Teddy Bear will stay chilling in the top lane and live another day. Biracial trying to get this. Will Tibbers down onto Savagery. Procs Electrocute forces him to back away and gets that reset.
A fun thing about Tibbers right here that you're going to get to see is because I'm racial bases, they're going to be coming back out of base with a full HP Tibbers. So, if they TP'd, they could even have a second use of the Tibbers effectively without the initial burst damage. You can see I'm waiting on the base door. Looks like they're just going to run to lane, though.
Yep, we'll just go back. I don't think it's really worth expending a teleport there. Of course, we just keep seeing this. I mean, look at this Draven just pushing in these side lanes, and
Uh-oh.
Oh lord, no. Killmaster, I don't think you want this right now. It's not your jungle anymore, as he does die again to Descarocus.
Oh,
Another
the
time in
Ornod's
this
available
game.
though.
Okay, Ornhorn is here. He will blow it.
No Flash
Hook
Draven.
Boy gonna get CC'd down, and he still has the Sun right down.
Oh!
Suntails with the Hook Crescendum turret. Infernum and Soren gets a kill. Amazing play from Bristol in response.
Really, really good right there. The exhaust from Soren sets Suntails up for the flash hook, managing to split the fight. I was really worried when the Ornn ultimate didn't go down onto Draven. And now, as long as I'm biracial doesn't go down to this counter attack from Talon, then this is a completely winning play.
Doesn't look like that's going to happen. The only thing that Lowhampton will get is a single plate in the top lane for Jojo. But this is really good for Bristol. We're kind of seeing them keeping up in this in this game right now, in this early game. 7 minutes 45 in the game, and the goal deficit is honestly not really there.
Uh-oh. Oh god. Oh, that's a tense
Ow.
feeling right there. I'm not clicking the lantern. I don't
Oh!
know why I'm scared. Oh. Yeah.
Okay, managed to dodge the ult. Amazing moves from Biracial there. Completely avoids that play.
I'm glad that we're both sat in silence watching that with very bated breath, because there was the potential for that to just go completely wrong, rotate into Herald, and then the game is back on track for Lowhampton. It's looking like nothing went wrong. But the fact that they don't manage to get that one means that this is a flashless Cassiopeia against an Ornn. Next fight, I imagine that's going to matter.
EP coming in immediately. We'll be able to put the grounded
It's
down.
the TP!
Annie putting in the move speed. Unable to get in there in time. And so you just use your
Tibbers tech.
TP.
The Tibbers tech. Look at him. He's got like 3 extra seconds. Yeah, it's not
Scary.
great. Yeah, it's not getting much done this time, unfortunately. Oh, Hook Boy, why? Every time they're on my screen, I get a little bit scared for Bristol's behalf in this one.
Definitely very even game right now. Bristol might be able to gold down, but does have that first Drake.
And if we toggle over to gold, we might see where that main difference is, and you're not going to be surprised if you've been watching this series so far, but it is actually going to be Desk in the Jungle with over 1,000 gold lead on the Talon. They're going to be well ahead and making their way towards the mythic item. Killmaster, once again, walking into their own jungle bot lane as their only death, but even then, the denial of CS and the constant farming this Talon has managed to do is so hard to match.
Indeed, it is. A lot of pressure can be put out here with this, as we do see this next objective spawning. Does not have the Gravitimus, is unable to root Hook Boy in this situation, and he will get out scot-free.
So, I think we're going to have, as long as this recall goes through. Okay.
Oh no.
Okay, now we got a lull state.
Okay.
As soon as that hook missed,
Okay.
now we get a lull
Okay.
state. Until Talon goes for a gank
Ooh.
here, we're fine for the best part of 30 seconds. Oh, why?
Okay, maybe not. It's baiting us with that Hex Flash.
I
Can't be
know.
doing this to us. This is game 3. It's too tense for that. God damn it.
Speaking of the fact that it's too tense, Jojo, unsurprisingly, having a laugh of a time on this set so far. They are just getting to lane pretty freely, managing to pick up that solo plate. The set is going to provide a lot of utility as the game goes on, being able to disengage Killmaster. So we do get the Mountain Dragon slain and a second Ocean Soul.
Oceans flooding the rift once more. And I don't know. Both teams, I think, could utilize this soul relatively well, but right now, I don't really necessarily think this is exactly what you want to play for this game. Bristol looking like they want to secure this Rift Herald in the top side.
And that, I think, is more important than the Dragon. These first two haven't really seemed to have the impact. The Soul has been expertly denied in the second game. So I feel like looking for this Rift Herald and the fact that Bristol have that now as the tool to really blow open this bot lane is the most important factor, because they can chuck it down bot lane with the Ornn TP that'll be up in the best part of 60 seconds. I get scared for a second there. And then
Okay, stun down Tibber's savagery, taking almost his entire health bar, will go down to the Killmaster. Descarolcus now on the back foot, but Jojo coming in with the showstopper. Crescent Guard away. Can he survive? No, will get haymakered into oblivion. I'm biracial, still surviving, picks up 1 kill, currently 2 for 2, and it will stay that way.
goes 2 for 2, but the Draven gets the cash out there. So it is going to be a bit of a gold lead going over to Lowhampton for that. But on the bot side, you can see that Sora and Suntails do get free access to tower. Crescendum unlocked now. This turret will not last long, and that is why the TP is invested by Savagery.
There you go, TP in return, you catch that wave, deny any further plating, and yet again we have a relatively even game state. Both teams showing restraint this last game. Don't want to push wings too far, play a bit slower, make sure you secure the win for both teams. They really want this prize right now, and it is as tense as it gets.
The thing is, Teddy Bear Chill, they had to invest the ultimate into that top side fight, which means that now they will only just be getting it about 20 seconds before plating falls. The thing about that means that this play on the bot side that you obviously want to make, because you're against a 3-turret plate tower, and, come on, it's what this whole comp is about, right? It's about putting the Draven behind as best you can. They just aren't getting a chance to do it.
Oh no, the hook comes for NBA Hook Boy, living up to his name. Cassio will get stunned up, and with the Brittle coming through, you do secure the kill in return. Both mid laners trading.
But the jungler is mid right now. Killmaster is mid. They need to be bot, and both Hook Boy and Desk know it. So they're going to do whatever they can to try and deny them making their way over, as it looks like the plan to get bot tower has been aborted. They're just going to chuck it down mid to try and punish the fact that their mid laner used TP on this Cassio to get bot earlier.
Thorin gets a solo plate, Killmaster gets a bunch more plates mid, and that's a really nice gold injection for Bristol, evening up the gold a little bit. Of course, Roehampton still has the advantage in the gold from these early plays, the First Blood and the Draven in particular, as Draven is picking up that Essence Reaver as his first item.
And Jojo actually managed to get top lane plates of his own to match it.
Oh no, you missed the death sentence. He hits the rocket fist. Soren, however, dishing out a huge amount of damage with the crescendum, forcing the heal from Draven. However, the Talon is here in the back.
Exhaust has been used, so you can't stop the burst damage coming through right here.
Hops Yomus. You do have Severum. I don't think this is actually diveable, but I guess you got enough damage. Okay, flash forward.
Oh.
Barely misses. That was a clencher. Oh, Annie TP down. She does have the stun already. Will just be able to kill this Blitzcrank, it seems. Flash forward from Soren. Able to trade out a lot of damage. Will get the cash in onto Suntails, but never alone again. Will go down to this Annie.
Iroshal getting a lot done off of that TP, and for a second, Savagery looked like they were able to cancel with the Miasma, but they do not stop the teleport, and now this bot lane tower will likely die. Taking a look at top lane, Jojo isn't going to be able to capture the First Blood tower, so that will go over to Bristol for what I believe to be the first time of this series.
It will be indeed. Just waiting to see how this gold evens up. Yep, only 200 difference as long as the Killmaster gets out of here alive, and he will. This is, I think, the most even game state we've had at this point so far.
Has been pretty close. There is basically nothing in it at this point, so the main thing we need to be talking about is vision and map positioning, because we've got an Ocean Soul again. Let's just quickly run down the useful members. Ornn, Set, that's it. Nobody else is getting that massive value from the Ocean Soul. Cassio in an extended fight can get some. The Talon and the Xin Zhao can, but the biggest issue for me, for those two, and even for the Cassio, is Cassio doesn't die in those circumstances where she's getting to chip down the Ornn, chip down the Xin Zhao. She dies when Annie jumps on them, and that's realistically it. Talon and Xin Zhao are similar cases. Talon doesn't die unless he gets stunned in the middle of people, and Xin Zhao, well, I mean, the Hook Master is, really something that we need to be worried about. Does manage to secure it, though, will put Bristol in the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. Get those two Drakes here. Still down in gold now after the play from Roehampton in the bot side. But I think you're sitting happy with that second Drake here. You got an Ornn. You got a little bit of scaling of the Aphelios as well. And I mean, Annie does a lot of damage, as it does look like they want make a play onto this Talon or the set. Gravitum ult does miss, but you get the knock-up, you get the Brittle, and I think Jojo will die here, puts down a Haymaker, some autos onto Soren, but it isn't quite enough. Oh, I mean, he heals up the Gordrink, lives a lot of time, does go over to Suntails, however, but it is still a kill for Bristol.
I think that's still really good for Lowhampton because they get this pressure mid.
Present God flash away, but he saves the hook and allows his Draven to get the payout. Brilliant play from Hookboy there.
Not only with the payout, but the fact that Jojo gets that top lane tier 2, they've already made more gold than they're going to lose for dying. So just being able to buy time and let that mid lane tower get chipped down more. Ooh, biracial getting spotted by the minions there isn't going to be able to chase after. Tibbers might, though.
I mean, that's freak. Oh, at least.
Can't
Tibbers
do that
lives
with
another
Daisy.
day.
I'm not
Daisy
complaining about
AI,
either
man.
mechanics.
That's honestly my main thing. Can I actually fix Daisy AI?
No, they can't. I don't know what it is, but Daisy AI will never be sane. There's something about it that just completely doesn't work. But right now, not gonna have anything too spicy. We do have Hookboy in range. Looked like they were going for the rotate, but because Teddy Bear Chill has been doing a really good job of playing with their team on the Ornn, they will deny any attempt there. I'm a little bit scared if Killmaster goes in that pit, and I'm really glad they didn't commit to jumping in when they
There's
did.
no way. You're playing so much with Vision Killmaster. You know what happens if you don't do that, but he is going on to Hookboy. He has the backup of Suntails of Soren, will continue to go in. Hookboy enables that by hooking him into range, and the Killmaster gets the kill.
Really nice by Suntails managing to thread the needle between the Herald and the wall.
No.
I'm biracial. Has stun.
No. I mean, he gets the stun of his own, and I think Savagery will go down, lays down a bunch of damage, and will trade out with the tick down on the poison. Soren here with the Severum Infernum should be able to heal up shortly. He can cue the chickens if he gets the chance to. Unfortunately, the Haymaker goes down a bit too soon, and it should just be the trade between the set and the Ophelos as it is traded out.
Teddy Bear not able to protect the president of Soren this game as Jojo goes full ham into the backline and manages to pick that one up. It will just be kill trades though, as the Rift Herald positioning has been forfeited by Lowhampton. Can look to take it for Bristol, but I don't think it is going to be the biggest objective in the world at this point. Yes, you can still use it to crack open the mid lane tower, but I feel like you could do that just off of a solid push anyway.
So, of course, it doesn't grant plating at this point in the game, and it does look like Roehampton aren't going to go down without a fight here for this Herald. Both wards going down here, still able to click that, but the miasma here might be massive for Cassiopeia, getting the damage onto Teddy Bear Chill. YB Neverlow again gets another League of Draven cash out, and is really looking like the League of Draven as this man is stacked in terms of gold.
It was all...
I might have spoke too soon.
Nice! That's what Annie's for, everybody. That is Annie's entire purpose. You one-shot people like that, pairing it with Soren. He's going to be able to collect that, and again, contest the Rift Herald.
Oh boy, gets the hook. Killmaster grounded down and killed. That's going to be it. Yeah, just going to have to back away. Talon jumps over. I'm biracial. He should die to ignite. Okay, maybe not with that, but Soren's now in the midst of things, and I don't think he can get away from this one. However, the Talon died.
Suntails manages to pair up with I'm biracial and collect that one. Once again, an even kill trade from both of these teams, but it will be the objective going over to Lowhampton. They secure the Rift Herald in their pocket, and they could use that to crack open this mid lane tier 1 tower, or potentially leverage a side lane. They have 2 towers that are very easily accessible in the bottom lane, or even threaten the top lane inhibitor when this dragon comes up. We saw it in a similar situation, I believe it was in the first game, and now you have a Cassiopeia and a Draven, so you could just say, hey, you guys have that dragon, we're going to go take Baron, also we might chuck down a Rift Herald and do a little bit of game ending after.
Something worth noting is, although Roehampton only have 2k at 20 in terms of their gold lead, Bristol, a lot of their gold is in Suntails at the moment. That's 4 kills on your support. The gold is not where you want it to be. They're starting up the Baron, though. 20-minute Baron.
Everybody's here. Hookboy has to slow him down. They will.
Gets the hook onto Iron Biracial, unable to ultimate, but still lands 2 on the tippers. Massive Cassiopeia ultimate combined with the showstopper. Is this what they needed? No, it looks like they might not come on top, even with that wombo there. Teddy Bear Chill coming through. Killmaster getting the kill to Cassiopeia. Bristol turning this fight somehow. Just Jojo left alive on the side of Lowhampton. Can he 1v2? Looks like he might be able to give it a try. On with the knockup. Killmaster laying down the autos, and that will be the ace for Bristol.
Baron buff completely denied, Dragon still on the table, and Bristol managed to find life, and it's on the back of the Killmaster securing a quadra kill. Finally, we are getting to see the life in this player, and managing to just edge along the side of that fight the whole way through, using the Conqueror, recently buffed, to maximize their value. Ornn is now in the game. They have ornaments ready to start unlocking, so as this game develops, we're going to see it go even more in Bristol's favour. They have the scaling advantage pretty much hands down. If another fight goes that way, Lowhampton are going to be looking down game 4 before a game here.
And they just got this advantage before the objective spawns, and it looks like it's just gonna be a freebie Ocean Drake donated to Bristol. Very generous from Lowhampton to let them have this, but I don't think the generosity is gonna be completely for free. Okay, Soren manages to get out. Maybe they can look for a fight here instead. Battle lines being drawn. Lowhampton on the chase, Lantern out of there. Both players disengaged.
Soren loses the shield bow and the exhaust, but manages to get away with their life. It looks like, though, this mid lane tower will be made forfeit. Rift Herald is still on the table, and it seems to be making its way to the bottom lane.
No way.
Uh-oh.
Oh, well, the goes on to 2. That's a huge amount of damage. Crescent God can Biracial live. No, but I think Bristol still wins out in the play. Ornn, Horn, Xin Zhao, and you get a massive win there, right, for Bristol.
Or Drinker may have been nerfed not too long ago, but you know, it's still pretty nutty on these bruises when they're ahead. And Killmaster, that is one thing they are right now. Let's toggle over to the gold right here and see that for the first time in this series, there's actually a gold lead in the jungle for Bristol. And that is why this game is swinging. This Xin Zhao is so hard for Lowhampton to deal with when they're ahead.
Okay, Jojo in the bush, Savagery in the back, Killmaster on his own for the time being. 10 Teddy Bear Chill getting there to save his life. No, I think the showstopper's going to end the show for the Killmaster. Goes golden at the right time, dodging the haymaker, but I don't think it's quite enough as he gets shut down by Savagery.
And it's going to be Cassiopeia picking up that gold. This monster in the mid lane going to be able to do a lot of damage to the Ornn, as Teddy Bear Chill is not safe here.
Right, Ornn putting up a bit of a fight, but I don't think you have the damage. However, I'm Biracial here to provide the bear and dish out the damage for the Jojo. Jojo forced to flash, Lantern away. A lot of damage from this Cassiopeia will go down to the Teddy Bear. And again, Bristol picking up these kills.
The top and support play from Bristol has been immaculate all series. Teddy Bear Chill and Suntails have been the highlight players for this team. The Thresh performance has been pretty much the main thing that has made this series look close throughout the whole way through. Whenever Lowhampton make a play, there's a Lantern. Whenever Lowhampton are out of position, there's a hook. She always has something ready, and Suntails is truly putting on a masterclass for this Thresh.
So maybe that gold going in the Thresh direction not too bad. You know, you get a bit more survivability. Thresh is currently a carry, it looks like. Oh, I'll even get in the All item, I think.
Yeah. Gonna see who gets the upgrades, as Ornn items, always a flat 1,000 gold value now. They will hand it over. Locket is going to be upgraded. Do you know the Ornn item names? I know that's a trap question.
Unfortunately, I don't remember most of them. I mean, it's Rhymeforge Grass for that one, and it's like Syzygy for Eclipse, I believe. It's like a really weird one.
Can't believe that's the one you remember of all of them. That is I suppose it's the most iconic because it's also the most cursed.
Yeah.
It's a very cool word.
Yeah. It's a cool word, and I've learned it the first time there, but unfortunately, Ornhob will miss, not able to get the headbutt onto that one. The scroll car's getting cut down, but that Tibbers in the backline, melting the health bars of Lowhampton, as this is looking like a blessed team fight for Bristol. Jojo gonna be the last one to go down. That is 4 kills to 2. Looking very good for Bristol. Savagery still alive, but we're forced to back away.
The horn goes wide, but the flash three-person knock-up into Tibber's play. So nicely done. It is going to be able to secure a lot of space, allow Soren to finally start hitting some turrets, get this mid lane one knockdown most likely. At very least, it's going to be chipped as Teddy Bear Chill on this Ornn. Kind of scary. As the game goes on, Ornn is possibly the best champion in the game, at very least the best tank. Each time they complete one of those Ornn mythic items, they actually gain an extra 4% of all of their tanky stats. Their HP, the armor, the MR. It's really disgusting. Right now, Ornn is strolling around with 4.2k hit points.
A lot of HP. And I mean, I don't know what his resistance is looking like. I'm just going to have a look at that right now. 268 armor and 154 MR with just 3 items there. It's a very big Ornn.
And thank God for the Ornn that there's nobody in this game that has max HP itemization, except for all of the enemy team.
Yeah, I mean, it still helps.
It does. It does. It's a lot of HP, but unfortunately the double Eclipse plus the Liandry's...
Oh no, Suntail's getting a bit of a taste of her own medicine as she gets hooked over the wall. Neverlow again cashing another kill there. Tibber's not quite as big as this there, but the other teddy bear in the front line right now. Cassio lands the ultimate, gets a lot of damage down, but is it enough? It might just be for Roehampton. Might be Roehampton's way back into this game as they seem to be getting kill upon kill this team fight. Teddy Bear Chill does get back into it, but can the Killmaster 1v9 as the Gore Drinker comes through with the Guardian Angel, and Bristol still come out on top?
Not gonna be enough. Killmaster and the Ornn. 2-bear team coming through. You got Tibbers, you got Ornn. That is plenty enough as they're able to walk their way through this mid lane. They're gonna be able to secure the Ocean Soul. And if you thought that the Ornn was unkillable then, you're gonna have to see him in a minute.
He's gonna keep healing and regenerate up as that Ocean Soul gets secured. But what this does bring to the plate is Elder will be up for grabs in about 5 minutes time, and that might be a game deciding fight in due course.
If you can't end the game before the Elder is up, then that will become very scary because your key members are this Annie and the Aphelios duo. Very squishy, dies to basically anything. If they get hooked, they're already dead, but they will also be super, super susceptible to Talon, who could jump over the wall and assassinate one of them with the Elder buff. Now again, this is all on the assumption that Roehampton survive to that point and get the buff, but we need to see Bristol actually do something aggressive, because all they've actually took for structures in the past 20 minutes was that one mid lane
hook from Suntails, and the flank from the Annie in tandem with the other ultimates, Moonlight Vigil and the Ornn Horn. I think that is death for Roehampton. 2 down, and I think they can put out a lot of pressure, maybe go for this purple worm.
Not able to get the reset in the Draven ult to kill that Annie right there. We do have the Cassiopeia on the flank. Don't know if they're actually going to walk in right here. I feel like it's asking for trouble. There's a control ward in the bush. Yeah, not going to go for it. Savagery. Maybe they're going to fish for somebody who comes to clear up the top wave. That seems to be the play that they're going for right here.
Objective bounties. Is that the first time, I think?
No, we had it definitely once last
had
game.
it.
But we haven't really had to bring attention to it because it hasn't been so prevalent. But now, this game still looks alive. It's only 1,000 gold in it. It is just the objectives on the map, the towers and the dragons making this bounty present.
Absolutely, and Bristol looking to siege it down the mid lane right now with this Baron buff. 4 members alive and kicking, looking to take this mid inhibitor. Perhaps we'll see if Roehampton decides to put up a fight.
They shouldn't want to here. They don't want to actually clear out. They want a hook, and if they get a good hook, that's all they need.
By searching for it, really nice timing on the Unstoppable, and they might even be able to get a set pick off the back of it. TP in from I'm Biracial, immediately Zhonya's. Jojo will live with the flash, but that's an immense advantage gained without that flash on the set. Does it again!
I think the main part about that, though, is that is a TP down. You have 2 teleports. Elder is up in 3 minutes. Annie's TP cooldown, I'm going to quickly check it right here, is going to be over 3 minutes. It's 3 minutes 45. So, there is a world where now that main push has come down from Bristol, that if Roehampton can take control of the mid lane, set up some peripheral vision, try and get something ready, then they might be able to threaten an end through top.
Of course, you do have to remember that Bristol does have the gold lead for one of the few times in this series, especially at this point in the game. Hookmaster does get the hook off here, but the Killmaster seems to get away with the lantern. Another Hookmaster in Suntails getting the hook onto the Talon. Moonlight Vigil goes wide, but you get the pick on the jungler.
Via her Thresh, the flash hook comes in and forces out an instant escape from Savagery. This is a Cassio without flash now, and the Ornhorn is up again.
Not sure if that's going to connect. It will, and that is a dead Draven. Sorin gets that one flash. Tibber's stunned up. Haymaker going to do a lot of damage. Might be able to kill the Aphelios. Nope, too much healing. Bristol might just be able to end the game, honestly.
I think that will be it right here. Savagery does not have enough damage in the world to be able to stop Baron minions +5. So this will likely be the end.
In the back might have went a little bit too deep, isn't able to heal through that one, but you still have 4 members of Bristol alive. Should still be able to secure out the game. Savagery, of course, gonna put up a fight, stuns one down, gonna be able to kill the Annie almost. Biracial living on a sliver of health as Bristol close out game 3, and we go to a game 4.
Okay, Bristol, that's what we needed to see. Proof that it can happen. And we get to see the miracle comeback begin. Now, Lowhampton, they had a very good first 2 games, but finally, the Ornn shows its face. The Annie, of all things, secures the victory. And the Killmaster, despite once again getting put behind early, still comes back into it and gets a quadra kill in the middle of that game.
Like one of those anime protagonist moments where you're sort of like on your last legs. This is like your last stand right now. You've been beat into the ground 2 games, and you come back with this game right here. Can they pull off the reverse sweep? We will find out in a short period of time as we do go on another break. We will see you again in a moment. Greetings, everyone. We just had our 4th game coming in right now in the NUEL Winter 2021 Grand Finals, and I cannot believe it, but Bristol have started their comeback run as we find ourselves 2-1 in this best of 5.
These 2 teams played a best of 3 against each other, and in that series, we saw Lowhampton go 2-1 against Bristol. And the one game that Bristol managed to win, it looked far too competitive. Last game, it did look competitive. It was Lowhampton's game to lose, and they lost it. Their early game strategy with the Draven and the Blitzcrank proved very scary throughout the majority of the game, but a few really good fights coming out from Bristol. The Killmaster managed to pick up a quadra kill. Actually, I'm going to specify, it is the Killmaster 4, which makes it even better that they got a quadra kill. Then, throughout that game, Teddy Bear Chill, massive on the Ornn, very hard to deal with. I'm Biracial, still managing to find the champion after being the subject of 3 target bans, picks up the Annie, has a really good game with it, buys a lot of space for Sorin on the Aphelios, and Suntails, I feel like we compliment you enough for this Thresh, but that's where I want to end the conversation. Does she get Thresh again?
That is a very good question, as once again we have to mention side selection. Lowhampton has chosen to go for the red side, of course, each time. Everyone gets side selection. It's always been the red side this series. That counter pick is so valuable into both of these teams, whether you throw that in the support, the top, wherever it might be. It has come into play very clutch so far. As we do see Kench, once again, being permabanned.
Question is, will the Zoe follow it, or will we finally get to see a bit of differentials coming out from the Lowhampton bans? We talked about maybe the Cryon treatment gets doubled down on, and we might get to see some other things, but the Zoe has been a permanent removal this series. I think you are correct that the Yuumi has been permabanned, but it's realistically that Thresh that I want to see also taken away, because if you remove both of those, then we get to finally see what kind of player Suntails is when she has to default off them. But it looks like so far, Lowhampton are saying, no, it was execution, it wasn't pick ban.
Definitely Alessandra remaining in the basement for the time being. I'm Biracial, not allowed to pick up the Ice Witch today. at the moment, as we still have a few more bans left to go. Again, the question is it going to be I'm Biracial? Is it going to be Suntails? And there's still one spot left for Bristol. And...
Jinx, okay. We get the Jinx Talon trade from last game, most likely. The question is, will Bristol allow it to happen? We saw it in the previous game where they banned the Jinx away from themselves, specifically to steal away that Talon. But Killmaster having a much better game on the Xin Zhao Talon matchup this time around than in game 1. So, question is, how do you respond? You can remove the Talon right here, and then it kind of opens up the field and likely just returns to a Thresh first pick. But now, we get the Thresh ban, it's off the table, Suntails is unlocked, and forced to play something new.
Absolutely, but what do you lose by banning this Thresh? Well, I'm Biracial now has access to the Galio and the Vigar. Whilst I doubt these will be prioritized this early on to the draft, they are currently open, as we do see the Killmaster 4 returning to the Xin.
And actually not picking up their signature Talon, defaulting to the Xin Zhao, the more favorable matchup in theory. In practice of the first game, it did not look like it. But I think that this is a very big confidence statement from Killmaster, who, as far as it goes, for the previous 3 games, was basically the player that we were having to rag on for Bristol because they were the weak link. And that was only because Lowhampton was doing a very good job of having solid early games, solid level 1s, and just ruining the enemy jungler's game. Having a solid game 3, though, seems to have inspired a bit of confidence into them.
However, the Taxman Scorpion comes back into the play as Skarner will be forcing the QSS tax on the team that is the Bristol Warriors.
And by banning that Jinx, you leave open the Xerath. The Ashe Xerath lane is almost definitely going to be picked up right here. I don't expect them to be pairing anything else with it. Might see a Brom if there's a really clever answer coming out. But now, we need to see... Ooh, that's one way to steal it. Yeah, okay, that's a good way to break up the Ashe Xerath bot lane.
Now the question is whether that Xerath will decide to put themselves in the mid lane or in the support role, as both are possible, of course. Neither I'm Biracial or Suntails is particularly known for it, so we're kind of at a bit of a miss here.
That could be a pretty big confidence play from Suntails after having 3 very, very good Thresh games and then going over to a full skill shot champion. Would be the ultimate flex if she manages to win this game and then take it to a game 5. But because it is a flex pick between mid and support, that means now, as Lowhampton, you're at a miss. You have to pick the Akali here or something of that nature that you're fine playing into Xerath, but simultaneously playing against it as if it were mid lane or getting counter-picked if it's not. So I think the Akali makes a lot of sense for that. She can assassinate the Xerath if it is mid lane. If it's not, you're fine to just have a scaling matchup against most of the things that I'm Biracial has shown. Question is, like we were saying earlier, will we get an Annie ban?
Absolutely. There is a potential for this heavy AP in the Xerath Annie in tandem can put out a lot of pressure. We see the Malphite getting banned out here. That is one of those picks that JoJo does like to lean on in particular spots. And that makes me think, what could they possibly be going for in the top side or in support mid that would be susceptible to the Malphite?
Well, you've already got the Caitlyn Xerath, so if this is a bot lane duo, having that and then the potential for a Malphite to TP in and then just knock you both up, that's enough already to me to validate it. As with that Sylas ban, that asks some questions of me, because yes, it's very good to steal the Skarner. Okay, never mind. You've got 3 good ultimates to steal. I take it back. It's already really good. I was thinking maybe there was something else they were hiding, like the Kennen potentially, but you've already got stellar ultimates, so it's a fine ban. And if anything, it kind of is a bit disrespectful, because you know they play both the Vigar and the Annie that they've already shown a preference for. So the fact that you ban neither is just saying, alright, we prefer to not have that as opposed to something you actually do play.
If that... Okay, that actually got locked in. So... Wait.
On.
Okay, it's on. Okay, I was about to say to myself, because I did mention some words about Alawi earlier before this series today, and if she got locked in, I was going to be very surprised. But no, it's an on.
Makes sense.
Just like last game.
And suddenly the Silas makes a lot more sense because it is one of Teddy Bear Chill's best champions. So by getting rid of that really annoying matchup, the ability to steal the Ornn and everything else, Gwen, I'll stop myself. Gwen is picked up right here. She was specifically banned earlier on in the series by Lowhampton so that JoJo could play a tank. Now, he's playing a different tank, and I would say Gwen is more annoying for the Ornn to deal with than they are for the Cho'Gath to deal with, as we saw earlier today.
And it's not just anybody's Gwen. This is Teddy Bear Chill's Gwen. He is known for this champion in particular, known for some of these AP tops, and it might be the case that they're looking to put this priority in the top side again and have Teddy Bear Chill play with the Killmaster in tandem.
And Suntails, we see the truth now. We've got the Xerath mid, and it means that the Leona is going into the support role. I was expecting this Morgana if that was going to be the case. I would have been very scared if they had gone for the Nautilus option instead, as now you have the ability to deny this CC from the Leona, deny some of the damage from the Xerath ult, but not very much. And if anything, actually looking down that list, Leona is basically the only person that suffers to the Black Shield. But the thing is, that means Leona should always be the one suffering to the Black Shield. Denying basically every solar flare will be Hook Boy's prerogative.
Absolutely, definitely allowing that bot lane of Lowhampton to perhaps gain an advantage early with the threat of that Black Shield, maybe working with Deskaro to be able to put some pressure in, as we have seen in some games beforehand. Might be a return to that early game bot side pressure that Lowhampton is known for.
And I think a return to form is what Lowhampton are looking for. In the first game, it was quite competitive. It definitely went the full mile, but they showed their chops as the game went on. Then in the second game, we got the Lowhampton signature special of just, alright, clean the game up, get it done in 20 minutes and we're going home. But Bristol, they've managed to survive that now with the help of the Ornn, and now he has betrayed them and gone over to JoJo's hands. Will the Ornn become the blessed pick of the series now that Jinx has been getting banned? It's time to find out, because if Ornn is blessed, then the series ends here.
Absolutely. Once again, we have to mention it. This is still Bristol's last stand. They need this win for the chance to pull off that reverse sweep and secure their spot in the University Esports Masters Championship. A lot to play for here, there's a lot on the line. Mental is still there, although I will say Bristol, after that win, must be feeling a little bit more relaxed now coming into this game, although there is still a lot on the line.
And I would say where the Killmaster is a winner coming out of last game, now getting to play the Xin again, feeling confident on it, happy to pick it, I start to worry about Biracial and Suntails. Because while on Thresh, I have the world of confidence in Suntails, she had amazing games. On the Leona, you do not exactly get to play that kind of tricksy material where you throw the lanterns out for your team and you constantly go for those picks. Yes, you can look to engage, but that's it. It's very linear. And part of the reason that Suntails was setting themselves out as such a good player in the previous games was always being there to support their team and always being there to back them up and bail people out of bad situations. This Xerath is going to need a lot of bailing out, because against even just the top side right there, Ornn mugs Xerath off a tree. Skarner is very unfun to play against. Akali, already going to be upsetting. Biracial needs to have a stellar game if they are going to be able to actually get to play it in the first place.
And the thing about Skarner is that ultimately, if you ever decide to itemize that QSS, you are setting yourself back 1,300 gold, and for most of the champions on the side of Bristol, they do not want to be spending gold on that item.
And it does actually beg the question of why Suntails wouldn't take the Morgana herself, because when you look at this bot lane and just how the champion select was, with the Leona and the Morgana being the two last picks, we could have seen a world where we had Caitlyn Morgana, a notoriously deadly duo, against an Ashe who then doesn't have a really good support pairing to go with it. So this is clearly a preference, one of those preferred picks by Suntails. I think it's part of the real level that we're at here in the NUEL that we should put a focus back onto comfort. We talked about it a couple times throughout this series, but comfort is very important in a best of 5. in a situation where you've not been in before for any of these players, bar Jojo again. Gonna reiterate that, yes, we've had some people playing like Biracial and Soren who played in previous NUEL splits, but the best of 5 experience is pretty much Jojo and then nobody else.
Absolutely, and you know, we haven't seen them on these champions, we just got to reiterate that it's not the same level, there's a lot going on, and even with draft execution, here's the thing, if somebody has an advantage in one spot of the game, given a matchup that might not necessarily go to plan, whilst that Black Shield is something that Lowhampton have in the spot lane, that does not necessitate that it will go in their favour.
So let's talk about the 1v9 champions in the room. We have a Gwen and an Akali. Which one do you want to hit on first?
Well, I mean, Teddy Bear Chill is known for this Gwen.
Then let's start there. The Gwen, a lot of max HP damage, more things Ornn hates, the ability to dodge away from abilities very frequently, something Ornn hates, and the ability to go untargetable from very long distances away. Finally, something Ornn hates. Means that Teddy Bear Chill has basically got all they need to be able to win this lane on their own. Ornn can scrap with them, using that grasp and constantly trading back, but it's very rarely going to be beneficial for them in the long run. If anything, the biggest question for me is actually going to be, which does Teddy Bear Chill want? Do they want to go for the Lethal Tempo or the Conqueror now?
Absolutely, both runes having had some adjustments this patch, Conqueror going a bit up in terms of its power, getting a bit of duration and damage, whilst Lethal Tempo has lost a little bit of attack speed. Now, let's go back to the Akali. Savagery, we've seen this Akali a few games ago, popping off in the late game, securing kills versus I'm Biracial, but that was in a different composition. What do you think Akali's role is here with this composition from Lowhampton?
I think that the Akali is actually perfect as the middle of this comp, because if you look at it, it's almost like the rest of the team is just the setup, and then Savagery will be the bowling ball that knocks down the pins. Jojo is going to be looking for these big ultimates to try and zone away the backline, get Xerath and Caitlyn onto a different screen. And then Ashe, Morgana, they're going to be fishing for those picks. If anybody gets rooted up, they're going to be just locking down the front line so that Savagery can sneak their way into the back and just kill those 2 backliners. They are not going to be favored against Gwen in most situations throughout this game. As long as they're on relatively even items, Gwen will usually be able to come out on top by being able to sustain off of nearby minions or monsters, etc., and dodge away from a lot of her abilities in quick succession. So, for me, Savagery's main purpose is kill Biracial, kill Soren. If those 2 are allowed to play a fight and Savagery is in it, that is what I'm going to class as a failed fight from the Akali.
Absolutely got some very key players to watch this game. It is sudden death. Both teams have a lot to play for. We have to mention it over and over again. There are high stakes this game, and those rewards that those stakes are provided by our lovely sponsors, Intel 12th Generation and SteelSeries. Of course, SteelSeries providing us award-winning gaming gear, and there is that Amazon Prime student discount which you can go and use on their products.
Hopping in to our 4th and potentially final game of the day. If Lowhampton can come back into form and stomp through this one, then we'll be going home with a 4-game series. But taking a look at both of these comps, taking a look at how the form of both of these teams is, I see Bristol with a very fair chance of being able to take this one away, and it needs to be a lead in their mid-bot lane.
Absolutely, it will need to be as we do load onto Summoner's Rift once again. Oh, for the 4th time today, this has been a hell of a series.
It got some legs. It definitely got some legs as the day went on. It started off being a pretty banger first game. Then the second one, I felt my heart starting to drop a little bit. But now we are back on track. I'm Biracial gets the first proc of that first strike. The game is won. Bristol's taking us to Silver Scrapes.
I mean, they got the gold lead. They got the gold lead.
That's it. That's all you need. Gold lead. So, it's first strike rune. It's new to the preseason, so people who haven't been super up to date with League may not be aware of it. Could we potentially just take a focus onto that one? Because basically, What it means is if you start a trade, you get to deal a little bit extra damage, and then you get gold based on how much damage you do. So I'm Biracial is going to be using this one to just constantly chip down savagery in lane, and then try and build up a passive income. We saw Hookboy do it on the Xerath support earlier today, and have the maximum DPS of their team, of the game, by almost twofold. So partly the room, but also partly Xerath can get a lot done if given space. Taking a look right now, we are just about to hit 1 minute 50 into the game, as we are seeing bot lane skirmish, not too much happening, just the Ashe Morgana getting priority, as you'd expect. When you have the double ranged versus ranged melee, you are able to get the bigger lead, because you just can't trade the auto attacks back. The only thing is though, when you're running double ranged bot lane, is you become extremely susceptible in a level 2 kind of 3 area, because at that point the Leona can go in and look for heavy trades and force summoners out. It looks like so far though, Bristol are not going to be able to get that. Ooh, that's kind of dirty.
Okay, I have returned.
Hooray!
Massive trade there from the teddy bear in the top lane right there.
Yeah, this Gwen, it's kind of silly. I always forget about it until I see it again. Every time it's off my screen, because it's one of those new champions, you know, just sometimes it's not the first thing I think of. I'm like, oh yeah, it's Gwen, not, oh, it's Gwen with the super oppressive early game, despite being a mega scaler.
Yeah, of course, had her attack speed cut quite some patches ago, but does a lot of damage to champions like Ornn if you don't respect her. Now, we do see both junglers pivoting down towards the bottom side of the map, so we might see some action going on there. However, the teddy bear is in the mid lane, and I'm Biracial, taking the brunt of the damage from Savagery, will be forced back away as the teddy bear does finally arrive. Can he get the kill there? Needles going into the snip snip, and will be a flash away from Savagery. No kills, but that is a lot of pressure mid lane.
And I really love this play from Teddy Bear, using their advantage top to help their mid laner out. This could backfire though.
Killmaster in the middle of things, NBA Hookboy and Desco, but I think you have a bit too many numbers, and that will be first blood for the teddy bear. Ashe now, Suntail's flash over the wall, Eclipse and the stun. NBA Hookboy goes down, but can Savagery get the kill? Teddy bear almost surviving with the heal. Now the Ornn is in the mix of things. NUEL champion Jojo himself taking the brunt of the damage, but you are 4-1, and you will get killed. The Zenith Blade flash over the wall. Okay, maybe you don't get the kill, but that is an advantage to Bristol at 4 minutes into the game.
And the fact that Jojo TP'd down here means that now Teddy Bear gets to go right up to the top lane off of that respawn and collect all the minions for himself. Massive lead going over to Bristol, just in the tempo alone. Nice rotation from Suntails and co to be able to collapse on that one, as Desk was a bit too far up on the Skarner, looking for a play with their support, but actually being on a ward, they managed to get it done. Very clean stuff so far.
Very clean indeed. It hasn't been yet in this series, if I'm not mistaken, that we've seen Bristol have that win in the early game. Teddy Bear Chill going very aggressive here in the top lane as well. This is looking like a very different Bristol to the last few games.
And I love this. The new look of being able to get the aggression down early is something we needed, because when we were looking at the champion select, we were saying that it needed to be a particularly strong mid laner for managing to get that early pressure down. But when you work this well as a team and use Teddy Bear Chill's lane advantage like you did, then in reality, you could be playing as many scalers as you want. You're still going to be able to bring it together.
Absolutely, we do have to see how all of this gets put together later on in the game. CS advantage, however, is in favor of Savagery in the mid lane. 37-28 right now on the Akali.
Not too shabby whatsoever. I will quickly, actually, let's toggle over to the gold and see, as it looks like Biracial is still going to be in the lead. That assist plus the first strike gold going to compensate for a bit. And in this matchup, it's not too dependent on the CS. It is mainly just going to be about trying to put the Xerath behind. If you can deny minions, that's great. But if you can kill them with your jungler over and over, that's where it's at. As soon as Savagery hits level 6, I expect to see Hookboy looking for roams. I expect to see Neverlow again looking for Ash arrows and just doing whatever they can to deny Biracial a safe lane.
Of course, the Ocean Drake has spawned now, and I would expect both teams to be looking to make a play for that in the next few minutes of the game, as we do have people seeing if they can set up. Roehampton pushing out the bot side, Skarner piloting himself down to the bot side.
Is a minor level lead over to the Roehampton bottom lane, so don't imagine until that equalizes there wants to be much trading. Is Teddy Bear going in?
Mojo, though, might be able to get the kill. Comes back, Needles is a massive power spike for Gwen, backs off with the Orn Horn.
Equal. I'm going to call that an equal trade back and forth. Just the ultimates. It's both going to be these top laners deciding to exert their pressure, but this will still be Roehampton picking up the Ocean Dragon. And let's see which one is going to be spawning next, as we're going to get Pans away. A Chemtech next.
Chemtech. Oh, no Chemtech soul.
I'm okay with it. We might get Hextech if we're unlucky. I feel like actually, no, I'm not going to start theorizing yet because there's a lot of scary things that could happen in this game. If Hextech happens, then I maybe shift over and say that Roehampton are back in this game in a big way, because the ability to flank a Xerath and a Caitlyn is realistically the main factor for if you're able to kill them.
Definitely, positioning really matters in these team fights, because it does seem like who has the setup around objectives probably has the advantage in the team fight. Both teams really want vision, they want the setup, because I mean, I'm biracial and so on. They can't really approach into that fog of war. Just gonna back over. Skarner is spotted.
While Skarner's down here, it's a good time to mention that the Morgana Black Shield is not an exclusively defensive ability. Because you have the Akali and because you have the Skarner,
Root landed. I'm surprised. Really nice block from Suntails. However, they go back onto it. Of course, the Black Shield comes out. Suntails taking a lot of damage, but with the Eclipse, will manage to soak up most of it, and both teams come out even. But there is a flash impale, however, and Suntails is now in the thick of things. It's soaking up a lot of damage. Neverlow again getting very low, and it's actually a 1-for-1.
She's very tanky, I'll have you know. I cannot believe that they were able to get away with that. Really nicely played by the Bristol bottom lane. She is not just a Thresh player, that was super clean. As now, we're getting the continued skirmish going on in the mid lane this time. Savagery getting zoned away. Will not take the brunt of that chip damage, but it will be enough to unlock I'm Biracial and allow them to either look for a reset or potentially threaten some plates with this Rift Herald.
Yep, and that they will do, as this Rift Herald does get dropped down in the mid lane, and they will secure some gold with it.
Uh-oh. Impale's not up though, but there is Hookboy around the corner.
He is here and will get stunned down. Killmaster taking a lot of damage, rooted by Hookboy. Now the rest of Bristol is here. Needles coming in from the teddy bear himself. The health bar's dropping low, right of the Arcane in the back. But it does look like they both live. NBA Hookboy and Deskaro getting out alive.
So, as we take a look at this game state after that extended fight once again, we have got coming into this one pretty even gold. Slight dragon lead in exchange for the gold lead, but it is going to be on the Skarner Morgana combo that I want to see happen. It's not the same as the Thresh, where you could go for the roller coaster tycoon maneuver where you get the Skarner out and then pull them away with Lantern, but considering you have the Morgana, you are going to be able to get some pretty good plays by putting the Black Shield on them and going forward. Nice force by Suntails, though. Actually manages to get Ash's flash in a lane against Morgana. That is important. So, got a little stroll up to the top lane right now. Carly is currently looking for a potential dive. Teddy Bear Chill is being chunked out. There is no ultimate available for this Ornn, but having the Frostfire, their spike is much earlier, as Teddy Bear is likely to fall here.
I've returned as the TP comes in. Teddy Bear still managing to live. I'm Biracial going with the Arcana Pulse. That's the way. Flash return. The shocking orb lands. The eye lands, and the final Arcana Pulse will get that down. Enchanted Crystal Arrow flushed away from the bot lane. The Skarner is here. Does have the Impale available for Suntails. Will feel the sting, and Suntails will go down. Now, Killmaster is in the game following this Scorpion.
I know up.
TP coming through a lot. That's Caitlyn Q. Oh my word. Gwen securing 2 kills. Killmaster getting another. That's a triple for Bristol.
And it is going Bristol's way all across the map. Everywhere in their favor. And Biracial, that flash looked like it did nothing, but throwing the E and managing to get the follow-up so crispy clean picks up Jojo and means that now counterattack after counterattack. There is an Ornn coming in. Ultimate is available. He's going for the Xerath.
He will get the
stun's too
stun. Oh, he does still get the recast off, but I think he's got a bit too far away.
I feel like we may be heading towards a game 5 here. We'll see what Rift it is, because if this isn't a Hex Tech, I feel like it's going to be pretty damn hard for Lowhampton to win.
Tech Drake currently going down. Suntails not able to connect the Solar Flare. Teddy Bear Chill in the backline, tanking up so much damage with the Eclipse. However, Killmaster is going to get marked. Crescent Guard away, and it looks like they get this Dragon scot-free.
Now, maybe I've spoken a bit too early. It is a Cloud, Dragon, and Soul. Still just as worthless as it was beforehand. Don't you worry about that. That gives a bit extra movement speed as opposed to the previous season. But the main reason that I say that there might still be a chance is because at the end of the day, you still have Ornn. You still have Ornn and Akali. Yes, it's been going very much in your favor so far, but there is always the potential if you could somehow control Teddy Bear Chill, which that part I haven't figured out yet, then theoretically Savagery still has got in them to be able to kill Biracial and Sorin later on and continue that, because the Akali isn't shut down. They're completely even with the Xerath, a little bit up in CS, going to be falling behind in gold just because of the rune and the kill participation. But the fact that that is still a dream that is alive means that Lowhampton are not out just yet.
Yeah, of course, the gold lead is in Bristol side, 3,500. Most mythics complete on their side as well. Gale Force, Leandry's Gordon Creek again, for the Xin, everything we would expect.
And look at that ward right there. This is Savagery basing. They're almost definitely going to TP to this bottom lane, but no, they spot the Xin. And now it is kind of a weird play right here. The Xerath ult is ready. You can see Savagery's looking for the teleport angle, but it's just not there yet.
Okay, Enchanted Crystal Arrow going through, but the tenacity of Leona does land the root on there, but you might have gone a bit too far. Taking tower shots, Savagery collects the kill.
That was a play that was seen coming from a mile away by Lowhampton. They were ready for it. And so the counterattack was instant. The teleport coming in, Suntails decides that it's probably best to try and get some more damage down, but doesn't end up managing to get away with that one as Killmaster and Savagery look at each other.
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit of a trade back, you know. Carly gives in the kiss, you know, just, okay, I'm going to give you the shuriken and then dip out of there.
So it looks like now, taking a gander at the map, there should be, dare I say, beyond this Rift Herald take, a potential LoL state on our hands.
It might be. Right now, people are just clearing the lanes. I mean, game 5 maybe? That's the question. Will we get game 5?
At this point, I would say that game 5 seems like quite the likelihood. It isn't definite. And I definitely don't want to disrespect Lowhampton with how well this team has been playing. The fact they have been so good throughout this series and throughout this split. But Bristol, also a very good team and looking like they've got what they need to get it done.
Certainly, Bristol really showing up this game. Seems like they've really adapted this series after their losses. Really smart from them. I mean, honestly, congratulations to the side of Bristol, really showcasing their talent, all this new talent coming through, those 2 veterans, adapting in a best of 5, massive props.
Since we've got a little bit... Okay, wait a minute. I don't know if he meant to do that. Maybe?
It might have timed out soon. I wasn't.
No, I think they just
entirely
captured
paying
that one. I
attention.
think that may have been a trinket.
Yeah.
Or actually, because of where it was placed, this was just setting up for the roam to top. I honestly don't know.
Okay, well, there is an Impale in mid, however, Iron Biracial goes golden as the Killmaster, and the TP comes in from the Teddy Bear, knocked up, and will be pursued by this Gwen, will be slain.
So you know what? The Rift Herald dies, but so does the Skarner, so it's something. As now, Jojo is trapped here.
In between a Zin and a Doll, right of the Arcane Bombards coming through. But this is an Ornn, I don't think you want to tower dive him.
No, not with the ultimate up. That's definitely asking for trouble.
Oh, not quite.
Isn't going to tag. Dragon up in 40 seconds. It's not a win con, everybody. The extra movement speed out of combat is cool. It's not going to do much for the blue team. Red team, Skarner would love that. Skarner would absolutely love that.
Oh, yeah.
Outside of that, though, I don't think that the blue team champions, you could argue Leona basically gets a free set of Mobies if you do manage to pick some up, but it's not going to make a massive difference this game. It's about the fights that the dragon will inspire. As right now, we have got the posturing. Soren is very far forward alone. This is exerting a massive amount of pressure for just being a Caitlyn with nobody backing them up. Nice little bit of mind games being played, showing the confidence that the Bristol team does have right now.
At the end of the day, you have to be respectful, show the respect. You don't have the vision in the bottom of the side of the map, so you never know when the wild Gwen might hop over the wall and tear your flesh to pieces with her scissors.
So, this starts to beg the question, was the support counter pick worth it at this point? Time will still tell, but it doesn't seem to have been massively winning for you in lane, despite having what should have been a winning lane matchup in theory.
And
Because
it is worth noting there is a Moonstone on this Morgana.
Exactly, that's what I was looking at. It's like, this isn't conventional Morgana that in solo queue just goes for the Imperial Mandate AP kind of build. This is an enchanter. This is a full-on enchanter. I'm curious to see what itemization we'll get from Hookboy, because that kind of indicates to me that they won't be looking for the standard Zhonya's. They may be fishing for something else, maybe along the lines of a Redemption or a Staff of Flowing Water we could see. As right now, Ash Arrow is coming in. Will it hit true? Ooh.
It does not quite land there, but the Scorpion is still looking for more of a TP response from the Zareth in the mid lane as the Ornhorn gets pulled. Descarolcus going down very low, healing up a little bit, but will get taken down. 2 kills to Bristol. Might be looking for something more, but I don't think they can get the Ornn.
I think this is just Lowhampton not necessarily being comfortable with how their comp plays. We saw at the start that Hookboy and Desk were going for the pick, but the Black Shield wasn't down on the Skarner before he went in, so Leona still gets a stun, and then it's like, okay, why are you even coming forward? You get pulled back and it doesn't mean too much. Sorry, taking a big chunk.
Damage.
Yeah. Little scary if Akali shows up, but she's happily pushing bots. I don't think they're making their way over here anytime soon.
Of course, Bristol with the 6,000 almost gold lead. Leona going in, tanking up so much damage with that Eclipse, but the question is it enough? It will expire shortly,
Oh, come on.
and she gets the kill!
Uh-oh.
Akali is here, however, and Caitlyn is now going to have to be on the run, not on the chase as she normally will be, and will be executed by the ninja, but Gwen picks up a tower in the mid lane.
I think that that's more than worth it for the shutdown going over. Not only that, you've got the push into the bottom lane. As long as Des can't catch this Gwen, which I don't think you can, then this is going to be a massively winning play for Bristol across the board. Roehampton looking to punish. Dragon not available for 2 minutes and 30 seconds, so Bristol, we're seeing new stripes from them. I'm really happy to see this, because throughout the whole series, we have been picturing Lowhampton as the decisive favourites, with Bristol being kind of, you know, chasing at their heels. But this is the first game where Bristol look like the favourites, even from the beginning.
Here's the thing, I mean, last game it looked really good for Bristol. We saw them putting more pressure in this early game and really putting up a fight versus Roehampton's pressure. But this is amazing. 20 minutes in and they have a 7,000 almost gold lead. This is honestly unheard of for this team in past games from what we've seen. And It's impressive.
Taking a look through, is going to be a lot on that top lane matchup right there. Gwen being massively far ahead. Teddy Bear Chill, we've seen them play very well on the Ornn itself, and now they are showing how to demolish it with pretty good precision. I mean, they are a seamstress at the end of the day, so it makes a lot of sense why this champion's been banned away from them so many times.
Yeah, certainly. Angry Bee emote, I like it.
Yeah, that's good taste, good taste. What's your favourite emote?
Oh, that's a hard one. Which one do I use the most?
I like the pink Pingu, the happy
Pink
one.
Pingu, yeah. I mean, to be honest, I do use the Aphelios one a lot, but that is kind of given the fact that I have 250k mastery on him.
That's fair. I don't think there's an Ivan emote yet, and maybe I'll actually intentionally get an emote if that does happen. But until then, I'm going to hold out with just using a single emote.
Yeah, fair enough. Can understand that as Killmaster looking for a kill right here. Ace in the hole will be it. Securing a kill onto Morgana will be suppressed down. Have a lot of gold into the pocket of Savagery, but those health bars are precariously low. Killmaster really wants it, seeing those blinking red health bars, but the blinking red TP will be put down in return. Killmaster going back in. Ornn onto 2, but
the ghost.
sacrifice for 1. Ghost Gwen.
She's not got the auto yet.
Get the pace. Doesn't have the ulti, but has the move speed. Now Needleworks up, never low again. Will be low as he gets taken down.
And Gwen is just going to run forward, and we've got Teddy Bear just zoning. Nobody else can walk into them. So they're going to be able to run back. No teleport available. Skarner is up, has the smite, has the flash. But it looks like they won't even attempt to contest it. Just going to run for the dragon and try and trade on the map.
Yep. Hopefully being able to secure this Cloud Drake with that objective bounty attached on it will be your consolation prize. But I'm biracial, and the rest of Bristol really seeing if they can secure both things here as they do move towards the objective.
And I will say, in the top side right there, I'm biracial was actually fighting the mid-jungle of the enemy team under tower at the same time. So very nicely done on this Xerath, having a hell of a performance, showing a completely different kind of gameplay compared to what we've seen on the Annie and the likes of that. No roaming mid laner here. They are just out for number 1.
Oh no, Soren, you got caught unaware. Didn't have the information that Savagery is waiting to pounce in that bush and does secure the shutdown on the Caitlyn.
There's a 5-1 Akali in the game. That's something we should be paying attention to. Something that is very scary if you want Bristol to take us to Silver Scrapes. So let us know in the chat which team you are supporting right here, Lowhampton or the Bristol Warriors, as we are looking to see right now with the Baron buff if Bristol could try and close this one out, or at the very least put themselves in a state to.
I did, however, notice that Morello's completion on the Akali. Personally, not too sure about that one, but do you think that Bristol have enough healing to warrant it?
I personally believe that the main reason that people go Morello, other than just the fact that it's the name, is because it gives a okay combination of health and the AP. There's much better ones right now, which I imagine is something like the Monica Brace that they're building into next. But the main reason for it is when you're against the Gwen, she gets very low HP, so you can reasonably actually proc the extra 60% healing reduction when they're below half HP. And that's realistically it. This just gives the Akali the potential to fight Gwen in the side lane.
Yep, absolutely, and Gwen, of course, is the main threat of Bristol. A lot of headshots going down. I think the Scorpion's just dead. Amazing pick from Bristol. Might be another one onto the Ashe as the Solar Flare goes down. Xin diving in, and it's a double for Soren.
I feel like this has to be possibly the death push, if not a free inhibitor. 30 seconds on your ADC. Nobody can walk up to clear this wave. Baron buff is still up for a good 45 seconds. We could see the end of the game right here, right now.
25 minutes. Bristol has not been cleaning up early this game. This might actually be the quickest game this series if they do manage to clean it out, but Lowhampton definitely want to still give it a try. Savagery immediately goes down, and that might just be most of Lowhampton's faith gone. However, the minion wave is dead. They just have to go for the Nexus. Do they have enough damage? I think they do, but they still have to close out the game, and it will be Bristol taking us to Silver Scrapes.
We get the Game 5 NUEL Finals delivering once again we get Roehampton and Bristol going at it for that UEM spot, for the prize. They are here to fight as we get the final game coming up next. We have seen all different colours from these teams. We have seen early game aggression from one side matched by the other. We've seen the late game scaling for both of these teams win. This is as evenly matched as it could be, and hot damn, am I ready for the finale.
Absolutely. It has been a massive series, and Roehampton has yet again chosen that red side. Red side has been chosen every time this series with the side selection. Silver Scrapes, you didn't cast the cursor.
I didn't. I was looking at today like, oh, I really want a long series, which means I'm cursed to get a best of 3 that goes down to the wire. But no, we get the full best of 5. We get all 5 games. I am so hyped for this. Let's go.
And go we will after a short pause, and we will return for the final game of the grand finals. Welcome back, everyone. We have finally made it here to Game 5 of the Grand Finals for the Winter 2021 split. And oh boy, I did not expect it to go like this.
I don't think anybody looked at today, looked at the history, looked at the record and said, oh yeah, Lowhampton, that team that has gone through a shocking metamorphosis into the playoffs phase and managed to dominate, going 2-1, 2-1, and 1-0 across their series. Yes, all of them going to 3 games, but managing to beat Bristol Warriors in the winners' finals, has now gone into the grand finals to face the same opposition, and we once again find ourselves in a situation of 2-2, 1 game left in it, winner takes all, UEM spot on the line.
Indeed we have, and it has been a hell of a roller coaster. I mean, Lowhampton dominated the first 2 games, pile driving Bristol. I mean, it wasn't as competitive as maybe we would have expected in the first 2 games, and then Bristol brings it back for the next 2 and their life is on the line, and here we are again. Sudden death for both teams right here, right now.
And when we looked at these teams, when we were characterizing them, we are saying Lowhampton, they're the team that wants to snowball off of the early game and just wipe the floor with you. But they have shown respect against the Bristol Warriors. They have not opted for this kind of style in most of their games. They've had very smart level 1s in the first 2, and that secured the pivotal leads that snowballed to victory. But in games 3 and 4, it has not been about early game domination. They tried it in game 3 with that Draven pickup, and it was working. But the scaling, Bristol Warriors picking things like the Ornn in the top lane has managed to prove so hard to counter, and finally, Suntails, she is banned away from Thresh, finds a new friend in the Leona, and still looks competitive. So what on earth do you ban here from Lowhampton, who have decided to go for the red side once again?
I mean, it's in Suntail's name, you know, Sun, Leona, makes sense.
Don't know why I didn't see that coming.
You know.
Yeah, no, you got me.
Point, thematically.
Final
Kent
chance.
does get banned, though. Gojo
Yes,
not allowed to have it.
Destiny, 5 games in a row, Kench bans every time. Will it be a Zoe ban subsequently? I think that the odds are...
Well.
Yeah, that's it. We've just got the predetermined bans beforehand, and then we get to actually get a bit creative. Then we get to see things like the Xerath, things like the Thresh start to get focused out, as they baited us last time. They went all the way to 0 seconds before they banned the Zoe, but in reality, it's just the team discussion. You've got to be saying, hey, what's our final ban going to be? What about if they do this? What about if they do Y? Because you only have so much time between these games. As soon as the stream goes off and goes into break, they have maybe 5-10 minutes maximum before they're in this position again. So you need to be ready with what you're doing. The Lissandra, once again, predetermined to be banned away. What will be our flexible last bans here?
And I have to say again, this decision time is what you need. Make sure the team's on board. You got a good plan going into this game because it is a life or death situation. Because, you know, if you lose this, you don't win. If you win this, you win the tournaments. As simple as that.
Succinct, very nicely said. Jinx, left up on the table. Thresh, left up on the table. Xin Zhao, banned away actually. That was the one that got mixed up into this fray. Talon is still on the table. Right now we've seen the Killmaster play Talon and Xin Zhao respectively. The Talon game did not go so well. The Xin Zhao started to improve for the past 2 games. So the question is, will they look away from it here as we actually just get none of the above Caitlyn?
Caitlyn, not necessarily. I mean, it is a Soren comfort pick, of course, and comfort in a game 5 is something that is expected, but a P1, Caitlyn is not exactly something we would expect.
I'm waiting to see if we get the potential Thresh steal with Jinx Thresh coming out right here from Lowhampton. The Jinx is almost certain.
I mean, yes.
I would be shocked if it wasn't. So you don't have to pick support here. The Talon makes a lot of sense. We've seen this rotation actually from the other way around team-wise. I believe it was 3 games ago or so. But at this point, the Jinx Talon first rotation is so important in this matchup. The Talon, the one shared jungler between them to rule them all. Now we find out what else the Killmaster actually has in the back pocket. They like these aggressive dive champions that can actually get a lot done. Things like the Nocturne, the Hecarim being one that we were waiting to find out if it get picked up, and we get to see it now, presumably paired with a Thresh.
Finally, the Killmaster gets to play it. I mean, it was open, just has not decided to. Another pick that he is comfortable on. We go back to this. All 4 of these champions that have been locked in are signature champions for these players.
If this isn't Thresh, I'm going to be a little bit upset. Okay, I'm a little bit upset.
You can be upset about that, though.
I'm upset now, but it's Ornn. So we love Ornn. Ornn is a blessed champion in this series. He's won every game we've seen him. And by picking it here, it means that JoJo now has to show themselves early. Will they opt for some kind of carry? I'm expecting the set, probably. That's like the one I'm leaning towards. We might see a Mordekaiser. That could also be the case, as that is something I can very much see JoJo calling for, saying, all right, hammer time. You've got the Hecarim coming up there. As soon as the ultimate has timed out, you could go for these 1v1s. We saw the lethal tempo Mordekaiser from them last week. Curious to see if they go back to Conqueror, but they usually become allergic to the Flash Summoner spell when they go onto this pick.
Absolutely. Death Realm and its ability to single out targets might just be what you need here. From what we've seen, Bristol have been playing really well as a team, haven't necessarily been splitting on champions going in a solo lane. We saw it in the last game. They grouped together and collapsed as one. Mordekaiser being able to single people out might be what Lowhampton need.
This is an awkward spot right here for Bristol, because the Thresh is almost definitely going to be the 4th pick. There's not really a good reason to pick anything but, because when you look at how this is going to play through, you want to save the mid for last pick now so they get counter, gives you a lot of priority, enables roams of Talon. Okay, makes sense. But now, the Thresh is that champion. They've banned away the Morgana, a really good answer into the Thresh in isolation. I would be shocked if we just see it completely ignored throughout this draft, considering how good Suntails has been on it in the series. Galio, yeah, that's fine. Biracial, we saw last game, pulled out the Xerath after being the Cryon special roaming mid laner only. Actually performed very well on the Xerath. With help from their jungler, these 2 players actually came online and felt like they picked up their slack and has really carried this team forward to compete with the monstrous double duo that we've seen from Desk and Savagery. As they banned their own Thresh, it hurts the heart, but it had to be done.
Thresh is actually a contested pick. NBA Hook Boy, plays Hook champions, Thresh is a Hook champion. It does make sense now. Even still, it begs the question, what is Suntails going to pick up? Is it going to be the Leona, or will it be one of the enchanters that she does like to play?
I think it might be Lux. We'll get to that in a moment, as the Amumu proxy pick is Rakan. So we do have, I'm not going to say the best bot lane duo right here from Lowhampton. Jinx and Rakan isn't exactly the kind of killer duo that you normally pair together, but it does work very well with the Talon. Be able to go invisible and then have the Talon jump to you while in stealth and then get the second battle dance gives you very long range engage example. Hell yeah, called it. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. As we do get the Lux, it could potentially go to mid, though, so I might still be wrong, but I think that when you're against something like the Rakan, who typically engages in a straight line, the Lux binding paired with the Caitlyn. This was a duo that had a lot of prevalence in season, I believe it was 10. And we do get, finally, last pick answered. She's back! The Fire Girl is back!
The
Brian
crying
returns.
special. Here we go again. That Tibbers was massive last time, really setting up those team fights and annihilating the health bars of Lowhampton. Let's see what their R5 has in store for us today to deal with this Annie.
There's so many things left up on the table. And we're going to get baited by a proxy pick as well, so we don't even get to know straight away.
Come on.
It's Kassadin. Kassadin is the final pick of the series. Savagery deciding that is how they want to go out in this one. They will walk away from this game either a victorious UEM participant or hanging their head down as a non-level 16 Kassadin.
Ticking, ticking, ticking. Kassadin has been subject to a few buffs this preseason by virtue of some of the new AP items in the game. Now, given the fact that Seraphs did go down in price,
it did
whether
actually.
it will be the Seraphs or the Fimbulwinter, both are viable on the champion, but 400 gold, it's a lot.
I feel like it would be weird to not go for the Seraphs when it's just been chipped down by 400 gold. That is a big number, people. That is a free ruby crystals worth of gold that you just get now for buying the item. If you're running futures market, you could buy that at 2,200 or so net by the time you're getting around to it, which is quite significant. The extra ability haste that it gives, the extra health regen when you spend mana. Kassadin spends a lot of mana. He's actually one of those champions that expends an inordinate numbers when it comes to the actual mana because of his ultimate doubling in cost each time. So he can actually cash in a bit on that refund when he's using it. We'll see. He's definitely going to build tier. That's out of the question. He's building tier. Let's talk about the rest of the game because that's all questions for later.
Absolutely, and Kassadin is a champion with teleport and dive potential. Now, we saw in early games from Lowhampton, they really like this collapse, this dive to go into the heart of Bristol and mess them up. Now, the question is, how does Bristol deal with this? They have the Ornn, they have the Hecarim, they have the Annie. What sort of formation do they need to play? How do they need to play this game to prevent getting caught out?
First thing for me is going to be defensive Ornn ultimates, because I don't think you're realistically going to be looking to pick people here. It's only Jinx, once again. It feels like a bit almost like deja vu of Game 2, where we had the Jinx on the blue side, and there were so many great pick tools, but only the Jinx as the backline, so there wasn't much point using them to get to her. Whereas on the other side, there were so many good dive tools that just went away and left the Jinx to get resets. I think this is a lot more similar to that, where Kassadin, Talon, Rakan, those three are going to be jumping onto the bottom side of the Bristol squad, just continuously trying to kill anybody they can. Everybody goes on one, that person dies. Jinx gets a reset, never low again, is never low again on that movement speed, which allows them to try and navigate the fight. And then Jojo, the person I haven't spoken about, kidnaps the engager, whether it be the Hecarim or the Ornn, but as soon as the Hecarim ult is done, yeah, you may get the fear, but then you are going in the Death Realm and you are getting a hammer in.
Indeed you will be. Now, once again, we've mentioned it a fair few times this series, but I think it's even more worth mentioning right now. This is Game 5, this is Silver Scrapes. Lowhampton have just lost 2 games in a row. You need to make sure that your mental is in check right now. As I think I may have lost Melvin is alright here. I will continue on, of course, as we should be loading into the game in a little while. However, it's, still a few things to talk about. We have 2 amazing little comps here together. Both teams have really made it really far today. You have amazing playoff runs from both sides, beating teams such as Starry Stags, DMU, Grey Warwick. Honestly, kudos to both teams. You made it to Game 5 in the Grand Finals. You have played so immensely well up to this point. So, whoever the winner is, you just have to remember that you have had a hell of a run. And bear that in mind for the Varsity Split and in future competitive games. Of course, I do also have to shout out our amazing sponsors, Intel 12th Gen and SteelSeries, of course, for being able to provide you this game and fueling us to this Game 5 with Intel's amazing 12th Gen CPUs and SteelSeries' award-winning gaming gear with that Amazon Prime student discount, of course, that you can use on that site. Oh boy. Been a good one. How's the chat doing? You know? Keeping well, keeping yourselves fueled up and going through this Game 5. I mean, it's all up in the air. You don't really know yet. You gotta wait for these level 1s, gotta wait for everything to play out right here. There's all the speculation with the draft and everything else, but we will see eventually when we do load into Summon's Rift in due course. My. What a day it has been. Silver Scrapes, I mean, I'll say it again, it wasn't expected between these two teams. You have... It's a revenge match after all. Lowhampton came into this and they beat Bristol 2-1 before in this playoff series. So coming to Game 5 today, I mean, we had these two decisive games. It's just been impressive from both teams, the tenacity of Bristol to make it to this point, and we'll see who ends up closing it out the game today. Of course, another reminder, we've been through it a few times, but whoever does win is granted that entry into the European University Masters competition. It is a hell of a prize, it is a money can't buy prize. Of course, there is still a monetary reward that we do provide to the victors of today, but the main prize here is that spot, and it is, oh, it's a special thing.
It absolutely is.
Ah, he's returned!
My internet, I have no idea. It just decided, hey, Game 5 of the finals, I can't handle it. I'm going home. And funnily enough, I am home right now. So it was a bit weird that it decided to go out in the first place. But we're fine now, hopefully. I'm just going to make sure I can actually get into the client and spectate the game. I know how pre-season client has been, but I'm going to do my best and we will hopefully be back to your scheduled planning in a few moments' time.
Of course, League Client being reliable as always, definitely not a bunch of spaghetti code as it sometimes can be. This preseason, of course, has been riddled with a few bugs, I'd say.
Oh, not as many as normal, I'll actually say. It's mainly been spectator bugs, annoyingly enough.
True.
It hasn't necessarily played the regular game, like seeing people clip through walls. My favourite ones are always the Nunu bugs, where they could just randomly roll
Yeah.
that snowball over terrain, or they could start channeling the ult while moving. Those are all... I don't know why it's always Nunu. I think it's just the snowball, but it is always Nunu.
Yep, Nunu is riddled with them. I mean, Viego is another one. I don't think he's had that many this preseason, but at least last season there was always Viego with some sort of problem. And how many weeks was it? Because he got released and then
gosh.
he wasn't enabled in pro play for like a good few months.
He didn't make it... I don't think he made it to MSI because of it.
Yeah, it was quite impressive, honestly. The Ruin Champion.
Definitely the Rune Champion. I like that. It's quirky.
Yeah. I haven't actually played the Ruin King game yet. Looks alright.
It's fun.
but-
I've been playing a little bit, but
Yeah.
it's fun.
Yeah, I got some time ahead of me. I might have a look at it in the upcoming break.
Good. I'm just definitely not looking at my client imploding right now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
My spectator client is also not doing quite as hot now that I actually look at it again.
Maybe this series was too cool for school, and they decided we
mean-
just weren't allowed to watch it as of such. I really hope we can get this client working and get to the finals, because okay, it sounds like everything
Yep,
is crashing
everyone
right
is
now.
crashed.
This is definitely just the client being the client, and I really hope that we're not having a banger game right now. Come on. Get us a message in 5 minutes. Okay, they've paused. Excellent. The players are waiting for us to get back into it. We'll resolve these tech difficulties as soon as we physically can,
Yep,
and
absolutely.
as soon as the client allows us to.
Making sure that we can try and get ourselves back into the game here. Oh, League Client.
Had to be the game 5, didn't it?
Yeah.
Could be, game 3. I know. Just come on, Mark Merrill, please get off the server. We need the space.
I mean, here's the thing, like, League client is always the butt of the joke, you know? Like, will Riot ever spend the time to fix it, or is it just, like, embedded into the culture of League of Legends now
The
that League
culture,
client
the
Yeah,
culture of having a client that
yeah.
breaks on you. It's definitely something that we've learned to live with. So maybe I suppose that does make it part of the culture at this point. As still trying to reconnect in,
Yeah,
still
why
failing.
fix the client when it adds to the entire League of Legends experience?
That's
It's
it.
a
It literally
part
adds
of
more
being League.
time. It adds more time to the League of Legends
Yeah.
experience of trying to get through to any game whatsoever.
I
All right,
mean, I
let's.
am tempting to load back in. Oh, oh.
I'm excited by the way you're saying it. However, I'm attempting to spectate the game, and it's specifically telling me this game type cannot be spectated right now, which worries me on a spiritual level.
So I am in. However, it is the Shadow Realm. The entire place
Mordekaiser is in
is
the game.
is covered in darkness. Maybe Nocturne's also here. Except the background. But Summoner's Rift itself has been blacked out. I can see name tags, but unfortunately, outside of that, the game's frozen.
My client has opened. I can't wait to be in the death realm with you both. As it's loading. That's cool. We got a Predator Rakan. I wonder if I'll get to see
Yeah.
it. My game looks fine. My game looks completely fine. That's encouraging.
Are you actually like in
I'm in.
Summoner's Rift
I'm
properly?
in Summoner's Rift. 5 seconds. Wait a minute. There's no red side champions. That might just be because they haven't spawned in yet. Who knows?
Alright, I'm gonna try and reload my client. Hold on
Yeah,
one
it
moment.
looks like after enough resetty spaghettis, eventually it works. Yeah, the red team spawns as well. Excellent. All right, everybody, give us a quick break. We'll just make sure everybody can actually get on the client so you could see this game, and we don't have to keep the players waiting any longer because we'll be right back. Yeah.
Shouldn't be too long.
Okay, let players know they can go if they haven't.
Hello again. We should have some technical difficulties with the spectator client reserve. There may be a few things that we need to do before we can get everything running smoothly, but it shouldn't be too long until we can view this game 5 properly.
But you're all back in the mood. Big drama, silver scrapes. We got the Lowhampton team trying to take a dominant split where they looked like kind of sneaking under the radar for the most of it and just grabbed themselves that UEM spot out of nowhere. Whereas Bristol, the Bristol Warriors, not the expected Bristol whip name that you've seen for so many seasons in a row. No, these are new. This is Bristol Warriors. They are here to put up a fight. That is why we're in game 5.
Absolutely, and it wasn't necessarily what we expected given the course of the series. We won't be jumping in right at minute 1, right at minute 00, I should say. We will be jumping in slightly into the game. Minions will have spawned, people will have leveled up to 2, so it might be a little bit chaotic when we go in, but we get the match.
We haven't missed anything yet, though. That's the important part. No kills, no big shenanigans early have happened. It seems to all be going just fine. I say hesitantly. This is okay. We're just waiting for the pause timer to resolve now from us getting into the spectator client, so it should be okay. Hopefully.
Ah, yes. Good old league client. Let's say it again.
So,
Currently got the lovely sound of Mordekaiser's passive.
yeah, that is an issue with the pause of, for some reason, it just loops the sounds in front of you. As we're live-ish, we're just gonna make sure we all sync up at the right time. So, pause bug.
Well.
There's still the spectator bug where when there has been a long pause, the client likes to catch up with itself by giving you a second pause after the fact. For some reason.
Yeah.
But I still don't comprehend the spaghetti code. So don't worry. We're currently in the second half of the pause. I think we've got them in the second half, everybody.
Oh, no. Okay, it's back. It's back. 2:30.
Right.
I'm on 2:30.
Yeah, I'm on 2:30. Let's get everybody ready to start finally seeing the finals.
Getting there. Just, need to work for it slowly, and we get there in the end, Alright, so we might have to catch up a little bit on that one. I am... Where? Okay, not sure exactly about what's going on with that.
$3.30. Nope. We're all good. Don't you worry, everybody. Caster audio didn't die. Caster's just mentally boomed for a moment there as we're just trying to make sure the client works in front of us. I am now ready to start the game. I think, guys. I know we're whispering. It's just to you guys, chat. It's just to you.
Unlucky.
We're good. We're good.
Right.
There's no more issues. They're banned.
Okay.
I ban all issues from happening now on this stream until it's done. That's it.
Bug-free experience, hopefully.
I hope everybody enjoyed that pseudo ASMR moment in the chat while we waited for everything to resolve. We are out of the death realm. Yeah. I think we can finally get back into the game. Fortunately, this is like the one game where absolutely no shenanigans have happened. I would love to tell you about summoner spells, but one of the issues of the client redoing is see all summoner spells off cooldown. But looking at the stream, it looks like we're all good. Nothing's been used.
Okay, well, immediately, well, there we go. That's a flash in the mid lane that gets burnt immediately. See, well, you talk about summoner spells, and boom, that's one less summoner spell.
Alright, one thing I can't toggle off is my caster cursing ability, apparently, but I'm okay with that coming into this one. Rakan getting active on the map with the Predator shoes enabled now. that is what we need to see Hookboy doing, pairing up with their mid jungle to get this Kassadin through the rough early levels.
Absolutely, and we do have that tier. We have the fleet on Kassadin. He has got all the tools in his toolkit at his ready to power through the levels up until he gets that 16 and that Rift Walk maxed out.
And
nice route though from Suntails, however, nice battle dance as well from NBA Hookboy to get out.
And the difference between the Lux Caitlyn versus the Morgana Caitlyn is the Lux binding doesn't last as long, so they need to have Caitlyn in range to place trap as soon as it goes off, or you can't combo that together the same way that Morg Caitlyn do.
So, doesn't quite land that nice route as well, backing off of that play. A lot of skirmishing going on in the spot lane as we do look back in. Let's take a look at some gold values. Both junglers seeming to clear at an even pace, and the top laners also seemingly evenly matched.
We do have Killmaster actually going for Conqueror this game, as opposed to Predator, wanting to stay in those elongated fights. I think that is the correct decision, considering you are against Kassadin, Talon, and Mordekaiser.
Does land the battle dance this time. Ignite and Flash both expended to get out of this one alive. Deskaro going in, and that is a fast horse TPs from both people. Hookboy should be the first blood, and the horse does pick that up. Jojo with the bonk. Let's see if he can do anything with that. Killmaster getting very low here. Will go down eventually. Jojo on the Soren. Flash forward, but Jojo's on the tower, level 6, does manage to heal up. He's on a sliver of health. Will they be able to pick up that kill? Now, Suntails is on the back foot as the casting comes in from the mid lane with the Rift Walk. I'm biracial managing to pick up the kill onto Jojo in the bush. Teddy Bear chilling and trying to catch down this Kassadin, but unable to do so.
We didn't miss any of the action, baby. We get to see all the fighting coming through, and it goes in Bristol's favor from that first play. But the Dragon is on the table. We do have Talon in range if they want to try it, but when you're against the Hecarim, you're not really allowed to. He's a level lead, though.
Oh, but they got the Predator coming in. He will have to pop some move speed and get out of there, seemingly. But Talon now having to get very low with the Electrocute proc from I'm Biracial.
I'm going to say that on this Annie, they've actually been kind of deadly. The first game, it didn't inspire hope. When you see your mid laner picking Annie in a competitive game, regardless of level, you get a little bit worried. You get a tiny bit worried because it's very rarely the perfect spot for Annie and no other champion in the game, so it has to be partly a champion pool thing. But I'm Biracial is playing this very well, managing to keep their jungler alive in a situation where they really had no right to get out, and continuing to have an impact, even roaming to the side lane and picking up the last hit onto Jojo. Such good stuff coming out here from the Bristol team, managing to take Lowhampton on in the early game, and that is why we've seen this adaptation, Savagery, going towards the Kassadin instead. Jojo going for their Conqueror in the side lane, looking to just try and take the 1v1 against these enemy bruisers and take them down in the long run.
Absolutely. Gold lead, of course, in Bristol's favor right now, 8 minutes into the game. First break is the Hextech Dragon, which means that soul will not be available, and neither team currently trying to make a play for it, so it might actually be a relatively late, early first break pickup.
A very minor buff, but it is a significant one nonetheless. It is a 5%, or sorry, now it is 6% attack speed and 6 ability haste buffed on this patch. Will be a little bit of stats, might make the difference once or twice, but probably won't be worth shouting about.
You know, just the classic Ornn Mordekaiser just doing their thing, hitting each other a little bit.
So, when you see a Mordekaiser, you need to talk about the unstoppable enemies. And in this case, there's two. Ornn can Bellows Breath through the Mordekaiser ult. If he is doing the W as Mord ults, nothing happens. So, that's more of a thing for Jojo to mess up as opposed to Teddy Bear to outplay. But Killmaster can also ult to go unstoppable, as I'm expecting us to see here.
Predator spotted out. 3v3, but that's a lot of damage. Forced to use Onslaught of Shadows early, and unfortunately he still goes down. Now Soren and Suntails are backed into a corner, as I think they have no way out. Soren attempting to trade onto the Jinx, isn't quite able to do so. Kill will get picked up for Savagery. That is a relatively good lead for a Kassadin this early in the game.
I think they're going to be extremely happy with how it went. Look at the Talon picking up so much gold. Regardless of whether they take the Dragon or not, that is going to be a big influx as we see Annie using the Tibbers to push the minion wave and get an extra, well, get a single plate actually, might I say, instead of getting an extra one. As it looks like Desk actually doesn't even care about the dragon. They just want to get back on the map with all that gold spent. Let's see what they managed to pick up with it.
There's Talon with 3 kills. Should be able to pick up the Youmu's here. Yep, there it is. Get that move speed, get the roaming across as he immediately pops it and pivots towards the top side, maybe looking for this Rift Herald as they do see the Killmaster around the objective.
Combining with the Assassin's Leap on the Talon, they're going to be able to get a massive amount of mobility done, already making their way to this Herald after only just leaving the base, what it feels like. Looking to contest here. Smite not up though. Killmaster doesn't know that.
Pops the eye though, will secure it, will go to the blue side of Bristol. Teddy Bear and Killmaster both able to get out of that okay. Well, you secured the first Herald for free.
Not gonna complain with that one, especially when you have this Caitlyn Lux bot lane. It's the place you want to be chucking it as. Blessed, we get a Caitlyn on strong side. That's what everybody wanted to see this whole time. But the Rift Herald actually going down mid to just try and bully this Kassadin a little bit more, which I think is also a fine use for it.
We're definitely seeing that Caitlyn on the strong side. We take a look at the CS values in the bot lane. Jinx will pick up a few creeps here whilst this wave crashes, but 85 to 57 right now. It's a significant advantage to the Caitlyn.
And to bring everybody back up to speed, part of what the Lowhampton comp plan is leave Jinx to just passively scale. They won't get much income because they're going to be left to weak side.
Don't think this happens.
No.
Oh, Suntails and Soren in the bush though. Exhaust going down, but the flash away. Charmed up, but I don't think they have the damage. Flash forward with the ult from... I mean, that's not something I see very often.
That was kind of cool. That was a very nice play. But Jojo on the top side will return with some plates. I think, though, this will be first blood tower handed over to the Bristol bottom lane. Very cleanly done. Getting the 2v2 kill right there is going to be enough for them to at very least unlock pressure down here. Jojo's teleport is available, but with no ward. They can't make their way down there, but it looks like Bristol don't know that for certain.
Yeah, but there is a Talon in the mid lane looking for an Annie, but the Talon will trade for this. I think that's fine.
I think the Tippers is going to do a decent amount here just by spotting them out. It means that Killmaster can potentially look to follow if the casting went for a lazy recall like we might be seeing here.
Comes back in with Onslaught of Shadows. The fear might be enough. Riftwalk cooldown is back up though, and casting a little bit too slippery with that ultimate.
Had to be a bit more of a lazy recall than that one. If they were in the bush prior, then there is definitely the potential for that solo kill. Is going to invest the Ghost and the ultimate. Isn't going to get anything in return. Dragon still up on the table, though, and with your bot lane coming back down to get you that infinite priority again, Killmaster can easily still look towards this objective.
Absolutely, getting these Drakes are always good to have. Hexector, decent buff. Not perhaps the most meaningful, but it's not a bad single Drake buff for sure. But more importantly, it's to get those Drakes rolling and the next one to start spawning.
So, we have on the other side, Desk is going to counterattack by invading, continuing to build up that farm lead. Which
lovely light binding from Suntails.
I got scared every time. That's the thing about the Lux into Caitlyn, is it's just so narrow that you can never tell if it's hit until it's already too late. Teddy Bear's in a rough spot here. They could just have the tower taken before them and then killed under it.
I'm Biracial does not have a TP, but it does look like that Lowhampton just want to back off out of it. But this Annie is now in the jungle, but you are on your own, and there is a Kassadin in the back. So I'm Biracial still backing off. Rift walk forward. Savagery should be able to pick this up. He will back off, however.
Teddy Bear just wanted to protect their top lane tower, but now they're a babysitter as well. They got to keep Annie alive here.
Oh, Killmaster very much looking for it. Popping the Ghost there, actually. However, Jojo gets himself a tower.
Getting himself a lot of money off of that tower. Getting all the plates right there before it falls. An extra 460 gold into his pocket. 2 levels up on Teddy Bear. I'm going to be honest, I hadn't even noticed that was the case until midway through that play. And I think it's partly because this Ornn has been helping the team.
Battle Dance Zap Fishbones now switching. Oh, we have
no.
a pause. That is... What a time to pause. I feel like, Ooh, okay.
I don't own a guitar, nor could I play one, but I really want to hear that guitar riff that's like, to be continued in the corner, because that's exactly what that play is. It's a to be continued. Lux landing full combo plus exhaust onto the Jinx as the Rakan's got no abilities and their Caitlyn's coming in with a Gale Force. I feel like, based on when we get to resume, that's probably going to be going in Bristol's favour, but it's going to be a very narrow window, and I'm excited to find out as soon as we get kicked back into the game with some action.
I imagine it would be a trade, though. Sometimes health is very low indeed. But, I mean, support dying, you get some more gold in your pocket. We'll see. There is potential for a lot of chaos to happen out of that. But either way, I can still see the gold. Bristol does currently have about 1,000 gold lead. They have the Drake about 14-20 into the game. It's sizable advantage, but again, Bristol actually bringing that early game to the table.
Oh my god.
I'm back in! Wait,
Yeah,
wait,
same.
Suntails isn't dead!
Yup.
And we got the pause straight after because spectator client is spectator client.
All my homies love the client, but I am a big enjoyer of that play right there. Very cleanly done by Suntails. I hope everybody gets to see it because it was very, very brief. Oh no, they didn't get to see it. All right, so why don't we just, reenact it? It was like, the full combo from the Lux had just landed. We got to see that. And then the burst damage coming out from Soren finished off the Jinx, followed by the Rakan instantly after as well to collect the double kill for none. As that will be Bristol's bot lane walking away victorious as we are back into game.
Was not expecting Suntails to make it out of that one alive, but I suppose that CS advantage that Soren had built up earlier gave him the necessary resources to be able to dish out the damage there and round that one off. Now it means that Bristol have a 2,000 gold advantage, but something I do think they need to watch out for in terms of the side of Lowhampton, there is a 4-on-1 talent and a Castin with 120 farm and has not died yet.
Yeah, I'm seeing in the chat that Lowhampton are sweating, but if you have a caster who's in this kind of state, I'm getting worried. This is something that you do need to be careful of. I'm curious to see if they will go for the Shattered Queen item or if they're going to opt for the standard Everfrost on the Cassidin.
Very nice little trade back by the Tibbers, but there is a Predator and there is a Talon. Talon picking up the kill on the Annie with the roam in mid lane. Very good response.
The Lowhampton 3-stack combo. This is the 3 members that actually makes the difference for the team. Whereas we take a look at Bristol, it's all about the bot lane, and they have a Mordekaiser lurking next to them.
Oh no, that is a Caitlyn going straight to Brazil. Can she make it out of there alive? I'm not sure, because as she comes out, there are 3 friends greeting her.
And that is the power of the 3-stack combo. This Cassidin, Talon, Rakan are extremely mobile. Even having the Predator on the Rakan as well means that you could cover massive distances quite quickly. Means that you could be anywhere on the map, and that is how Lowhampton like to play. They like to hit fast, kill you, and be gone. And that is what they have been getting away with. Thing is, the super scaling potential from this Bristol squad is pretty close to being able to match that of a Cassidin Jinx. The Ornn, the Caitlyn Lux.
There is the TP from the Ornn. Are you still going to commit to this play? You do force them back a little bit, but I don't think you have everyone in position. Ornn Horn burn, Jojo in the back here. Jojo will connect with that Ornn Horn as he should die here to the Killmaster, managing to survive with the Unbreakable Shield, dishing out a lot of damage. Suntails picks up that kill. Savagery getting low, but with enough mana to be able to Rift walk away. Oh, stun off. No, he's fine.
Yeah, the counter-attack is fine. Isn't going to get a massive amount done. Looks like they will be able to capture the tower, as there has been a mini skirmish in the mid lane, and I think more importantly, Soren, coming off of the base after dying, is able to secure themselves that tower. Pretty significant, actually. He's going to be able to unlock the map. Cassidin not having that, Jinx not having that, removes a safe haven that these champions who aren't quite at their spikes yet really do need. As, by the way, Savagery, they just went for the Ludens as opposed to either of those, going for the raw damage to kill the bot side as opposed to any kind of utility.
do get with the Ludens is the magic penetration here. It means that any MR that does get itemized by the side of Bristol will be less effective. And I suppose that's what he's going for here. That assassination potential that Casting can offer if you decide to itemize this way.
Thing is, if you build into Magic Pen, you usually like to build into a good amount of it, so you're dealing basically true damage to them. I'm curious to see if they will opt for those Sorcerer's Shoes to get the extra 18, or if it's going to be the expected haste, potentially even the Tenacity Boots. There's a lot of good options, which means it's actually a bad thing, because you'll never get exactly what you want for every situation.
It was Bristol picking up the second dragon, that is the Infernal. Oh my, that is a Mountain Soul in Game 5, and Bristol are 2 Drakes up.
If Bristol secure that soul, then this game is, I'm not going to say over, but that is very significant. Being able to deny the burst damage from the Kassadin Talon and get your Annie, Lux, Caitlyn through to a second rotation is so important.
Oh no.
Or even a first rotation if you're, I'm biracial. Being able to get one set of your abilities off would be nice.
Yep, died immediately. There was no counterplay.
It was the 3-stack. The 3-stack, everybody.
Every time.
It's really good.
It's insane. Ooh.
And the thing is, because you have a Rakan, you're not actually hemorrhaging that much gold for doing this. They just get to mug around, occasionally proc a support item if they want. The passive income's going to be enough for them. Okay, what happened here?
Well,
it looks like a Luxalt plus combo tagged as the tower was dying, and Desk managed to get away on an unfair amount of HP, as you were correct, it is the Fimbulwinter purchase for Savagery, going for that tankier new item.
interesting that he chose to go for that in tandem with Ludens. Of course, Fimbulwinter not actually giving you any direct AP, just the survivability, but of course, mana and ability haste, which a Kassadin does like to have.
And that extra HP along with the shield every time you slow over 3 seconds apart. Funnily enough, Kassadin only has the 1 slow in his base kit, so every time he does that, he'll be picking up a pretty hearty shield. Not bad.
Yeah.
8 seconds. It's 8 seconds that it's cooldown, sorry. It lasts for 3. So that pretty much times up perfectly with the Kassadin E cooldown as the game goes on.
Something that is worth
every
noting.
other one.
Yeah, of course. It is slightly varied because of how many abilities gets cast, the way that Force interacts, but for the most part, it should be available when Savagery does require that extra shield. He is currently level 13 as well, which is tied highest in the game, so we'll be approaching that Rift Walk power spike shortly. Now, Dragon, I think, is the name of the game, as the Ornhorn gets used.
So this is a tough game for Teddy, because they can't fight Jojo in the side lane. You don't have the stats to do it. You can't pick anyone except for Jinx, because they are all hyper-mobile champions. So that's why when we saw it picked, it has to be defensive Ornn ultimates. The offensive ones just will not land unless you are committing on to Never Low again, which I don't think is a bad idea, but the issue is, like you can see, because of the power of the 3-stack, they get to scatter vision around the map for the red team. That makes it so hard to actually engage.
It's Talon. I am biracial. I don't think it was worth burning your flash there. That was a 7-1 Talon. He will one-shot you from off your screen, and there's not much you can do about it.
Yeah, that was just the 1 stack. We didn't need the full 3 for that one. The Annie's not going to put up much of a fight this game as far as it goes, especially having for the Ludens and the Ionian Shoes, not going to have a massive amount of pen. Not that it really would have ever made a difference there, with Desk still being an absolute monster. If they do get tagged, though, by any piece of CC, we do see how quickly they melt.
I mean, kind of makes sense. Annie's just a little child, and Talon's a trained assassin, so you'd expect Talon to be able to dispatch that pretty swiftly.
But when she does win, it's like way more impressive, right?
Yeah.
Because it's just throwing a teddy bear at somebody and they die. And if you can get away with that, then that realistically is actually going to be a genuine win condition for Bristol to half bring it back to the game. A big Tibbers chains into so much combo. In fact, I would say almost an excessive amount of combo. With the Ornn ult, the Hecarim ult, the Lux, you have too much damage to kill any member of their team that isn't JoJo. Everybody else gets overkilled by like twofold.
Yep, it's a lot of combo. It's just whether you can get the wombo for the combo. Thing is, we have 2 objectives spawning at roughly a similar time. The first Mountain Drake, which would give Bristol Soul Point, and the Baron, which Lowhampton has warded up quite nicely.
I was going to say, without Mordekaiser, their Baron damage is lacking. With it, they can definitely look to contest, but that blue ward, expertly done, spots JoJo's teleport most importantly, and now gives over the information that they can look for this dragon, and as long as they can turn back and stop the actual attempt, there's no punishment for JoJo TPing somewhere else.
Question is, it does look like they want to dedicate the Killmaster to securing the dragon. However, Hookboy will just go down. Suntails managing to live with the flash exhaust. Currently 1 kill in favor of Bristol. See how it plays out. But I think they just have to back out. That's insane.
I can't believe it. Once again, Suntails lands the critical ability to finish off the kill at the end there, and doesn't die when the Talon has ulted. So impressive to be able to get this much done, and you can see why she gets the first ornament upgrade.
Oh, Lux is the carry.
Support is.
Lives matter.
They do a lot more than that in this one. I would say they are support carrying. Like, Bookboy has had some pretty good games. They had a pretty solid performance so far on the Rakan, but this Lux is just insane. Like, as we get forward into the game, you get a second carry in the mid lane, basically. In fact, there's only 1 level difference between your mid and your support at this point, whereas if you take a look at the contrary, it's 4 for the side of Lowhampton. And that partly goes to reflect just how these different comps work. Yes, the 3 stack is very, very strong at one-shotting anybody that roams to a side lane, but when you're as 5, 5 definitely beats 3.
5 is a numbers advantage versus 3. Yes.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm a pro analyst, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, basic maths, I think, is part of, like, being an analyst is, like, a required skill.
It definitely is one of the essential ones as far as it goes.
I feel like some pro players forget that, like, calculators exist and can't do, like, calculations between, you know, which item is necessarily better in some cases. So, you know, it's good to have.
Speaking of some of those calculations, we do get to start to see the evolution of Savagery's build, as they are itemizing into the Void Staff with the Pen Shoes. So I'm pretty sure that is going to equate to true damage to everybody who does not have an MR item. Taking a look through right now, that is just Teddy Bear Chill, and I'm biracial. For the moment, we'll have to see if everybody else, particularly the Hecarim, decides to opt for anything. But once that Void Staff is complete, this Kassadin will one-shot.
Definitely. Kassadin, massive right now. Currently level 14, 215 CS 104. Honestly, been left untouched. Killmaster coming down here just to catch the wave, but I don't think we can ever put any kill pressure onto this Riftwalker.
I'm going to hit you with the 9-head solution right here. They've left Kassadin completely alone all game because, you know, he's allowed to scale, he can do what he wants, but when the time comes, Annie will hit a stun because they press Q and it auto-locks. Kassadin, because they haven't been getting picked, doesn't have the Zhonya's and they die.
Well, Ornn does end up going to Brazil. Didn't quite time the Bellows Breath in time, but it does look like Mordekaiser should go down in response. However, JoJo is a very tanky boy right now and might be able to secure the kill on time biracial. No League of Stopwatch prevents that from happening.
It's still going to be a pretty beneficial trade over to Lowhampton, especially if they can get this kill too.
Oh no, Killmaster, you did this earlier in the series. You know they like the bushes. Don't walk into bushes that you don't have warded.
And that is actually something that Lux can really help to avoid by throwing in those E's. They can scout out the bushes and see the Lucid Singularity is down to a 6-second cooldown at this point. So that means that the face checking, even without a very tanky support, is still possible as the game goes on.
How many times has the Killmaster walked into a bush this series and got himself killed?
Alright. At least a couple. But if they win the series, it'll be a funny story. If they lose the series, I can tell you, as somebody who ran it down in a finals, it's not a fun story. It's not something you look back on and go, wow, I ran it down in some of those games. To be fair, that was probably one of the more forgivable examples because it was the second bush of your own jungle.
Oh, definitely.
Nonetheless,
Killmaster has had some amazing performances the last 2 games, however, the Xin looking very good. Gold lead is currently in Roehampton's favour, but it is only 900 for the time being. The most important thing here is that that last Drake, which would give Bristol the soul, is spawning shortly.
So, 2 most important things for me. Who can remove the spell shield from Talon, and then does the Annie-Q land after? Like that!
We have the stack, but the Tibbers is the counterplay to this Talon right now. Will get shut down. 2 kills to Bristol right when they need it.
Oh, that was exactly what I was waiting for. I was seeing the spell shield and going, but Annie can't Q him. And the fact that you go aggressive just gives the free real estate combo. They like the bushes too. They learnt from the shadows and they've took them in their favor. Bristol will be securing themselves a mountain soul against a burst-reliant comp. This should be their next step towards taking that win. However, we know for a fact that Lowhampton can fight back from these kind of deficits. We know that Savagery is a monster on the side lanes. They're nearly at level 16 with no impediments whatsoever. This game is far from over, but it is definitely in Bristol's hands.
Bristol starting up the Baron in response, but they said they don't like coin flips. It is in their favor, but a Baron is always a coin flip. Savagery here, level 15. 3-item casting has not died yet. Can they get the Baron? No, they don't get the Baron, and Desico does just get killed.
And you always have to commit to going in there, because if you do get the steal, then you've saved the game for all intents and purposes. Your Kassadin can do massive work on the side lane, but now it's such an awkward spot. Jinx cannot walk close enough to clear this wave, because I'm not sure if you remember earlier, but the one person who doesn't get to play the game is Jinx.
Him almost didn't get to play the game, but Unsort of Shadows does allow him to get out of the Kassadin on the chase.
He's going to heal a bit, but the chase
can
continue.
Okay, Kassadin is still Kassadin. Lux secures a kill onto Neverlow again.
Solo? A solo kill, mind you. Hold on a minute. Don't put the asterisk on that one. But mid and hip falls is going to be a walk away coming out right now. Bristol going to look for the reset. I imagine they are going to put their priority towards this bottom side, because securing priority for this Elder Dragon will be essential. The Elder is something that gives a way back into the game for the Kassadin, for the Talon, even for the Jinx, the ability to get multiple resets as the game goes on. Oh my. Oh, it's delivering.
We have seen plenty of teams int the game at the Elder Dragon and lose off the back of it. Elder is just one of those objectives that, if you get it, you kind of just win sometimes. But Jojo might be caught out here, as a lot of ultimates are getting burnt. Flash forward, final spark, and that will be the death of the Mordekaiser in the top side, which kind of gives Bristol a bit of an opening for the next minute or so.
I'm sweating. This game is delivering. I am loving this series. I am loving this finals. These players are giving us exactly the show we want. Talon split pushing on the side. Like you say, we've got a siege. They're not looking to push down the second lane. They are looking to end here, avoid any flip potential.
31 minutes. You have the Melted Soul and a super minion on their base. Can Savagery and the rest of Roehampton put up a fight? We shall see. Rakan with the engage will sacrifice his life for a huge amount of damage. Let's watch this Jinx rip apart. However, Savagery does go down. Roehampton doesn't have the members alive. Killmaster, Teddy Bear, Chill, and I'm Biracial still alive. Seeing if they can hit on this right now. It's a bit of a race. The health bars and whether they can kill the core. But there's a GA, he's resurrecting. I don't think you have the damage. I think Bristol take the game. No way, but minions don't kill it. The core's still alive. Alive.
murder. They pull the knife back out and fight from the brink. And that was off of Hookboy getting the amazing double knock-up onto the bottom lane. The two pivotal carries, the two that need to be protected. He gets them both. They manage to pick up both of them, and that keeps them alive. Oh my goodness.
What did I just witness?
That's beautiful. That's plot armor. I'm stealing that from Kachka in the chat.
Yeah.
That's plot armor
Yeah.
right there. That's actually like as narrow a window as you could get. Jojo is looking for a punchback, trying to lead their roster to success right here. The victory here would mean so much for both of these teams, having fought so hard throughout the split, having such similar journeys too. It's amazing just the mirroring between these teams, and neither of them being those mainstay brands that people would know for years and years.
Game is on a knife's edge right now. The gold lead is negligible, but Bristol do have the advantage of the exposed core and inhibitor in the mid lane. If Bristol wins a single fight, they should be able to close out the game. However, this isn't exactly the way that things will always go. The gold is even. Both teams can definitely win the fight. It is purely on how these fights are executed right now.
And it's very important to keep a track of the 3-stack, because they can still one-shot backline, but as long as I'm Biracial has this passive charged up on the Annie, they will always be able to deny the kill going down. Take a look, double stopwatches on the two mages for Bristol. QSS available for Caitlyn, so they can't even get Mordekaiser altered. No more trips to Brazil here.
As we get an Ornalt coming in, Jojo getting precariously low as he does end up dying. Now you're 4 to 5. Can you put up the defense? The core is exposed. You gotta go in soon or else it's gonna be too late. Talon jumping over the wall gets annihilated, and it looks like Bristol might have found their opening. Two embers here. Rakan in the back gets a triple knockup. Kassadin now going for it, but I think Bristol just turned to the core, and that is the game. Bristol close out the series in a reverse sweep and will secure their spot for the European University Masters.
The Bristol Warriors have done it. They soldiered on through that entire series, a series where they were not expected to compete, they were not expected to win. We were looking at this and it was pitched to be, okay, it's going to be a quick 3-0 from Lowhampton. Bristol can maybe put up a fight. It should be a little close. First game defies expectation. Second game, back to what we expect. Lowhampton coming in, big shoes. They put the 2-0 down on the table. But Bristol, every step of the way, every member steps up one by one. The Zinzao quadra kill, reaffirming the team's confidence. The squad managing to keep it together around that mid ADC core. And they succeed at long last. Very well done. A pat on the back for all of you and a trip to University Masters.
Absolutely, and nothing to take away from Lowhampton. They have had an amazing run up to this point in finals, making it to 5 games and dominating some games in the series. So certainly congratulations to them as well. Really did feel like a bit of like an anime arc there with the reverse sweep and then the plot armor on 100 health right at the end.
As I believe we're going to have an interview. We're just waiting for the results of the poll in the chat. It looks like ADC has won the interview, so we should be getting Soren if everything goes to plan. Just give that a couple minutes while they get ready up into the chat. How are you feeling? First finals? Pretty good, right?
No, I am honestly speechless with the result of that Game 5. I was not expecting the core to go down to the health that it did. And honestly, I mean, the game's going the way that they did. Bristol coming back in Game 4, 25 minutes looking... I mean, the tenacity of the team is certainly to be congratulated. Something worth mentioning as well, if it is the ADC of Bristol, Soren, coming on, he is also the captain of the team, so it'll be interesting to get his perspective on the way that games went.
So I suppose just while we're getting ready for that to be set up, just will say, well done to Lowhampton for making it this far. You had a killer journey. You defied every expectation that people had. Massive props to the whole team for getting here. You had a great performance and you put on the best show I've seen in a long time.
Certainly have, and We should be getting this interview in a moment, so not too long.
Aha!
Ah, here's joined the Discord.
Hello,
Hello.
hi everybody.
How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of crazy, isn't it? It was a bit of a ridiculous series.
That was silly.
We're
That
all
was a
like,
silly series.
we're all super hyped,
Oh,
and yeah, we're super happy with it.
So, I suppose I'll take the first question. Let's do it in order.
yeah.
When you were in the Game 3 Champion Select,
Uh-huh.
what was going through the team's comms? What was going through all of your heads as the captain? Were you putting on a miracle speech and telling everybody to calm down, it'll be fine? Or was it more like the dog in the I'm fine, it's on fire
Now,
house?
honestly, maybe a bit of both, but the thing is, like, because this is a fairly new team, like only Glenn and I played last year. Glenn's the mid laner. We just really did not even expect to get to finals. Like it was kind of a miracle run in some ways. And so the fact that we even got this far, like I think none of us have really like we all obviously wanted to win, but we didn't expect it. So we weren't like super depressed or like tilted or anything. Just because like we didn't really like we just like didn't care that much, you know. Um but like in the game 3, I think in the first 2 games, honestly, our draft like wasn't that bad. We made a lot of mistakes, got caught a lot in side lanes and stuff. Maybe we weren't like warmed up or whatever, but I think we knew that the first 2 were definitely winnable, so we felt like pretty good about the series. Um, Even though it was like kind of sloppy, so we just kept at it, and yeah, we managed to turn it around.
Great stuff to hear. Of course, congratulations on the win as well. But
Thank you.
I was wondering a little bit about how you were preparing for the Roehampton matchup in particular. What sort of priority you were expecting for what champions you should draft into them, and what you were expecting from them in terms of playstyle.
So we know that Jojo, the top laner, has a pretty mean Tom Kench, so that was pretty much permabanned the entire series because we hate playing against that champion, and there aren't really many great answers to it. Like our top laner, Teddy Bear Chill, is like a really important part of our team. He generally gets like ahead, and like snowballs leads in the top lane. So we needed to make sure that he wasn't like behind in matchups. Um, I think also we were just focusing throughout the series on having like winning bot sides. I think we knew that our bot side was better. Um, and so yeah, we were just kind of picking to play ahead like bot lane, or sometimes we picked to scale. Like the Blitzcrank Draven lane was kind of rough, but we knew that as long as we survived, like we'd eventually outscale them and win the game.
That's
Yeah,
great. I love that. Just everything in this series delivered. We had all different heights and lows from both teams. Everybody seemed to perform in at very least one game of their own. I'm going to give you a difficult question right now. Who are you
okay, go for it.
shouting out from your team and the opposition team for your respective MVP?
Okay, in terms
I'll
of
say
MVP,
self-excluded, to be fair.
Yeah.
Let's be fair.
yeah, I don't want to
Self-excluded.
do that. I don't want to do that. Yeah, I'd probably say from our team, I feel like we all did really well, so it's kind of difficult for me to say because I don't want to exclude anyone, obviously. But I think top lane was just solid throughout the entire series. Didn't really have any bad games, and he's like a really reliable, consistent player. So maybe top lane, but I have to like give credit to mid and jungle
Absolutely.
for turning it around after the first couple games. I think they did a really good job of
Mm.
like mentally resetting. In terms of the enemy team, probably
Who was giving you the hardest time in comms? What name kept coming up? Like, which
okay.
role was it?
I have to say, Neil Champion Jojo. That is a bit of an obnoxious name, isn't it? Like we have to call that out. I'm going to be expecting a name change shortly. But I think I think mid jungle were pretty solid throughout the entire series. It would probably be one of those players. Savagery's Akali was really difficult to deal with. So yeah, I'd give him some props for that.
Yeah,
Good stuff.
definitely see that coming through. Good stuff. And again, congratulations on the win. It'll be good to see you at the next championship, European University Masters, of course,
Thank you.
and in Varsity Split as well.
We're very excited for it.
And I will be more than excited for us all to get to see you again come spring. But I believe that's all we've got for this show tonight. Thank you very much. Any final words?
Uh, shout out Sontails because she's mad at me for not saying anything about her. So yeah, good job,
Don't worry,
Sontails.
I said plenty.
I'm sure you did. Yeah. All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
And Suntails certainly did have a beautiful performance. Of course, Roehampton Bristol both played really well today, and it has been an amazing series. We certainly hope that you, as chat, everyone watching, beautiful viewers out there, enjoyed what was honestly a surprise 5-game with the reverse sweep. We enjoyed it. Intel and Steel series, of course, enabling us to enjoy it and for you to enjoy it. And as well, our broadcast team, our amazing producer, admin Geo, and of course, the rest of the team back at the NUEL for enabling us to have a very smooth broadcast despite the spectator bugs today.
Massive thanks to everybody that's helped out through a split. Greyheart and Midnight Maverick, our other casters, very great to have you along with the team. It's been a wonderful time. Thank you so much for everybody in chat. What a killer set of games. I'm glad I got to share it with all of you. And most importantly, I'm glad I got to share it with you, Takura. What a solid first finals for the pair of us.
Certainly has been a hell of an experience, and pleased to be here.
Well put. Sign us off, buddy. Let's get going.
Been a lovely evening to share with all of you. Remember to tell people dear to you that you love them, and wishing you all the best out there.